Deming's surprise and annoyance made Richard feel in control. He was almost grateful to his father for a second. "My father told me. He had somebody watching your person at Lompoc. I hear the woman got away." "What do you want me to say?" "Then it's true." "Yes." "Well, my father's going to visit Robert Monahan tomorrow." "How's he going to do that?" "When you're sent there, you have to give the warden's office a list of the people who might visit you. Family and no more than 3 friends. You sure as hell couldn't have put down your father." "My father says he wrote letters to Monahan and the prison people and got permission." The silence told Richard that Deming felt humiliated and angry. After a few seconds, Deming said, "Does he know what to say?" "I think he does. He's going to try to get Monahan to tell his daughter to come and see me. You know, that I can't wait to marry her and all that. Look, Richard, the woman got there first. If she said anything to him, it'll be that he should tell his daughter to stay out of sight. She'll have told him everything we did to try to grab Christine and bring her back. Maybe it's not such a good idea to have your father do this. I can't stop him." "Do you think he'll accomplish anything?" "I don't know anything about this woman who's helping Christine. I know my father has sold a few hundred houses and dozens of square miles of land over the years. He's a good salesman." "Well, then, let's hope he's having a great day tomorrow." "Maybe," said Richard. "I was wondering, who was it that was watching the prison today?" "That doesn't make any difference. If she lost this woman, then anybody would have." "Who? Claudia?" "No, it happened to be Sybil. You would have lost the woman. I would have. This is a person who played chicken with us on a dark highway in upstate New York at like 90 miles an hour, and she never swerved or touched the brake pedal. She's shown us a couple of times that she's ready to die to keep us away from Christine. She's a fucking crazy person, and I think we've got to recognize that and work around her. It's not a wonderful situation, but it's the one we're in. Now, if we can trust your father to do this right, maybe he'll get Christine's father to tell him something, or pass his daughter a message." Steve." "What?" "Can you have whoever's watching the prison tomorrow pay special attention to my father?" "Of course. We were going to put Claudia there. She's already on her way to Lompoc. That woman might have come just to see if it would be safe for Christine. If she doesn't see Sybil, she may think it's safe. But we can make sure she doesn't harm your father." "No, I meant something slightly different. I'd like you and the others to get a look at him, get used to his clothes, his movements, the car he drives, and try to spot the person he's hired to watch the prison." "Just what are you planning, Richard?" "I'm not planning anything." "Of course you are." "I'm asking you to keep an eye on my father for a couple of hours, and you have someone there anyway." "You're putting him under surveillance like somebody who might become an enemy." All right, all right. I'm in trouble here. I'm under terrible pressure. What I want most is that you find Christine before she has the baby and bring her back here to see me. That's all I really want, and it's what I hired you to do. If I had her now, there wouldn't be any problem. Since I don't have her, I have to start worrying about what happens if I don't get her. What happens? My mother wants that grandchild. If I don't get Christine by the time that baby is born, my father is going to give up on me. It's what he's wanted to do for years. He'll take control of the company away from me, fire me, and evict me from my house. I'll be out on the street with no job and no place to live. I'm 38 years old. I've never worked anywhere but the family business, so I wouldn't even have anything to put on a resume. Meanwhile, Christine will be out there somewhere. She's 20, but she won't be 20 forever. At some point, she's going to understand everything she saw while she worked and lived with me. She'll either hold it over my head for money or just flat out turn me in. Are you starting to get the picture? Steve Deming's tone changed.
If I were you, I'd be setting aside a lot of cash, pulling it out of the businesses as fast as I could and hiding it. What do you think I've been doing? But I don't know how much my father knows. I don't know who works for me and who works for him. So you've decided to prepare for the chance that things don't go right.
Yes, said Richard. For all I know, everything is going the right way, and he'll get what we need from Christine's father. But if he doesn't, and Christine doesn't turn up where you're looking, then I've got to have a way to save myself.
Of course, said Deming. And what about your mother? If he's gone, will she be on your side and keep from asking questions?
No, said Richard. We'll have to think about her too, I suppose. But not yet. Give my father some time.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 18. The next morning, as Andy Beale drove into the parking lot outside the prison, he saw his detective, Grace Kandinsky, getting out of her car so he would see her. She turned her head at an odd angle to her left as she lit a cigarette, so he couldn't help following her eyes to see a woman in a black sedan across the lot. She seemed to be young and had a sweet-faced attractiveness with long blonde hair. That had to be the replacement for the woman Grace had told him about, the one Deming had assigned to watch the prison. The blonde woman took out her telephone while Andy parked his car a distance away from hers. He supposed she was going to report to Deming that he was here, but when he got out of his car and walked toward the prison entrance, he realized that she was taking his picture over and over with her cell phone as he walked. He looked the other way and pretended he hadn't seen her do it. It was always best to keep to himself how much he knew and how much he didn't. He went inside the prison entrance and separated himself from the proceedings emotionally. The prison officials cleared him and briefed him and made him wait. He reminded himself that the guards didn't have anything against him and no reason to be impressed by him. They just needed to be sure he wasn't going to hand one of their prisoners something dangerous or forbidden. Andy Beale had learned in the Navy that a man who tried to resist authority was wasting his time. He could see that prisons were the same. Getting by was really just a matter of going where they pointed you and waiting quietly until they were ready to point you somewhere else. In due time, he found himself in a visiting room, being ushered to a counter across from a man about 50 in khaki clothes.
"Mr. Monahan," he said, "I'm Andy Beale."
Monahan sat down. "Hello, Mr. Beale." There was no handshake, no smile. Andy Beale sat down, trying to use the seconds before he talked to read Monahan's face. There was a lot of wrinkling around the forehead and eyes, where he saw a look of anxiety that he was sure predated the prison term by many years. Monahan had the look of a man who had gotten used to losing.
"Mr. Monahan," he said, "the reason I drove up here today is to meet you in person and see whether you and I can help our children. I'm the father of a strong, healthy, successful son who's had his heart broken."
Monahan was impassive. "Is that something I'm supposed to worry about? When you drove into this place, did you happen to notice it was a federal prison?"
"Maybe I'm just teasing myself with false hopes. I know from Richard that Christine loves you very much, so I thought she might have confided in you a little, and you would know what I'm talking about."
"She does confide in me. I know who Richard is."
"I'm glad,"
he said, in spite of the fact that Monahan's expression didn't indicate that he'd heard anything good.
"Then what I have to tell you is that since Christine left, he's been absolutely devastated. He's always been a cheerful, optimistic young man. Now he's moping around all the time. For a few days he'll throw himself back into business and be in the office working from dawn until dark the way he always did, but it's not the same. I can see he's just desperate to take his mind off her for a few hours. I can see he hasn't slept much. His eyes are hollow and he never smiles. Then he'll exhaust himself, and one day he won't even get out of bed. I'm telling you, I'd turn him over to the psychiatrists, except that I know what's wrong. All they could do for him is load him up with antidepressants, and that won't solve anything. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Beale. When I first heard Chris was dating your son, I didn't encourage it. She was 18 years old, and that's too young to be getting serious with anyone, let alone an employer, a man who was twice her age. He had no business putting her in that position. I understand what you're saying, said Andy Beale. I get the sense that you've spent most of your life the way I have, working in business. And we've both seen a lot of times when executives have fooled around with young secretaries and been real users and haven't cared about those young women at all. That's why the laws have changed and become very punitive about sexual harassment. But if you've talked with Christine about Richard, you know that isn't what was going on between them. I respect your worries, and I respect you for having them, but your daughter and my son are in love. The reason I didn't try to interfere was that I was in here, said Robert Monahan. I wasn't in any moral position to tell anyone that what they were doing was wrong. And Christine has had to be independent, making all of her own decisions and working to support herself since she was 16. All I could do for her was just to help her feel good about herself. You're a sensible man, said Andy. I admire you for that. If I'd known, I would have discouraged it too, but Richard is the same. Self-motivated, self-reliant, and not someone to come to his father for permission. You and I couldn't stop it, but maybe we can salvage it. Do you know what went wrong for Christine? What made her decide to leave him like this? Not specifically. Until recently, I didn't know that she had moved in with him, and I don't know exactly what made her decide this was the time to leave. I do know she isn't planning to go back. Andy Beale looked down at his feet and shook his head. Kids. They do these things on impulse, without thinking. He looked at Robert Monahan again. You know she's going to have a baby. It doesn't make me happy, but I know. She'll be a good mother. She's a girl you can be sure will be responsible. My son has told me a lot about her, and I saw a lot of her when she worked in our family business. But I use the word girl intentionally. She's not entirely grown up, and your son didn't give her much time to finish growing up, did he? You have my profound apology for that. He's always been a fine young man, and no fool either, until he fell in love. I was deeply surprised that he would ever take such a chance, put the girl he loved in that kind of jeopardy. He's not the first to do it, but it wasn't like him. I talked to him about it in pretty harsh terms, I can tell you. He said that at the time they were taking all the precautions, but maybe they got careless once, because they both knew they'd be married before long, and it wouldn't matter. He asked her to marry him? Andy Beale sensed the first bit of surprise, the first real interest in the conversation. It was like a spark on tinder, and he had to keep fanning it, trying to coax a flame into life. He said they talked about marriage often, and she told him she wanted to. He told me he thought the only reason she was putting it off was that she wanted to wait to make it official until after you had been in here long enough to qualify for some kind of furlough to give her away at the wedding. He looked at Monahan in curiosity. Was she being straight with him? Does the prison work that way? I asked if he actually proposed to her. Andy Beale sensed that this might be a trap. She might have told her father that Richard hadn't asked her. They discussed it. I don't think he went through the whole production of getting down on one knee yet. I know he bought the engagement ring and a matching wedding band, and was keeping them as a surprise. I've seen them. The engagement ring has a 3-carat diamond that cost him about $15,000. He said he was waiting for her to be ready to accept her proposal before he officially asked, or he would just make her feel bad. He kept his eyes on Monahan's, wondering if he had gone too far. He wished he could have brought a ring in here to show him, but that was against the rules. Monahan said, "What do you want from me?" "I want you to help me make my son happy. The reason you should do it is that it will make your daughter happy too. How do I do that? When you next talk to Christine, tell her what I've told you. That Richard's heartbroken because she left. He wants to marry her and bring her home with him in time to have the baby. He loves her and misses her every hour of every day. He thinks she must have misunderstood something he said or did, and if she would just talk to him, he's sure he could clear it up. You want me to say all that? Yes. I know that being in here, you worry about her all the time. Hell, I'm a father, too. But Richard'll take care of her. He'll treat her like a queen for the rest of her life.
Monahan folded his arms across his chest, and Andy Beale knew that this did not signal anything good. Monahan said,
Her story isn't quite the same as your son's. She's not going to take anybody's word fourth hand over her own memory. I'm not asking her to, only to listen to what he has to say. Please. Things sometimes happen between a man and a woman that their fathers don't know and probably shouldn't know. I don't know what made her mad. I just know he's sincere and never meant for this to happen. If she won't listen to Richard, is there somebody she knows who will? What do you mean? Somebody she trusts. Maybe somebody a little older, who can talk it over with Richard and then report back to her. No. Come on.
Andy pleaded.
Give my son a chance, at least. I haven't seen Christine in over a month. I don't expect her any time soon. I don't even know what city she's in. I accept that. But isn't there anybody who can give my son a phone number or an email address? Anything? Not that I know of.
Andy Beale knew nothing about Christine. He was reduced to a bluff.
What about that friend of hers, that Sandy or Sarah or Susan or whatever it was? Sharon? Yeah, what about her? Do you think she could set something up so Richard could get a message to Christine? Even if they are thousands of miles apart, I think Richard could make her know how much he cares. You'd have to ask Sharon. Do you have her address?
No, said Monahan. I don't have addresses.
If anybody wants to reach me, they know where I am.
He stood up and nodded to the guard across the room. Andy Beale tried to cover his disappointment by standing up too.
Just think about what I said. The day they marry, I'll give them each a wedding present of $1 million, and I'll throw in a nice house on the beach. I don't think this is about money. Of course not, said Andy. It's about love. I'm just trying to treat her like one of the family. Goodbye.
The guard had arrived, and he took Robert Monahan beyond the steel door. As Andy Beale walked out of the building, he reflected that Monahan had surprised him. There was a part of Andy Beale that thought there might have been a time when the two fathers could sit down for a beer together, maybe out on Andy's boat, and learn to get along fine. But he had a bad feeling it wasn't going to work out that way this time. Whatever Richard had done, Monahan wasn't ever going to forgive him. Richard Beale was upstairs in his bedroom watching the Padres playing the Braves on the big screen television when his cell phone rang. He got up off the bed and hurried to the desk where he had left the phone and snatched it up.
Hello?
He waited to hear whether it was his father's voice or Christine's.
Hi, Richard.
Sybil?
Yes, it's me. I'm in my car outside.
Richard walked across the hallway to one of the spare bedrooms on the street side and looked out the window. He could see her sitting in his driveway in her red Corvette.
Is something happening?
I was going by on my way out for a drink, and I thought I'd see if you were thirsty too.
Did you just drive in all the way from Lompoc?
He began to walk to the stairs.
I flew, Grandpa. These days we have flying machines.
You know, I'll bet I have everything here that they have in most bars. There's no loud noise, and you don't have to wait in a line to use the ladies' room.
As Richard walked toward the front door, he glanced around the living room to be sure it was still neat and no clutter had accumulated on the white furniture.
I know,
she said.
I've been to some of your parties. It might be a good idea to have a drink here, even if we do go out. That way we can talk about business a little without feeling as though everybody's listening."
"That's right," he said. He studied his reflection in the big mirror above the credenza by the door. His shirt was still looking unwrinkled, and the suit pants had held their crease. He looked good. He opened the door to beckon to her, and saw she was swinging her long legs out the car door. She was wearing a very short skirt, and her tanned thighs looked shiny in the dim light from the open door. She closed her phone and dropped it in her purse.
"Sold."
She walked to the door. She was as tall as he was, and as she passed him she brushed his cheek with her lips. There was an instant of perfume and soft breath, and then she stepped inside a few paces and turned around in a circle to look at the living room.
"You've had this room redone recently."
"About 6 months ago. You'd be amazed at how quickly things like furniture and floors wear when you live at the beach."
"I could learn to live with the amazement. So where's the drink you promised me?"
"What would you like?" He walked toward the bar at the end of the room.
"Vodka on the rocks."
Grey Goose, Belvedere, Stolochnaya, Absolute, what?
"Belvedere."
He went behind the bar, filled 2 glasses with ice, then set a tall, frosted glass Belvedere bottle beside them. "I'll put it here, where you'll be able to find it if you want another one." Sybil splashed vodka into the glasses as Richard walked around to her side of the bar. She clinked her glass against his, then sipped. Then she walked toward the back of the house to the sunken sunroom with large windows that looked out on the swimming pool, the beach, and the boiling white surf far down the sand.
"It's so beautiful out there. I love the ocean."
"Me too," he lied. "This house is a great place to come after a stressful day. The sound of the ocean is probably the most restful sound there is." Her eyes moved to the pool with its artistic arrangement of fake boulders, and its waterfall and the bubbling spa at the end of it.
"Can we go outside?"
He opened the French door and followed her out to the lighted pool. He pulled a deck chair close to the spa, then another, and sat down. She strolled around the edge of the pool to the spa, then kicked off one sandal and touched her toe to the water.
"Warm."
She looked around. On one side was the house, and the walls on the other 3 sides sheltered the pool from view. She stepped out of her other sandal.
"I guess the main reason I stopped by was that I wanted to apologize for screwing up yesterday. I was in the Lompoc prison parking lot watching for your girlfriend, and then I spotted the woman I'd seen with her in New York. Naturally, I followed her. She pulled over and waited for me on the road away from the prison, and I thought she must be trying to lead me away so Christine could go in. That made me too hesitant. After that, I overcompensated and chased her, and almost got smeared by a truck in an intersection. And then, well, let's just say I could have handled it better. I'm sorry."
"Steve said it would have happened to anybody."
"I don't like it when things like that happen to me."
She stared at him over her glass as she took a drink.
"We'll still get your girlfriend back for you."
"She's been gone for a month and a half." Sybil shrugged with mock concern.
"Poor thing. I'll bet you're really horny."
He laughed, partly out of surprise, and partly because no other response came to him in time. "That wasn't what I thought you were going to say." She sat at the edge of the spa and put her feet in. Richard said, "If you'd like to go in the spa, you're welcome." Sybil cocked her head and looked at him. He added, "There are lots of bathing suits upstairs. Christine left all of her clothes and things here. With a 2-piece suit, the difference in height wouldn't matter, right?"
"You'd better get rid of all of her things, Richard. If by some remote chance anything goes seriously wrong, those clothes could hang you."
She looked away and took a sip of her vodka. The ice clicked against her teeth to signal the glass was empty.
"Maybe I will go in the water."
"I'll get you some suits to choose from."
"Just bring towels and that bottle of vodka.
Sybil stood, pulled her tank top over her head and off, then pulled her bra down and turned it so the hooks were in front, took it off, stepped up onto the deck and out of her short skirt and her panties, and tossed her clothes onto the deck chair. She pretended not to notice Richard standing there staring at her, then raised her arms and turned all the way around to show off her thin, graceful body.
Feel free to look. You might as well get your money's worth for yesterday's mistake.
Thank you, he said. I feel a little better already.
She stepped down into the spa and sank low in the water.
This is great. Come join me.
Richard turned and went inside, then returned with the Belvedere bottle and 2 long yellow beach towels. He undressed and left his clothes on the other deck chair, stepped into the spa and sat beside Sybil. He refilled her drink, sipped his own, and then put his arms around her and gave her a kiss that in a slow, leisurely way became more and more passionate and greedy. After another minute or two they both pulled back in a mutual silent agreement and sipped their drinks. Sybil looked at Richard with amusement for a few seconds, then took another sip of her drink.
Okay, I guess you're right. I do owe you the whole deal. Kiss me like that once more, and then we'll go inside to wherever it is you like to fuck.
They moved together in the warm water and shared a long, silent kiss. When they parted again, Sybil sighed, then opened her eyes. She stood and got out of the spa, quickly wrapped herself in one of the thick towels, and moved toward the French door. Over her shoulder she called to him.
Bring the bottle with you and I'll throw in a blowjob.
Chapter 19. It was another hot, humid evening in Minneapolis, and Christine was getting tired of the constant hum of the air conditioner, but she was still sweating. She turned off the television set, dropped the remote control on the coffee table, and lay back on the couch. She was tired. It actually took energy to conform to strict rules. Self-discipline was an effort. She was lonely and big. That was the feeling, really, the sheer unpleasantness of having lost control of her body. Even if she could have ignored her growing belly, her face felt puffy, her legs, even her fingers. She had been extremely careful in the 3 months since she had come to Minneapolis. She hadn't gone out much except to buy groceries and paperback books. She wished she had a computer. Jane had left more than enough money to buy one, but there was a certain amount of red tape and verifying of credit to get an online account, and Christine sensed that was a bad process to begin. She would wait until after the baby was born and she moved to a new city using a permanent name and all her credit cards were real. She didn't want to start taking chances now. The reason she was safe was that she had been smart from the beginning. She had gone to see Sharon Curtis, and Sharon had sent her right to Jane. Jane had taken only 3 days to bring her all the way to Minnesota and hide her in a place where nobody would ever think to look for her. And Jane had hurt 2 of Richard's people so badly that they would probably never want to come after her again. Seeing it happen would probably affect the other 4, too. How could the others keep from becoming hesitant and tentative now that they'd seen the first 2 hurt? Could they imagine that what Richard paid them was worth getting hit by a car? When Christine remembered the 4 people who were after her, it didn't seem so hard to be Linda Wells of Minneapolis. She felt as though she and her baby were in a different world from San Diego, and perfectly safe. Even so, she kept the revolver Jane had given her in her purse. When she drove anywhere in her car, the purse was there beside her on the passenger seat where she could reach it. When she was at home like this, the purse was never more than a few feet away. She had promised herself that she would never let herself be captured by Richard's friends. When she and Richard had been together, she had given him more than enough chances, but he had never taken her seriously. And Richard had hurt her. The first time he had hit her, she considered leaving, but she had not been sure he'd meant it. There had been too much ambiguity. They had been in their house in San Diego. It was really just Richard's house, but she had been living with him for at least 6 months by then, and so she thought of it as their house. They had just come home from work to get ready for dinner with some clients, so she was in the shower. She came out of the bathroom with a big bath towel around her, and when she passed Richard, he was standing in front of the full-length mirror on the door of the closet, buttoning a shirt. His arms shot out like a whip and wrapped around her waist. He spun her around as he pulled her close, and the towel came off. She tried to get away, and they wrestled around a little. She struggled, and she ended up on the bed, bent across his lap. He gave her a light slap across the bottom. She shrieked, but not too loudly, because there were neighbors, and she was laughing too. She squirmed and wriggled, pretending to try to escape, but really just doing it because she knew it would excite him. The truth was that she liked the fact that he was strong and aggressive, and that he was paying this kind of attention to her. She knew he found it erotic, and she found his arousal erotic. Then he hit her again, another slap. It was harder this time, and it stung. She could feel her eyes watering, not quite producing tears yet, just a reaction to the pain.
"Richard, don't! It really hurt that time. Stop!"
But he hit her again and again, and the playful spanking wasn't fun anymore. It was painful. She tightened the muscles of her buttocks and put her hands behind her to fend off the slaps.
"Stop!"
She was crying, but he didn't seem to notice. After a few more blows, she became silent and stiff like a dead person, and he finally stopped. She ran into the bathroom, locked the door, then put on the clothes she had taken off before the shower, still weeping. He knocked on the door. He called to her. He even made a half-hearted attempt to push the door open with his shoulder, but she knew he wasn't going to break it down. She could hear him move off, and a few minutes later he came back, knocked quietly, and said it was time to leave. She called out that she wasn't going anywhere with him. She stood behind the bathroom door, holding her cell phone, ready to dial 911 if he came inside. He didn't. She heard him walk off down the hall, and then thought she heard the front door slam. She waited a half-hour before she was sure he was gone. She cautiously left the bathroom and then hurried out to her car. She drove to an inexpensive motel off Interstate 8. He called her cell phone a couple of times before she decided to answer. He said, "I thought you were just kidding. You were laughing." But by then she'd had time to stand in front of the mirror and see the red marks starting to darken into blue and purple bruises, and the pain was not going away. She waited another day to make him sweat and give the bruises time to ripen and darken, and then drove to the company building, went into his office, locked the door, and showed him. He seemed sincerely shocked, and he apologized. She went back to the motel and spent the next 3 days thinking about what to do. There were many reasons to go back, and one reason not to, and that was fading with the bruises. She wanted to be sure he really deserved another chance, that he'd misunderstood what she had wanted and not meant to do her harm. Christine wanted to believe that her own motives were simple and pure too, that if she went back it would be because she loved him, and not because if she left him she would lose her job and her only place to live. There was also the nagging, uncomfortable question of whether she had misled him by giggling and being playful at first. In the end, she decided she could not be sure about anything. She decided to start over again with Richard as though nothing had happened, and wait to see if anything important had. The next time he hit her was during an argument. She would have hesitated to even call it a fight. They were at a party, and she was tired and wanted to go home. He wanted to stay, and he wanted her to stay with him. It was after 2 a.m., and they were at a house all the way up in Capistrano. He had been drinking, and it was a long drive home. She asked him not to have another drink. She whispered discreetly, her face close to his ear, and her arms around him so nobody else knew what she was saying. He didn't argue with her, but he took another drink. She sat down beside him and waited. When it was 3, he was ready to go. As they walked out toward the car, she held out her hand.
Can I have the key, please? I'll drive.
He clutched her shoulders and shook her, and held her face close to his. "Listen," he rasped. "Don't you ever tell me what to do again." He slapped her face, pulled her around the car, and shoved her into the passenger seat, then got in and drove. Before they even reached home, he apologized. He said it was the alcohol that was to blame, and swore he would never drink and drive again. It was 4 days before she would speak to him. She stayed home from work and wore sleeveless tops so he would have to look at the thumbprints on her upper arms. The next time, she began to complain to him about the way he left his clothes on the floor of the bedroom and expected her to pick them up. Suddenly, he gripped her hair and gave her face 3 or 4 slaps. Each time he was angry at her, the violence got a bit more sudden and harsh, and each time he would apologize longer and more extravagantly. But then, after a week or two, he would speak to her with boredom and contempt in his voice, as though her forgiving him made her stupid and weak. After that, she tried to avoid doing anything that might provoke him. She managed to find ways to live with him without getting hurt, and her success made her believe he was improving. But by then, the other things had begun to bother her. As she came to understand the business, she admitted to herself that he wasn't always honest. There were discrepancies between what he told customers they were signing and what she knew was on the paper because he'd told her to put it there. The extra, unexpected construction costs he charged to customers were inflated tremendously. Still later, she noticed that he was lying about the costs of things in his own company's books. She could tell he was doing it so nobody would notice he was moving money out of the business. Richard rented out some apartments in big complexes and listed them on the Beale Company books as vacant or under remodeling, and then collected the rents under the name Richard Beale Rentals. There were even times when she saw him take cash home in a briefcase and lock it in the safe built into the floor of his closet. During the next few months, she tried not to notice what he was doing at work and pretended at home that their relationship was getting better. It was only after she missed a period, and then another, then a third, that Christine awoke from the trance. She bought the pregnancy test, and the little X turned bright blue, and she was pregnant. She didn't need to spend much time thinking about the implications because they were already in the back of her mind waiting. She couldn't stay with Richard. She couldn't give birth to a baby as Richard's girlfriend. She couldn't live in Richard's house where he could use the baby as a hostage to control her. She had to get out. But she wasted more time trying to think of a way to do it. Soon she was desperate because she couldn't hide the pregnancy much longer, and she had to leave before he found out. One day Christine pretended to be sick and waited until Richard went to the office. She packed a small overnight bag. Then she left her keys on the kitchen counter and her car in the driveway, walked to a payphone at a nearby restaurant, and called a cab to take her to Sharon Curtis's house. Christine had a natural sneakiness that must have been developed when she was young, trying to outwit the divine Delia. She knew from intense observation how the minds of tyrants worked. Neither Delia nor Richard would ever walk off and leave a car. For Richard, seeing her car still at his house would be the same as seeing Christine there. It would never occur to him that Christine would leave most of her possessions and a car behind. He would spend days in complete confidence that she was just in a snit and that she would return. Christine knew that she should have called Sharon in advance, but she was already afraid of leaving that telephone call as the last one on the bill that Richard received. Sharon had been her favorite teacher at Poway High School. She had been younger and more glamorous than any of the others. She taught science, all kinds of science, from first-year biology to advanced placement physics. Science was messy, so she was invulnerable to the formal dress requirements for teachers. She wore the same brands of jeans that students wore, white lab coats so clean they glowed, and had an array of bright-colored sneakers. She had a set of safety goggles around her neck most of the time. She was bright and tough, and kept her students alert by keeping up an ongoing conversation in which she addressed first one, then another. Christine loved her. Watching her was like seeing herself in 10 years and being really pleased at how she was going to turn out. When Christine's family troubles finally caused the household to collapse, she had confided in Sharon Curtis, and Sharon listened to each stage of the disaster and to each of the revelations about Christine's father, but she never made a comment until she was asked. After Christine left school and went to work, she and Sharon met for lunch about once a month. Each time, Sharon would find a way to remind Christine that she should go back to school and then go to college. The day Christine ran away, she told Sharon all the things about the relationship with Richard that she had been withholding, the growing violence, the dishonesty, the dangerous people working for him, and Sharon changed. She said, "I'm going to tell you something that nobody knows, and when you hear it, you'll understand why you can't tell anyone. I wasn't always called Sharon Curtis. I lived somewhere far away from here. There was a boyfriend, and some of the things that have been happening to you happened to me, too. I always found a way to fool myself into thinking I should stay with him. Things got worse. They can get a whole lot worse than I ever imagined in about a second."
"What's your real name? Who are you?"
"Sharon Curtis is my real name. It's the one I agreed to, and it's the name of the person I am now. We don't really have time for questions about the person I used to be. Not if Richard is in the habit of hurting you and knows you could reveal things that will get him arrested."
"I don't know what to do. He has those people I told you about. They sometimes hunt people down for him, ones who don't pay what they owe or something. I know he'll send them after me."
"Then you've got to be gone before that happens." Sharon looked at Christine with a sad expression. "You've got to disappear."
"But I don't know how."
"There's a woman. About 10 years ago somebody sent me to her. If they hadn't, I'd be dead."
"Who is she?"
"Her name is Jane. You have to go to her. The first thing you do is tell her that I sent you. Then you tell her about yourself and about Richard and his people." Sharon tore a piece of scrap paper from a pad beside her telephone and wrote the name Jane Whitefield and an address on it in her neat schoolteacher handwriting, then handed it to Christine. "Memorize this and then give it back, and I'll destroy the paper."
"Like in the movies?"
"Not like the movies. This is real. Don't be careless. The address on that paper has been more precious to some people than anything in any bank. If anything happens to her, a door will close, and nobody will ever be able to go through again."
"I'll be careful, I promise."
"I'm going to drive you to the L.A. airport, just in case he's noticed you're gone and he's watching the San Diego airport. Fly to Buffalo, New York tonight, and take a cab. If she's not there, wait for her.
"What if she doesn't come?"
Then try going to Buffalo General Hospital and asking for her. There are people there who know her."
"What does she look like?"
"Tall and thin with black hair. She wore it long when I last saw her. She has dark skin and eyes that look as though she can see through you. They're the part that might help. They're blue, bright, clear blue, like water is supposed to look but doesn't. And that reminds me, don't ever lie to her, not even an innocent little lie." As Christine thought about that night, she missed Sharon even more than before. Now that she'd had the experience that Sharon had prepared her for, she wanted to tell her about it. She wanted to thank Sharon for taking the risk of telling her she was living under a name she'd only had for 10 years. Now that Christine had become Linda Wells, she knew what an extravagant gift that information was. But there was one extra question that hadn't existed for Christine before. She wanted to know why Sharon, the person in her life who always seemed to be in complete control, had ever needed the kind of help that Jane Whitefield offered. There had been hints that night, but Christine wanted the whole story. Now it was important to Christine to know. Maybe Sharon Curtis was somebody Jane had invented because she wasn't much like the young girl whose life was in danger, and the young girl had worked and studied until she had grown into being Sharon. Christine hoped so. Sharon had a stronger sense of who she was and how that person was supposed to behave than anyone else Christine had met. Was that something Sharon started with, or something she had been able to earn? After 10 years, was her identity a disguise, or was it the person she had grown to be? Christine was up off the couch and pacing, ranging the room the way Sharon did when she was running a science lab. Without really thinking about it, Christine went to the telephone and picked it up. The loud dial tone startled her. She had half expected the phone to be dead, because nobody had ever called her. The message from Jane about her father was the only call she'd had since she'd bought the phone, and she had missed even that one. All she had heard was the voicemail Jane had recorded. As Christine stared at the telephone, the dial tone seemed to get even louder and more insistent. She dialed Sharon's number and waited. It was 10 here in Minnesota, so it was only 8 in San Diego, a perfect time to call on a weeknight when Sharon probably hadn't gone out.
Hello?
It was Sharon's voice, sounding a bit tired from a day of teaching, and yet there was something else. It was something Christine had never been sensitive enough to hear before. The tone was guarded, as though some small part of Sharon was prepared for a voice from the distant past.
Hi, Sharon. It's me, Christine. Are you all right? Yes, she said. I found the woman you told me about, and she moved me to—
Don't, she interrupted. Then she said more gently,
Don't say where. To a safe place. I was just going to say it was a safe place. Don't worry,
said Christine.
I'm not stupid.
You're okay, though? Sharon asked. You're healthy? You're getting enough to eat and everything?
I'm fine, and the baby's fine. The doctor says everything's fine. That's one of the reasons why I called. I was sure you would be worried about me since I left, and I wanted you to know that things worked out. She set me up in a safe, dull place and told me how to get by without drawing much attention to myself. She says she'll be back in time for the baby, and then help me move again.
I'm so glad, Sharon said. Tell me something without saying anything specific that we'll regret. How is she? I haven't seen her in over 10 years.
She's just the way you said she was, like nobody I ever met before. To tell you the truth, while I was with her, I was a little bit afraid of her.
Don't be, but take her seriously and do everything she says to the letter. I'm really happy to know that you made it. You were right that I was afraid something would happen to you on the way, but
a lot did happen, and if she hadn't been with me, I'd have been caught. Let me tell you—
Honey, said Sharon, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but don't tell me what happened. In fact, this is a problem.
What's a problem?
This call. Making phone calls to people you knew before you left. Didn't she say anything about that?
Well, sure. But she called me once, and I thought you'd want to know what happened to me.
I did, and I do. But this is one of the small things that can get you into trouble. If someone is watching me, they'll now have your number and can get your location. If they've got the right equipment, they're recording the call and may be able to trace it. When you run, you have to give up some important, valuable things. One of them is talking to relatives and friends.
You're telling me never to call you again?
I'm telling you not to do things she tells you are dangerous. She's taking you out of your old life and into a new one. That life will be hard to get used to, but sooner than you think you'll be comfortable. Pretty soon you'll be too busy and preoccupied with being a mother to waste much time on anything else. I want you to know that I'll be thinking about you often, and I'll feel happy because I know you'll be happy. If not tonight, then in a few months. We'll still be just as close, even if we can't talk to each other. We're on the same side and want the same things for each other. You've always been one of my favorite people, and that will never change. But look ahead now, not back.
Oh, my God,
said Christine, and she realized she was crying.
I'll miss you.
And I'll miss you.
We'd better get off now, huh?
Yes. If we don't talk very long, it's harder for them. Good luck.
Good luck to you. They both hung up, and Christine lay back down on the couch. She cried for a long time, but then she awoke, still on the couch, and it was 4 a.m. For a few seconds, as she was making her way to her bed, undressing as she went, she wondered if the telephone call might have been a dream. Chapter 20. Christine drove past the FedEx Kinko's store a half-dozen times every week on her way to buy groceries, or rent movies, or go to the pharmacy. She had not noticed it the first few times she passed it, but then one day she parked nearby and walked past. She saw the glass-enclosed room with its 2 rows of glowing computer screens. After that day the computers lived in her memory, the nonsensical images of screensavers bouncing across their lighted screens. A few weeks after she had spoken to Sharon, she happened to be in the pharmacy waiting for her prescription prenatal vitamins. She shopped for things she didn't really need, like makeup and a new hairbrush, but she was thinking about the computers again. She missed the internet. She had liked to start her day by going online. She would check the San Diego weather and traffic, read her email, find out which movies had been released, soothe herself with some dumb celebrity gossip, and, if she had time and nobody was looking, read her horoscope. When she had everything at the counter, she paid in cash and went out the front entrance and walked along the sidewalk, staring in the windows of the stores. She had often window-shopped when she had still lived in San Diego, but now she looked in windows for other reasons. She was fascinated with her own reflection in the big plate-glass surfaces. Since she had been in Minneapolis, she had begun to look really unambiguously pregnant, and if she stayed a few feet away from the glass, she could see herself from head to foot from the side walking along. The reflections also gave her a way to keep her face turned away from the people driving along the street or walking nearby and still see them. Today, as she walked, she thought about the computers again. Sharon Curtis had been really critical of her for calling her on the telephone, but a few weeks had passed and nothing had happened. If somebody had been able to trace calls to Sharon, or had a list of phone numbers for people who had called her, then Steve Deming and his friends would have been here long ago. And the internet was even safer. It was almost completely anonymous. She walked into the FedEx Kinko store, past the rows of copying machines, and up to the counter. There was a boy there about her own age, and his name tag said he was Mark, a co-worker, which she guessed was probably about as low in the hierarchy as he could get. She said, "I'd like to use a computer. How do I do that? Do you rent them by the minute or something?" Soon she was in a quiet, private corner staring at a screen, just as she had been doing since she was a little girl. It made her happy to feel the click of the mouse and hear the clatter of keys again as she typed in her screen name and password. She waited for her mailbox to open, then drew in a breath. There were 287 new messages for her. She glanced at the hour and minute on the lower right side of her screen. This was going to take some time. Christine went down the list, deleting the notifications of sales, the ads, the offers for things she might have wanted a few months ago. Then she began to count the ones that had been sent from Richard's email address. There were 2 or 3 for each day since she'd left San Diego, and they all had subjects like, "I miss you," or "Please write," or "Where did you go?" They all seemed to be different, and most of them had attachments. Christine considered whether it was wise to open any emails from Richard. If he had been standing in front of her, she would never have listened to anything he wanted to say to her. But there was something safe and familiar about email. He couldn't reach out and grab her through the screen. If she read his emails, he wouldn't know where she was. All he could ever know was that they had been received by a server at some building that belonged to the Internet provider's company, and that could be anywhere in the world. Her hand shook a little as she clicked on the first of the emails from Richard. The screen said, "Do you know who sent you this email?" Then there was the usual lengthy warning that began, "You are about to display an email containing a picture or file attachment. If you don't know who sent you this email..." At the bottom it said, "Do you wish to view this email? Yes? No?
She chose yes, and watched the blue line fill up the download box. There was a picture of Richard, and when he moved, she gave a little gasp. It was a video. He was standing in his office at work in front of his computer. He must have plugged in a webcam. He said, "Hi, Chris. It's me, all right. I know this isn't something you would think I'd do. I just figured that maybe if you could see me face to face again and hear my voice whenever you wanted, you might remember how happy we were when we were together. I know things must have gotten too intense for you, and you just have to get away for a while. I can understand that, and I don't blame you. But while you're away, I hope you know that I'll be thinking about you every day and every night." She moved the cursor to the red box in the upper right-hand corner and clicked the white X to close the email. Then she opened the next one. This time he had put the webcam on the computer in the bedroom at home, and he was sitting at the desk in one of the T-shirts she had bought him to sleep in a month before she left. It was the blue one, and she tried to remember whether she had ever told him that was the color that looked best on him. Part of her hoped that she had, and he had been listening to her, and remembered, then chose it to please her. But why did she hope that? She detested him. He said, "Hi, Chris. I hope it's you who's watching this, but of course I have no way of knowing. I'm sorry if that sounds kind of gloomy. I'm just tired and depressed tonight, I guess. Since you've been gone, I've tried to keep myself busy working as much as I can." He gave a sad smile. "Because of that, I've been making a hell of a lot of money, but that's not much of a consolation, because I don't have anybody to spend it on. The time when it really gets to me is always at night like this. I suppose it's partly because I'm tired at the end of these frantic, crazy days. Night is the first time when I can't keep moving and talking to people and staying occupied. I'm alone here in the empty house, and I can't avoid thinking about you and about every stupid thing I ever did or said in front of you. I keep going over and over everything, and telling myself what I should have done instead." He stared at the camera with the dark, injured gaze he had often used on her. "I apologize, Chris. No excuses. I'm sorry for all of it. I'm not sure what day it was when you decided I couldn't be salvaged, but I know you must have been thinking about leaving for a long time before you did. I just wish that during that period when you were planning and arranging to leave, I had said or done something good that made you change your mind. Well, I've probably said more than you want to hear already. I love you, and I still will tomorrow. Close your eyes." It was what he used to say just before they went to sleep, when they were together and he wasn't angry at her. He reached toward the camera, and the video ended. She looked at her reflection in the dark screen, and she could see her puffy, sad face with tears glistening on her cheeks. She told herself it was just the familiarity that she was missing so badly. That was all. She was alone in a strange city where the trees looked big and leafy and threw shadows that made everything seem dark. The houses were tall and close together and old, and the streets were too narrow. The people looked and sounded different, and the air always seemed thick with moisture, so it was almost hard to breathe. Anything that was familiar seemed inviting to her now. Christine felt sorry for Richard, especially now that he seemed to know that he had lost something he couldn't replace. He seemed surprised at everything that had happened, and unsure about what to do. He couldn't admit that he wasn't going to have her any more. And he was such a man. He never talked about anything just to get it out, to have it said. He never talked about any problem at all unless he was working on a way to solve it. Even if every solution he thought of was stupid and unworkable, there he was, working away on it. He was so sad to watch. Richard's mind was operating the way it always had in business. No deal? What can I offer you to make the deal more attractive to you? Do you want me to suffer? Here's how much I've suffered so far. Is it enough? Okay, then how about if I learn from my mistakes? Still no deal, huh? Well then, I'm at a loss. You tell me what it would cost me. I'm very interested in closing on this. I'd like to do it today if I can, and I'm not giving up unless it's just impossible. Not even then, in fact. I'm giving you all my attention. Here, see how many emails I've sent." Christine moved up the list to recent emails and selected one sent this week. Richard had apparently bought a digital video camera because there never had been a computer in the spare bedroom, and the quality of the picture was much better this time. The room was easily recognizable because she could see the window that overlooked the deep end of the pool beside the waterfall with the big fake boulders. The room had been repainted a pale yellow. The regular bed and dresser and chair were gone. Everything had been replaced. She could see the crib was a Bellini that she had admired in the Mall of America, but considered too expensive for her. There was a big, low dresser with a padded changing area and railings on top. He had bought a rocking chair. There were built-in shelves now that held receiving blankets, stuffed animals, books, and a baby monitor. Richard said, "Hi. I was keeping this room as a surprise, but it occurred to me that now that the baby isn't all that far off, I should probably show it to you. I realized that maybe you wanted to come home, but you would be afraid we wouldn't have a nice place all ready for the baby, so you might wait. I didn't know a whole lot about the subject, but I went to a couple of nice baby stores and started asking what we were likely to need." He stepped aside so she could see the furniture and supplies. Every piece was the most expensive, the best. She could see on the floor there was also a stroller and a car seat. He opened one of the drawers and lifted a stack of folded baby clothes, then held a couple of outfits up and made them dance for the camera. The clothes were perfect, and they seemed to be in a range of sizes. Since he didn't know if the baby was a boy or a girl, everything was in yellow, orange, green, or beige. She didn't wait for the rest of what he would say, just made the video go blank and went on to the one he had posted yesterday. This time he was in the bedroom again. He was looking a bit sad, but not so tired as he had in the earlier videos. It was daylight. She could see soft late afternoon light coming in through the white curtains, and she missed the room. The master suite was placed on the northern side of the house, so the light there was always a bit less sharp and unforgiving than it was on the south side. As she thought about the room, she missed San Diego and the Pacific, and palm trees, and the flowers that grew in the garden behind the house. Richard said, "Hi, Chris. I love you. I hope your day is good. It's 5:30 and I came home earlier than usual. I'm wondering whether you're thinking of me this afternoon. Today is the 17th of August, and when we're together again I'll ask you if you had a feeling today that was different. I'll tell you why. Today I was thinking about you all the time, wondering about what you like and don't like, and picking something out for you." He looked into the camera, his face as close as it could be without distortion. "I love you, Christine. I love you more than I really knew when I had you. I've thought about you most of the time. I realized that if this is what living without you is, I don't want it." It occurred to Christine that he had come very close to repeating a song lyric. "I want my life back," he said. "Christine, I want you to marry me." He reached into his coat pocket and took out a small velvet box. He held it up toward the camera and opened it. The large solitaire diamond sparkled and flashed in the light from above the desk as he took out the ring, held it between his thumb and forefinger, and turned it around for her to see. It was spectacular. In spite of her determination to remain unmoved, she couldn't help looking, trying to imagine what the ring would have looked like on her finger. Richard said, "I had it sized to fit your finger. 4.5, right? I brought in the little peridot ring you left here in your jewelry box because I knew that it fit you." Christine felt a sharp stab of regret. How could she have left that ring with him? It was a birthstone her father had given her before he went to jail. She felt sick. She had a strong urge to find a way to have it again. Her father would be hurt if he knew. She hit the X in the red box again and sat with her eyes closed for a time, trying to reconcile her confusing feelings. When she was calmer, she went back to the list of emails. She read a couple of little notes from friends who wondered why she hadn't answered their earlier emails or had not answered her cell phone. She wrote a reply to her friend Rhonda. "I'm out of town now, and I'm trying to spend some time alone sorting out my mess of a life. I dropped everything in San Diego and decided it was time for me to start all over again in a new place. I've always valued your friendship more than you know. I just can't be there anymore. Please think of me as your good friend always. Love, Chris." She sent a slightly altered version to her friend Emma. Then she saw one from Alexis Donaldson. Alexis was her closest friend since junior high school. She was the one who stuck with her when she had acne and baby fat, then stayed her friend in high school when her father's legal trouble was in the newspaper, and who even kept inviting her to school events and parties after she had quit school and gone to work. The address was a new one. It looked as though Alexis must have gotten a new job and written to her from the office. Christine wrote her virtually the same cryptic email as the others. She added, "You've always been my very best friend." On an impulse, Christine typed, "If you need to reach me, you can call me." And then she typed in her telephone number and clicked on send. Chapter 21. It was morning. Richard Beale parked his black Porsche in his reserved space behind the building, walked into the office, turned on his computer, and went out to the lobby to get a cup of coffee while the computer ran through its antivirus and anti-spyware scans. As he walked past Marlene, the new receptionist, he nodded and smiled, and she said, "Good morning, Mr. Beale," and smiled back. He had to play Marlene a bit differently from the earlier ones because of what had happened with Christine. He knew that his father was having him watched, but he wasn't sure how. Richard had searched his office several times for bugs and cameras, but had found nothing. He still hadn't eliminated the possibility that Marlene was working for his father. He glanced at the small forest of tropical plants in the glassed-in atrium behind her. There could be a camera in every tree for all he knew, and a microphone in each drawer of her desk. He wasn't prepared to have a discussion with his father about getting involved with another receptionist, so he took his coffee, returned to his office, and shut the door. He sat at the desk, turned to his computer, and looked at the list of screen names, and clicked on the first one, which was in his name. There was nothing from Christine, and there was nothing from Deming, and anything else barely mattered. He was devoting his full time to finding Christine. Then he patiently changed his screen name to each of the ones he had invented. He had sent emails to Christine from each of them about twice a week. Richard opened Emma Peterson's mailbox and saw that it had received its first piece of mail. He opened the email and took in a quick breath. Christine had written to Emma Peterson. He could hardly believe it. He read the long paragraph eagerly and felt the disappointment settle on his stomach. She wasn't writing to her old friend to reveal anything about what she had been doing or where she was. She was giving her friend the final kiss-off. When Richard found virtually the same message in the email for Alexis Donaldson, he was in despair. He almost closed it before he realized that this message had something more. There was a telephone number. He plucked a pen from the cup on his desk to copy it on paper. He pulled a sheet of white paper from the printer tray. Richard knew that there was no need to do this because all he had to do was save the email or print it, and the information would be preserved. But he had an almost superstitious fear that the electrical impulses that had brought the email would be cut off unexpectedly, and the precious number would disappear forever. When he had written it down, he felt a heart-thumping moment of excitement. It was as though he had closed his hand to capture and hold a wild bird. He clicked on print to make the capture more secure, and when he saw the page slide out into the tray, he felt a calm settle over him. He had done it. He had all but found Christine. He wanted to call his father on the phone. He wanted to say, "You old bastard, you self-righteous old sack of shit. You kept goading me and taunting me and saying you knew my girlfriend better than I did. Now I have her phone number, area code and all, and you've got nothing." He knew he wouldn't do that. Even having the phone number wasn't good enough. The old man would say, "I was the one who had to tell you that the way to get to a 20-year-old was the internet." He would say that to his last breath, in the face of any evidence Richard put in front of his face to prove he had been using emails since the very beginning. He had put the fake emails out as bait in the first few days, and then had added more bait nearly every day to lure her in. That was why it was called fishing, and now he had hooked her. Richard stepped out of the office, across the hall to the door that led to the parking lot. He went out, leaned on his car, and dialed Deming. "Yeah? It's me. I did it." "Did what?" "I set up some email addresses that look like they belong to friends of hers. She just sent one of them her phone number." "You didn't call it, did you?" "No," he said. "You're the only call I've made." "Then don't. I thought you'd congratulate me." "I'm happy. It's good. I just don't know how good yet. It could be her house, but it could also be a cell phone that she got somewhere along the way. If it's a cell, then the number won't tell us where she is, only where she got it. We need to check it out before I say anything more. Give me the number." Richard read the phone number. "Area code 612, said Deming. "Give me a minute." Richard could hear Deming clicking the keys of a computer. "Minneapolis. The phone is from Minneapolis anyway. Let me look into this, and I'll get back to you within a couple of hours." There was a brief pause, and then Deming said, "And Richard." "What?" "You're ready for it, right?" "What do you mean?" "The house and everything. If we show up with her in a few days, you've got the place ready? She isn't going to wait until you're asleep and then walk out the front door again?" "Oh, no, don't worry. It's hard to know everything that could happen, but I think it's all set." "I'm glad to hear that. But maybe I'll have Sybil take a look around this morning and see if she has any suggestions." "That would be good," said Richard. "I'd appreciate that." Chapter 22. Linda Wells felt reluctant to go out tonight, but she wasn't quite sure why. Nothing had happened. It was 9 in the evening, the time when she had found it was best to go out shopping. After night had fallen, she usually felt a bit safer than in daylight. People were out, but not in such crowds, and they couldn't see her as well. The ones who were out buying groceries were too tired to pay much attention to her. They had worked all day, then probably cooked and washed dishes, then had to drag themselves out to buy more food, a process that would leave little time before going to bed and starting over tomorrow. As long as Linda was back home before around 10:30, the ratio of good people to people who made her nervous was very high. The thought of the timing made her want to get started before more minutes went by. She picked up her list from the kitchen counter, put it into her purse, and went to the door. Before she took her hand out of the purse, she touched the center section so she could feel the reassuring, hard, round shape of the gun inside. She locked her door, walked down the hall to the back stairs, opened the steel door a few inches, and looked before she entered the underground garage. Linda was glad that nobody else was there, even though she knew it was not a wise preference. The more neighbors who knew her and watched out for her, the safer she would be, but she didn't feel much like cheerful conversation right now. She got into her gray Passat, locked the doors, started the engine, drove to the ramp, and pressed the remote control to open the steel grate. She drove up to street level, stopped to see if anyone was coming, and then whether there was anyone parked nearby, and drove out to the traffic signal at the entrance to the apartment complex. She drove the half-mile to the parking lot of the big grocery store, turned left into the lot, and looked for a parking space. She felt the urge to park very close to the entrance this time, but she knew that impulse was laziness. It wasn't smart to have her car sitting right out there under the bright lights. People would see her get out of the Passat and know that was where to wait for her when she came out. Linda drove to the far edge of the lot, where there was less light, and parked at the end of the last row of cars. She got out, locked the car door, dropped her keys in her purse, and took a few steps toward the store. The car seemed to appear behind her rather than to drive up. Suddenly it was there, over her left shoulder. Doors opened, and two men lurched out toward her. It was a second before she recognized Steve Deming and realized the other must be Pete Tilton. She thought of the gun in her purse, slung the strap off her shoulder, but wasn't fast enough. Deming snatched the purse away from her and tossed it to Sybil Landreau. Linda tried to scream, but the two men were so strong and fast that they had her in the back seat of their car between them before she could make a sound, and one of them slapped a length of duct tape across her mouth, so her scream became a muffled moan. The door slammed, and she could see Sybil Landreau moving quickly toward the gray Passat, fumbling in Linda's purse. She found the keys, held them up so Linda's captors could see them, then made to open Linda's car. In an instant, the captor's car shot forward, and Linda's surprise made her notice the driver. She saw blonde hair and knew it was Claudia Marshall. Linda tried to struggle, to turn her body. Didn't anybody see what was happening? But the two men on either side of Linda clutched her arms tightly so she couldn't move.
"Don't," said Deming. "We can fight you all the way back to San Diego if you want, but you won't enjoy it."
It was the seventh breakfast. Ruby Beale walked out of the kitchen, along the back hallway that ran the length of the big house, carrying a loaded tray. She held it high, balanced in her left hand with surprisingly little effort, as though it weren't heavy. She was big and blonde and in her 50s, with a face that was in the process of changing from a ripe beauty to a preview of how she was going to look as an old lady. The blue eyes, that must have been striking even 10 years ago, were half hidden by puffy cheeks and lids. The skin above her full red upper lip had wrinkled, and the soft skin on her neck and under her chin had begun to loosen. Her body still had the same rounded hourglass proportions, but it had widened everywhere. She stopped at a door near the back of the house, put her ear to the wood for a few seconds before she straightened and knocked with one plump pink hand. She nodded to herself, took a key on a ring from her apron pocket, unlocked the door, pushed it open with her hip, and pivoted inside holding her tray.
"Hi, honey, it's me, and I've got your breakfast."
She set the tray on the table at the wall of the room away from the window, and looked at the girl on the bed, pretending to read a magazine.
"How are we doing today, sweetie?" "I don't know about you," said Christine. "I'm doing shitty."
Ruby lifted the pitcher of orange juice and poured it into a glass, then looked back at Christine.
"I've got poached eggs, toast, some really nice blueberry jam, some honey, everything organic. What would you like on your toast?" "A set of keys."
Christine looked away from Ruby at the window.
"Don't let your eggs get cold." "I'm not hungry."
Ruby followed Christine's eyes. The window was old-fashioned and pretty, vaguely French, consisting of two small doors with panes of glass that opened inward. The steel burglar-proofing bars on the outside were nicely spaced so they matched the laths between panes. They weren't at all obtrusive, unless the window was open, and then the 5 acres of lawns and gardens were visible.
"Don't worry," she said. "It won't always be like this." "How can it not be?" said Christine. "You kidnapped me." "I kidnapped you? I?" "You know what I mean."
Ruby stepped closer and sat at the foot of the bed.
"Things sometimes happen in life that at the time don't happen the way we'd like them to. Maybe the bride is pregnant. Maybe somebody gets a speeding ticket on the way to the church. Maybe there's rain on the reception. But these things pass, and after a while you don't remember all the particulars. What you remember you forgive and forget. It's like that in every family." "I'm not in your family." "You're my only son's wife, and that's my grandchild in your belly." "That wasn't a legal marriage. It's not real. Let's not waste our time arguing. You and I are a lot more alike than you can admit in your present mood. When you get to know me, you're going to like me a lot. I'm going to be your friend, somebody that in the end you'll be glad you met. We're going to have fun, and we're going to be happy. Sometimes I think you're actually crazy. I was minding my own business thousands of miles away when your gang of thugs dragged me across about 10 states to get me here. I'm a prisoner. I'm locked in here. You're all criminals."
Ruby slowly moved her head from side to side with a kind of empathy.
"Think of it as an arranged marriage. The parents arranged to bring the girl home, that's all. Not everything in life is the way the feminists tell you it is. Most of the marriages in the world are arranged, and the vast majority of them end up happily, much happier than the regular kind. This isn't an arranged marriage or any other kind of marriage.
It's legal enough. The papers are all filled out, and it's been witnessed and filed with the county clerk's office and everything."
I know what you mean, of course. You didn't get to wear a white dress and walk down the aisle and all that. I don't blame you for being annoyed. I don't blame you for anything."
She looked closely at Christine.
"Richard didn't rape you, did he?" "No. You actually fell in love with him and voluntarily went to live with him and then got pregnant in the usual way, right?" Yes, I did. I'm stupid. But being stupid doesn't mean anybody who wants to can grab me and lock me up. That's kidnapping. You go to prison for that."
"Honey," Ruby said,
"I really like you, and I'm happy you're in our family now. You're going to have my grandchild, and I'll always be very grateful for that. It's really not going to be bad for you. You started out as a girl deprived of an education, with no family left to speak of, and no way to make money but answering a telephone. Just being married to Richard makes you worth a few million if you end up divorcing him. And Andy and I have much, much more. I don't care about your stupid money. You'll get the last laugh, and there's not a thing we can do about it. Your child is going to be the one who ends up with everything we have. We intend to raise him or her to be the one who runs the business and inherits everything. I can see your face, and I know what you're thinking, but you can forget it. I'm not going to interfere with your mothering him. That's all you. I wasn't interested in that when I was the right age for it, and I'm never going to get in your way. Jesus, if I ever again have to spin one more of those arrow things and move some game piece 5 spaces, I'll blow my brains out." "Exactly what crazy thing do you want?" "I want grandchildren. I'm perfectly happy to stay in my place and let you raise your kid, but I'm going to be the one, mostly behind the scenes, who makes sure the kid is growing up strong and smart. I'm going to be sure you never have to worry about anything practical, and I'm going to pay for the best schools, from preschool through graduate school." "Yeah, you really did a great job with Richard, didn't you?" "Richard is another story."
Ruby stared at Christine for a second, then said,
"Okay, I'll admit he's been a disappointment. He's healthy, good-looking, athletic. He's even smart. Having him was like taking a photograph. You know how sometimes you take a picture and you just know it's going to be beautiful, and then you get the stack of snapshots back from the developer and you flip through all the rest just looking for that one, but it's not right? The picture has the same outline and the right shapes, but it's not what you thought at all. It hasn't got any of the feeling it's supposed to have. Something just didn't get reproduced that was supposed to be there. That's Richard. That's what you think of your own son? For a long time I thought Richard would change as he grew up. Andy wasn't so sure. Then he was grown up, and he wasn't much different. When Andy and I found out you had been living with Richard for months, we started to have some hope. His father said, 'Well, at least we know he's not queer, and he's not dating them once and strangling them.' That wasn't funny to me. I started to have hope that maybe you were what was missing." "I'm not interested," said Christine. "Not for any reason, not ever. So you might as well let me go. He's always been a creep, an idiot, and now he's a gangster." Obviously, I can't let you go at this point. It's sort of up to you what you do with Richard. If you manage to solve his problems, you'll get every bit of the benefit out of him and deserve it. I'd like to see you get along and have more children and stay together. Maybe that's too much to hope for, but I can tell you you're not going anywhere before the baby is born. I can't fix him, and I don't want anything to do with him, or you, or your husband.
Ruby shrugged.
I'll never be one to blame you if you can't do what I couldn't do in 30 years of trying. You'll go on and live your life. You'll have all the money you ever wanted, because we need to keep you free to raise your kid. And God help anybody who tries to hurt your child or his mommy. That'll be true whether you stay with Richard or not. She reached out and grasped Christine's hand. You're a Beale now, Chrissy. You're our beautiful daughter, and you're having our only grandchild.
Christine shook the hand off and held her hand up in a fist, ready to repel another touch.
You're out of your fucking mind. I'm not your daughter. I'm the person you kidnapped. Your jerk Steve Deming and his stupid friends set off a bomb in a hospital to get me out. People got hurt. When the cops get here, they'll put you all in a cell forever, not me.
This is hardly a cell, honey.
This is a master suite in a $20 million house. People would kill to have a vacation like the one you're having.
Christine sensed the menace in her voice and reminded herself that making Ruby angry at her wasn't smart, so she modulated her answer.
They'd be wrong. It's not good being locked up.
Ruby smiled and said,
We love you, and we'll take the best possible care of you. There'll be plenty of time for you to come around. I think in the long run, when you throw into the balance all the good we're going to do for you, then you'll wonder what all the fuss was about. In the meantime, we agree on the only important thing, having a healthy baby.
She patted Christine's knee, stood, and said, I've got to go. Try to eat your breakfast. Christine watched her turn and stepped to the door. The key to the deadbolt was in her apron pocket. It looked like the key to the exterior door of a house, and the lock was heavy, like the lock on the storeroom in a business. The door was like the outer door of an apartment, thick, solid wood. Christine watched Ruby unlock it and pivot out so the door closed immediately. For a big woman, Ruby was graceful, and she was surprisingly quick. But she did everything the same way every time. For the whole week that Christine had been here, it had always been the same, like a dance. When Christine was about 10, her stepmother, Delia, moved in and brought her cat, Sue. Because Delia had brought it from Santa Barbara, where she had last lived, she was afraid to let it out in San Diego, where it would get lost and probably killed. Sue the cat sat in the living room or in the kitchen whenever people were around, and patiently watched people opening and closing doors. Then one day Delia's car pulled in the driveway. Delia unlocked the front door and pushed it inward, and the cat was already there, streaking out. Sue was so fast that she was off the steps and prowling through the brush beside the house before Delia had even begun to react. Delia let out a howl that was so late in coming that at first it seemed to Christine that a second actual catastrophe must have happened. Christine had also watched Sue, and knew the cat wasn't going to run off into traffic. She went out, found the cat walking on the grass and sniffing her surroundings, scooped her up, and delivered her to Delia. After that, Sue was allowed to go out. Now, years later, Christine found herself envying the cat. If Christine hadn't been so pregnant, she was pretty sure she could have timed her move as Sue the cat had, bumped Ruby aside, and run for it. But she was pregnant, and now was the time when she would have to make a move. The baby was due in 2 weeks. The whole prospect terrified Christine. Was she supposed to give birth here on her own? And it was very clear to Christine that Ruby and Andy were absolutely fixated on her baby. Ruby had said a dozen times that they were placing all kinds of hopes on this tiny, unborn child. The day Christine had learned she was pregnant, She had been afraid that Richard would see the baby as leverage, a hostage to force Christine to stay with him. Now she was beginning to believe that Ruby was the one to worry about. Ruby wanted to control Christine and her baby for the rest of their lives. Christine got up and examined the food tray. Ruby really was a good cook. Christine had been smelling the food since Ruby came in, and it had made her hungry. She sat at the table. No matter what happened, she was going to need to be healthy. During the first few days, she had worried that Ruby would put sedatives or something in the food, but now she knew better. Ruby would never do anything that might affect the baby. Until the baby was born, the food would be fine, and she would be safe. As Christine picked up the knife to spread blueberry jam on her toast, she noticed that there was another knife this morning. It was a sharp, serrated steak knife, probably put there so she could cut the thick, old-fashioned, chewy bacon more easily. She looked around the room, then thought of the bathroom. She stepped in, looked around, and decided that the best spot was inside the big green plastic shampoo bottle in the shower. She unscrewed the wide top, pushed the knife into the thick shampoo, and closed the bottle again. She examined it carefully to be sure the knife hadn't displaced enough shampoo to make it drip over the side, then closed the shower door. Christine could hardly contain her excitement at her acquisition. She went back to the bedroom, ate her cold eggs, and resumed work on her project. She used the fork to dig away at the plaster that covered the wall beneath the window. She was sure that if she kept at it, she would soon expose the spots where the bolts that held the framework of bars across the window were anchored in the wall. Her plan was to gradually loosen them from the inside, and then, on the day when she was ready to go, push the bars into the shrubbery and go out the window. She had been working on her project since the day she arrived a week ago and opened the window to see the bars. She had refused to eat each meal until Ruby left her alone. When she heard Ruby's footsteps retreating down the hall, she would eat quickly and then use her silverware to scrape away at the plaster. Each mealtime she worked as long as she dared, and then cleaned the silverware and returned it to the tray. She used wet toilet paper to clean up the plaster dust from the floor behind the bed, and then flushed it down the toilet. This time she was careful to stop scraping before she heard footsteps coming. She had used some time to hide the steak knife, so she had to be careful. When Ruby returned a few minutes later to take the tray, Christine pretended to be napping. She couldn't let Ruby look into her eyes and see that she had a secret. She was sure that Jane would be proud of her for hiding it so well. Chapter 23. Ruby didn't serve lunch at noon that day, as she always had every other day. Christine stared at the clock and waited, trying to prepare herself for Ruby's arrival and the conversation that was sure to come with it. She had been persuaded that Ruby wasn't evil. Ruby wasn't cruel or spiteful like Christine's stepmother Delia. She was just crazy, deluded into thinking that she had a right to things she couldn't have. Today Christine was determined to be less bitchy about things. She couldn't be completely nice about being held captive, or Ruby would know she was up to something. Christine planned exactly what she would do as soon as Ruby brought the tray and left. Christine was becoming very efficient now, making her movements economically and without having to stop and think. Today her goal was to expose the first of the bolts that held the bars over the windows. It was the lower left one that was hidden by the bed. She was sure that if she bared one, the others would be much easier to expose and remove. She would know how to get directly to the others without unnecessary digging, and she would know what the next steps would have to be. Christine might need to fashion a wrench of some kind to remove a nut that held the bolt on this side of the wall. Or she might learn that the bolt was the pointed kind, just a big screw that bit into a 2x4 and held tight. Her main goal was to use every second. She would only have about a half hour to work and 10 minutes to clean up and hide what she had accomplished. She had to exert all her strength and speed during that brief period. The 3 mealtimes constituted her whole workday. She thought about the sharp, serrated knife she had kept after breakfast. No, she couldn't use that to scrape plaster. The knife was too precious to use that way. She might need a sharp blade before this was over. It was nearly 1 before Christine heard the sound of footsteps coming up the hall, and the sound was wrong. It was bigger, heavier than Ruby. Christine looked around her to see if there was anything to clean up, anything to hide, anything she needed to keep people from seeing. The key slid into the lock and the door swung open. Richard. He stood in the doorway, smiling. "Hi, Chris," he said. There was an amused, ironic look in his eye, as though he were the one who had a secret, and not Christine.
"Why are you here?" she said. "What do you want?"
He stepped in and closed the door, but he didn't lock it. Christine kept her eyes on his, hoping he wasn't aware of the opportunity he was giving her. She thought about the loose maternity dress she was wearing and the open-toed shoes. If only she'd worn something she could run in. He said, "It's really not necessary to use that nasty tone with me, Chris. It doesn't help you, it doesn't help me. Whether we like it or not, that baby means we're going to be involved with each other for life."
"I wouldn't count on that. The baby and I aren't likely to go to jail with you."
Richard shook his head. "I don't think that's going to happen. I brought you home, but I wasn't trying to hurt you. I just wanted you back."
"Richard," she said, "you hired Steve Deming and the others to kidnap me. They set off a bomb in a hospital. They did all kinds of terrible things along the way and finally got me. It was wrong. It was also big-time illegal. You're acting as though if I stop making a big deal out of it, then it will be like it never happened. It won't. People got hurt. There were dozens of cops. They don't just forget."
"There's nothing I can do about it now," Richard said. "I've got to concentrate on things I can change. I can make sure you're safe. I can try to make things more pleasant for you."
"How about getting me to a doctor? Have you thought about that?"
"Of course we have. Don't worry about any of that."
"Please," she said. "You're just so full of it."
"I'm here to tell you it's lunchtime." "Come on," he said. "We're going to eat in the garden."
"Don't you know they won't let me leave? That I've been locked up in here for a week?"
"You need to get some air and sunshine. It'll put you in a better mood." Christine was surprised, and she was suspicious. There didn't seem to her to be any reason for them to let her go outside. Everything about the idea was to her advantage, not theirs. It really would be better for her health and the baby's. She could try to figure out where this house was, where the cars were parked, and how to get out when the time came. Richard repeated, "Come on."
"Now?"
"What? You got another date?"
"I wish."
She followed him to the door. She was a bit disappointed to realize that leaving the door unlocked had not been inadvertent. Richard had been planning to take her outside all along. They walked along the corridor, with Richard slightly ahead because the space was too narrow to walk comfortably together. Christine hung back more and more. They had brought her here at night, and the combination of the blindfold and the tape across her mouth made her worry more about her breathing than about trying to peek. She saw that the corridor had 4 more doors at regular intervals, so she assumed they were all bedroom suites, but the doors were closed. The corridor spilled them into a huge open room that had a 3-story ceiling with exposed beams, and a second floor with a loft walkway running the length of the room and disappearing into halls on both ends. Facing Christine on the far end was an enormous stone fireplace and chimney, and on the near end a whole wall of shelves that looked as though they had been designed to hold books, but instead held the same arty junk that decorated the realty office lobby. There were rows of pots that looked Central American, a few small statues of stone, wood, or metal, a few hideous wooden masks from various countries. She wondered if she could hurl one of the statues through one of the glass window panes beside her to get out. As she walked, she looked out the wall of windows to see high, impenetrable hedges and acres of lawn ending in a grove of trees. The vast, lake-shaped swimming pool and the bubbling spa dominated the paved areas near the house. When Richard saw her looking at the water, he said, "We've already got the crew set to put in fences and gates to keep the kids safe. They start work in a couple of weeks."
Don't bother. The baby and I won't be visiting this place.
"Oh, right," he said, and rolled his eyes. Christine stopped, turned all the way around, and tried to memorize everything she could see. The view through the front windows was not what she had hoped. A paved area in front of the main entrance stretched all the way from the house to a high hedge. There was a break in the hedge for a tall iron gate. There was a 6-car garage to her left, but all 6 doors were closed and, she presumed, impossible for her to open without a remote control unit. There was nothing she could see that she was able to associate with a particular street or use in an escape.
"What do you think of the place?"
Christine turned her head. It was Richard's father. She had always thought of him as Mr. Beale when she had worked at the company, but somehow his crimes against her made her feel it was wrong to call him Mr.
Oh, hello, Andy. It's very big.
Andy Beale resumed his progress across the room toward the door.
"And how are you feeling?"
Like a prisoner. It's not a good feeling. You'll see.
"I'll pass it on to the complaint department. Just take good care of yourself."
He pulled open the front door, stepped out, and closed it.
"Jesus,"
said Richard.
"that was rude."
He started walking again. At the end of the great room there was a corridor that led off to the left, and he took it. Christine hesitated once more to examine the latches on the big windows, scan the room to see if there was anything she could use as a weapon, and look out the front window again. Andy Beale had one of the garage doors open, and he was driving a black Mercedes out and through the gap in the hedge. There was no way she could see how the gate opened from here. Richard's hand clamped her wrist.
"Come on."
What?
"Pay attention. We're heading for the garden."
Did you grow up here?
"In this house?"
Yes. Did you?
"No. In fact, I was the one who found this place and arranged for the purchase a few years ago. It was built by a guy from the East who wanted to retire from his law firm and have a lot of parties. I think he forgot that he didn't know anybody here. But it was too much house for him anyway, and people in Rancho Santa Fe don't like the noise and traffic from big parties. If he hadn't sold, they probably would have kicked him out."
I'll bet the big attraction for you was the land.
He looked at her in surprise.
"It was."
Must be at least 5 acres.
20,
he said, and there was pride in his voice.
8 in the back here and 12 more beyond that fence. It's not just the fact that it's a single 20-acre parcel that makes it valuable. It's that this is Rancho Santa Fe. Every parcel is big, a lot of them much bigger than this. This has both privacy and status. And because every landowner is a member of the covenant, you get control over zoning and public works, so you can protect your investment from politicians.
Christine had manipulated Richard into complacency with a couple of words. Talking about real estate, money, and control distracted him. The rest of the news wasn't so good. The night she had been brought here, she could not even have guessed what state she was in. Rancho Santa Fe wasn't a good place to be locked up. It was rich. She had once heard it was the richest community in the whole country, and the properties were huge. She could scream until her jaw got tired, and nobody would hear her. The houses were hundreds of yards apart, most of them owned by people who also owned other houses in distant places, and so were gone much of the time. The roads wound among gentle hills wooded with low California oaks, and there wasn't much traffic. If Christine made it to the road, she wouldn't necessarily meet any rescuers before she got caught. Richard took her hand, this time less roughly, and led her out one of the glass doors into the garden. If he had called it the secret garden, she would not have thought it was a joke. On one side was the wing of the house where her room was located. On another was what seemed to be a pool house, and the third was blocked by a windowless wall that must be the back of the garage. There was a table set for 2 people on a small stone patio surrounded by rock gardens. There were summer flowers and native plants, agave, Mexican sage, and matalija poppies. It was a beautiful spot, and so isolated and private that she felt an impulse to look around for witnesses, to be sure Richard wasn't about to kill her. He sat at the table and waited until she sat in the chair opposite him. She saw pitchers of water and fruit juice, a basket of bread, and a large wooden bowl of salad. She said, "Did you make this lunch?" "No," he said. "My parents have a cook. I just wanted to be alone with you for a while and let you enjoy being outside, without a lot of people around." He paused. "And I wanted to talk to you about our future." She frowned.
"Isn't this getting tiresome for you, too? We don't have a future. I spent a couple of years trying to make things work. They didn't, and I left. It's over."
"You didn't really think it was over, or that I'd let you do that."
"You're right. I thought you'd do something crazy, and you have. I tried to be very hard to find, but I blew it, and you found me. That doesn't mean we have a future."
"Step back about 5 paces in your mind and look at us," he said. "We're married. You may not like the way it happened, but if you go to the county clerk's office, you'll see ours is the same as anybody else's marriage. We're going to have our baby in a couple of weeks. I know it's my baby, and a DNA test can prove it. We're sitting in a garden at a beautiful house my parents own in one of the most desirable places in the country."
"Richard—"
"No, let me finish. I made mistakes with you. I took you for granted, and I didn't make enough of an effort when we were together. I apologize. I've apologized 100 times. I'm planning to make it up to you. I know you're mad at me, but we've got to be able to deal with each other." The way he had raised his voice and talked over her to force her to listen to his apology was like a recapitulation of the changes in their relationship. He had always been overbearing, but now his vehemence had become frightening. Christine tried to speak calmly, to choose her words with great care so he wouldn't lose his temper.
"Richard," she said, "I didn't leave because I was mad at you. I left because I was scared to death. You hit me a lot of times. I didn't know how you would react when you found out I was pregnant, but I knew I no longer had the right to take the chance and find out."
"If you're so scared of me, why are you trying to piss me off? If I hit you now, then you're right, is that it?"
"I'm not trying to piss you off. I really don't want to make you mad. I'm just trying to get you to accept the situation as it is."
"That's just the situation as you think it is. You're young, practically a kid. You'll learn more about life as time goes by, and then you'll feel better about the one you have." He watched her for a second, then sighed and picked up his fork. Christine stopped looking at him while he ate. She looked at the silverware on the table, but saw it was actually good silver, so it would be soft metal, useless as a tool or a weapon. She looked at the shadows on the lawn to figure out which way was west. When she slipped out of here, it was probably going to be night, and west was the best direction. Interstate 5 was just to the west of Rancho Santa Fe, and that would be where all the traffic was. If she made it to the freeway shoulder and started waving her arms, she wouldn't have to wait more than a minute or 2 before she got picked up, or maybe even arrested. She studied the trees, the hedges, the buildings. What she would need was luck. If only one of the gardeners had been careless and left a trowel or a pair of clippers lying around, she might have a chance to conceal it under the big loose top she was wearing. She studied the rock garden. Where was everybody? What if Richard really was alone? She had seen Andy Beale leave. The cook Richard had mentioned wasn't visible anywhere. The whole estate was silent except for the chirping of small brown birds with off-white breasts. Maybe this moment was her last opportunity. If she could get behind him and pick up one of those rocks, she could hit him on the head with it. Richard always had his car keys in his right front pocket. She could grab them, run around the far side of the garage, away from the house, find the black Porsche, get in and drive. She would be free. But she thought about how horrible it would be to crack somebody's skull with a rock. It could kill Richard or leave him paralyzed or something. As she tried to visualize it, she raised her eyes to gaze across the table at him. He gave an insincere smile, and behind it there was a smirk of self-satisfaction. He thought he had charmed her, fooled her into some relapse of bad judgment. She felt a tightening in her chest. He wasn't trying to get her back. He was trying to fool her, to destroy her life, and then laugh at her for it. Yes, she decided. Yes, she could hit him. She looked past him and chose a smooth oval rock about the size of an ostrich egg. If she were behind him, she could probably lift it in one hand and bring it down hard. How would she get behind him? She was nearly finished with her salad. Maybe she could get up, go pick a flower, and tell him she wanted a few of them to put in a glass of water for her room. She played the whole conversation in her mind and decided she could be convincing. The only remaining problem was forcing herself to act. His cell phone rang. He still had the same irritating little tune for a ringtone. She watched him snatch the phone out of his shirt pocket and flip it open. Yes? The phone call was like a message to Christine that she should act. She had been reluctant, but the call took all of Richard's attention. He was scowling down at the table, not even looking at her. Christine stood up and slowly, casually walked a couple of steps away from the table with her hands clasped behind her. She saw him look up at her for a second, but somehow he satisfied himself and stared down again. Of course it's me. What's the problem? She looked at the house. It still seemed quiet and empty. She walked a few more steps, pretending to look at the flowers in the rock garden, until her course led her around behind Richard. She moved her eyes to his back as she dug the rock free of the soil and started to pry it up. Richard suddenly stood and pivoted, and his hand jumped to her throat like a striking snake. He clutched the front of her top so it tightened on her neck. "What the fuck have you been doing?"
"Nothing," she said. "I just stood up to look at the flowers. I thought maybe—"
He shook her. "In your room!" She understood. Her eyes flicked to the window of her room. Behind the bars she could see the heads of two people moving around in there, and after a second she recognized them. As one of them passed close to the window and the light fell on blonde hair, she could tell it was Claudia Marshall, and then she saw the long black hair of Sybil Landro. They were searching her room, and they must have found her secret. Christine considered trying to reach for the rock, but Richard's grip on her blouse was too tight, the fabric almost choking her. She could barely move. His face was close to hers, and she could feel the puffs of wet air on her face as he spoke. "I left you alone," he said. "I made them give you some space to yourself. I trusted you." He started to walk, dragging her along by the front of her blouse. She was bent over, unable to keep up with him, and afraid she would trip and fall on the uneven flagstones of the patio. He jerked her inside, then sped up as he hauled her down the long hallway to her room. Christine was bent forward, looking at the floor and trying to keep from tripping and hurting herself, trying to hold back a bit to slow their progress. Her resistance seemed to make him more angry and rough. When they reached the slightly open door to her room, he gave it a kick so it swung open the rest of the way. Richard yelled, "Shit! I can't believe this!" The curtains had been taken down and tossed on the floor. The bed had been pulled away from the wall and the mattress flipped over. Every drawer and all the cupboard doors were open. She could see that the top was off the toilet tank in the bathroom, and Steve Deming was kneeling in front of the sink searching the cabinets. Staring at Christine with distaste were the two women she had gotten used to thinking of as bad angels. They were tall and attractive and stylish, like the mean girls at school, and they looked at her the way those girls used to, as though she were less than human. Christine felt her strength draining from her as soon as Richard pushed her inside the room. The damage she had done to the plaster wall and the mess the two women had made reduced her to shame and humiliation. She hated herself for being so vulnerable that these enemies could make her feel anything, but she couldn't seem to overcome her discomfort. Sybil Landro arched an eyebrow and said,
"You're no housekeeper, honey."
Claudia Marshall gave a bark of a laugh, just a single harsh sound. Then her mouth returned to the familiar smirk as she watched Christine. But Richard didn't see anything amusing. He seemed stung and outraged by the damage she had done to the plaster. She had seen little reaction to her angry words in the garden, but the gouged plaster of the wall had thrown him into a rage. "You little moron," he said, and pulled her closer to the wall. He changed his grip to the back of her neck. "Look at it!" He thrust her face close to the damaged wall. "What the fuck did you think you were doing?" Christine sensed that if she gave in now in front of these smirking women, she would be lost.
"I was doing what anybody would do, trying to get out."
Richard increased the pressure on her neck until he had pushed her face against the plaster. "There's no way you could get out. Didn't you pay any attention when you were working for me? Didn't you see how old houses were built? There are wooden laths and plaster, then 2x4s and insulation, then sheets of plywood, then siding." He didn't seem to see that she had been trying to reach the bolts that held the bars over the window, but she didn't want to use that to defend herself. She was beginning to fear he would break the bones in her face against the wall.
"I guess I didn't pay that much attention."
"I guess you didn't." He jerked her backward and pushed her so she fell onto the bed. He said to the others, "Take her to the other room, will you? I don't trust myself with her any more." He didn't stop on his way out the door. The two women pulled Christine to her feet. They seemed to think she was resisting. Claudia bent her wrist and twisted her hand to make her walk beside her. Sybil Landro held her other arm. They steered her out of the room, down the hall 2 doors to another bedroom. This one was smaller and plainer, with very little furniture. They released her in front of the bed, and she sat down, fighting back tears. Sybil said,
"You stupid cow. You don't know when you've got it good, do you?" "Maybe not."
Sybil bent slightly so her black eyes held Christine's.
"There's something you ought to think about. We're working for Richard. If we weren't, there wouldn't be anyone to tell us what to do and what not to do."
"What does that mean?"
Claudia Marshall was standing a few paces back with her arms folded. "You still don't get it? What's happening here is what Richard wants to happen. You think that without him you'd be free. The truth is, all you'd be is dead." Christine said nothing. "You haven't paid for what you've done because our client wants that baby you're carrying to be born. That's all that's kept you alive. As long as he wants you here, you will be here." The two women turned and went out the door. Christine heard the door lock. No one returned with food or to check on her. A few hours later, a bit after 7 in the evening, her water broke and contractions began. At 7 the next morning, the contractions were making her strain to keep from screaming, so she was sure her labor must be nearly over. Ruby came into the room, saw what was going on, and ran out. At 9, a man that the women addressed as Doctor arrived with a bag full of medical supplies and equipment. He spoke little, and when he did, it was in Spanish. He took Christine's temperature and blood pressure, listened to her heart and lungs, and then went away. The woman he brought with him as an assistant spoke no English either. She wore tight jeans, high heels, and a black top that was extremely low cut to show the gold chain with a heavy cross on it that rested between her breasts. The woman read Spanish-language magazines about movie stars, which she put down once every hour to examine Christine. Afterward she would go outside for a while and return smelling strongly of cigarette smoke. After her 4th trip, in the late afternoon, she brought the doctor back with her and together they pushed the television set from Christine's old room in on a cart. The woman watched shows on the Spanish-language stations in which people were invited down from the audience by young women in bikinis to participate in some kind of competition, while Christine's pain almost made her faint. After midnight, Christine went into the final stages of labor, and only then did the woman in high heels seem to wake up and become active. The baby was born, and as soon as the doctor cut the umbilical cord and got the baby to breathe, the woman washed it and wrapped it and took it away. Christine did get to see that it was a boy, and that it was big and seemed healthy. She cried for joy and relief. After a few minutes, Sybil and Claudia and Ruby appeared and moved Christine to her old room, which had been restored and rearranged. There was a white crib pushed up close to the bed, and a changing table by one wall. The Mexican woman gave Christine an injection, and she lay in the bed still crying until she fell asleep. When Christine awoke, Ruby Beale was in the room with her.
"Good morning," she said. "How are you feeling?"
"Where's my baby?"
Christine said. She was overcome with a feeling of panic. Was he dead? Had they already taken him away?
"Ready to see him?"
"What have you done with him?"
Ruby went out the door, and a moment later the Mexican woman came in carrying the baby wrapped in a soft cotton blanket and wearing a small cap, so only his little reddish face peeked out, his puffy eyes like slits. The Mexican woman seemed to have softened since the baby was born, and as long as all of her attention was on the baby, she was cooing and making little sounds with her lips. When she looked at any adult, she seemed to bristle and glare. But she brought the baby and set him at Christine's breast, and kept rearranging him until he began to nurse. This was the strangest feeling of all for Christine.
"He's a little bit early," said Ruby, "but I wouldn't even call him a preemie. He's over 5 pounds, just about normal weight."
After a few minutes the two women left, and after that the world was populated only by Christine and her baby. When they had been together for an hour, the door opened again, and Ruby and the Mexican woman returned. The woman lifted the baby off Christine and took him out of the room.
"Let me hold him,"
said Christine, but the woman didn't seem to hear or understand.
"Don't worry," said Ruby.
He'll be back soon
enough. He just needs to be changed, and you need breakfast. If you're going to nurse, you've also got to eat."
Christine said,
"I want him. You have no right to take him away."
She felt terrible fear and love for the baby.
"Can't you hear me? I want him with me."
"Have you figured out what to name him yet?"
"I'm sure you have."
"No, the mother gets to do that. I have some suggestions, though. Andy might be a good name. His name is Robert."
"Robert," repeated Ruby. "Robert Andrew Beale."
"Robert Monahan. His name can't be Beale because it's not a legal marriage, and I'm not naming him after your husband."
Ruby patted her, but her expression was cool and distracted, and not nearly as gentle as she had been before the birth.
"Please yourself,"
she said. Routines developed over the next few days. At first the Mexican woman brought Robert in only to be nursed, but then Christine began to spend more and more time with Robert, and to change and dress him and hold him. It was when she was alone, without Robert, that Christine was forced to think. A big, healthy boy was just what the Beales had wanted. Maybe if he had been a girl, the Beales would have been disappointed in Christine and decided she wasn't suitable, and would have let Christine take her baby and go. But Christine reminded herself that during the past 2 weeks she had spent many hours listening to Ruby and Andy Beale talk about the baby, and neither of them had ever expressed any interest in whether it was a boy or a girl. They wanted a baby, period. The thought made Christine panicky, and set her mind off again on its circular course. She kept remembering what Claudia and Sybil had said about Richard keeping her alive. Maybe they would be allowed to kill her now that Robert had been born. The thought made Christine's heart pound and her head ache, but she couldn't think of anything she could do to stop them. Whenever she heard a sound in the hallway, she jumped, then tensed her muscles and waited, listening intently. After a week, she said to Ruby,
"Richard hasn't been to see me. Do you want him to?" "No." "Are you sure? Has he asked if I was okay?"
"Sure. I told him you were fine."
Christine came to the part that worried her.
"Has he been to see Robert?"
"That he did," said Ruby.
"The first day, or at least the second. He came in and looked him over. He hasn't been alone with him, has he?"
"No. He knows nothing at all about babies. He's not going to be the sort of father who changes a diaper. Get that out of your mind."
At around that time, they began to grant Christine more freedom. She was allowed to sit with Ruby, Robert, and the Mexican woman in the gardens, and sometimes to walk with them on the grass or dip her feet in the pool. The one thing that nobody would ever allow Christine to do was be outside with the baby alone.
"Why don't you let me be alone outside with Robert?"
"Too much sun isn't good for him."
"Or for anybody else. We're never outside for long, and he's always shaded."
Ruby eyed Christine wearily.
"Let's just say it helps the rest of us to feel at ease. If he's inside, you can wander around out here pretty much as you please. We know you won't go anywhere. The gate is locked anyway."
"Then what are you worried about?"
"Honey, this is for your own good, for everybody's good. You must know that I have some control over certain things around here, but not others."
"Then who does have control of them?"
"Mostly my husband, Andy. But there are complicated issues here. Everybody has his own set of concerns. Getting into trouble, for instance. Richard and his hired people have a say in those areas, whether I want them to or not. None of them wants to be vulnerable, and I don't think any of them will tolerate much risk."
"They didn't mind the risk of kidnapping me?"
"If you were to take off and run to the police, then by the time you got back, Robert wouldn't be here any more."
"You mean they'd kill him?"
"I mean exactly what I said. I didn't say dead, I said gone. His crib and his toys and his clothes would be gone. You would never, ever know what became of him."
She stared at her with what looked a lot like compassion.
"I think you and I have got to team up and be sure that never happens. Don't you?"
It was only a few days after that conversation that the rules changed again. Christine was still nursing Robert every couple of hours, and soon it felt like too much work for someone to hear the baby cry, pick him up and carry him down the hall, unlock the room, and bring him to Christine. They let Robert stay with her. She liked it much better that way. At first she did what she was told, and had Robert sleep in his crib until he woke up crying for milk, but then she brought him to bed with her and kept him there until daylight. She got up one day and began to take stock of the world outside Robert. She needed to escape, now more than ever before. Now that he had been born, the Beals really didn't need her. She was a threat to them, a dangerous person who just might sneak out of her room sometime and get them arrested. The two women, Claudia and Sybil, were longing to be allowed to murder her. Richard certainly had no affection for her any more, and he didn't even seem to have a sexual interest in her. It occurred to her that there was a way and a time to escape. She realized now that she had been foolish to try so hard when she was 9 months pregnant. There never had been a way out then. Everyone had been watching her, expecting her to try. Even if she had made it out of this room into the sunlight, there was no way a woman near the end of a pregnancy was going to outrun anybody who thought his life might depend on catching her. But now Robert had arrived and changed everything around him. Ruby and Andy Beale were absolutely enthralled. Nothing mattered to them any more except their grandson. Ruby never talked about Richard any more and barely noticed Christine. She would come into the room and head straight for Robert, not even looking directly at Christine, even though she was nursing him. Richard was still lurking around the premises part of the time. He went to work as usual, and Christine was under the impression that he still slept at the house where he and she had lived together. But he was sometimes visible through the window or down the hall in the late afternoon or evening. He would sit at the outdoor table smoking cigarettes with the Mexican woman. Other times he would be on the back lawn talking to Steve Deming, Pete Tilton, Claudia, and Sybil. The two men just came here to meet with him, but the two women were here all the time. Apparently they had moved in to guard Christine, but they seemed to spend more and more time with Richard. Once the three of them went swimming in the pool, and it occurred to Christine that it was the only time she had seen anyone go near it, although she had been here for 2 weeks. She realized that people weren't very interested in her anymore. They were only watching Robert, and they were all so arrogant and sure of themselves. She needed to keep them that way. During the night, Christine got everything ready. 2 receiving blankets, 2 one-piece outfits, 2 little knit caps. Andy and Ruby had begun bringing toys when Christine arrived, and Robert was still just the baby, a theoretical person who might be male or might be female. One of the toys was a cute baby doll. When Christine had seen it, she had wondered if Ruby had lost whatever weak hold on reality she'd had. No child would be able to play with that for 2 years or more. The odd thing was that now that Robert was born, the doll seemed to bear a faint resemblance to him. It had the same light skin and the same cap of dark hair. Christine supposed that Ruby had looked at her and Richard and made a fairly accurate guess at what the baby was going to look like. She hadn't done as well at guessing the sex. At 10 in the morning, Christine opened the window of her room. She had dressed the doll and wrapped it in a blue receiving blanket, then put the little stocking cap on it. She opened the window, looked to be sure nobody was outside, pushed the doll between the bars, and let it drop to the ground behind the thick shrubs. Then she closed the window again. She fed Robert, dressed him in a one-piece suit exactly like the suit she had put on the doll, and wrapped him in an identical blue receiving blanket. At 10:30, Ruby came to her room just as she had been doing for the past few days. Ruby said, "Our boy is looking pretty good, isn't he?"
"Robert is doing great,"
said Christine. Sometimes it had occurred to her that Ruby said things that appeared to test her acceptance of her life of captivity, but were really meant to test her sincerity. If Christine had suddenly acted as though she was getting used to this, then Ruby would have known she was about to try something. She had to be very careful with Ruby. Ruby said,
"Want to take him out for a while?"
"I don't know,"
said Christine.
"Is it hot out there? I don't want him in the sun."
"So sit in the shade with him. A little fresh air and indirect sunlight will be good for both of you."
Ruby held the door open. As Christine walked to the doorway past her, Ruby said just above a whisper,
"And if you don't mind my saying it, honey, there's nothing wrong with a little exercise for you either. The sooner you get rid of that weight, the better things will seem. Nobody feels her best with an ass like a tugboat."
Christine carried Robert down the hall. Her jaw muscles were working, but she didn't realize it until the muscles suddenly felt tired. She artificially relaxed them and blew out a breath through her teeth. When she reached the first sliding glass door, she opened it and stepped outside. Christine walked toward the back of the yard, keeping Robert's face in the shade of her shoulder. When she got a few yards from the house, she realized that Ruby had followed her. Ruby said,
"I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, Chris."
Christine gave her a look she hoped was withering.
"What hurts me is being a prisoner. I don't really care what any of you think about my ass."
Ruby pursed her lips and moved closer.
"I apologize. Sometimes I'm a little too quick to talk without thinking. But I'm just trying to be your friend. I've been watching Richard. It's possible he's gotten over the shock of everything that's happened, and he'd be receptive to some sort of reconciliation if you made the right move."
"I didn't do anything to him, before I was kidnapped or after. If he's unhappy, that's his fault."
"That's not the point. Robert deserves a father. Don't you want to know why I think he might be interested?"
Christine shrugged.
"No, but if you want to tell me, I can't stop you. I saw him watching you with Robert yesterday. He was in the house while you were out here. He didn't come out to talk to you or anything, but I could see there was something going on in his mind. The two of you just look so pretty, you with Robert in your arms around sunset. You and I talked about this before. I know that you cared about him once, loved him even. You mean I'm supposed to try to get Richard to take me back? I know that isn't on your agenda right now," Ruby said, "but sometime you might feel less bitter. You've also got to realize that looking your best isn't giving in to anybody. It gives you the power."
She patted Christine's shoulder and stepped back.
"Well, I've got to get going. I've got shopping to do, and the cook wants some help picking out dinners for the next few days. We've got so many more people living here now."
Christine began to feel her heart beating faster and faster as Ruby crossed the lawn. Could she be forgetting that Christine was alone out here with the baby in her arms? Ruby went inside and started to close the door, but before she could do it, Sybil and Claudia both slithered outside and started across the yard toward her. As they came, she could see their eyes were like the eyes of cops, full of suspicion and yet detached, confident that they would detect her hidden intentions and be able to block them. They turned their heads this way and that to scan the yard to be sure Christine was alone, then stared at her to be sure she wasn't up to something and wasn't planning to move. The fact that they would be the ones to watch her this time made her frightened, but she also felt eager. Fooling them would make her revenge even better. Then she wondered if she had been unconsciously feeling reluctant to fool Ruby, or maybe afraid she'd have to hurt her to get away. As Sybil and Claudia stepped in her direction, Christine pretended not to notice them. She held Robert and turned to walk along the grassy edge of the garden, being sure to turn only to the right, so when they arrived, she was innocently moving away from the gap in the hedges that led to the driveway. Sybil stationed herself between Christine and the driveway, and Claudia stopped about 20 feet away, ready to move to the right or left if Christine changed course. Christine kept her face close to Robert's and murmured to him musically about the green grass and the blue sky and what a beautiful boy he was. And she kept walking. But she could see from their dull expressions and their slouching posture that Claudia and Sybil were already finding this guard duty dull. Christine would pit her love of Robert and her determination to escape against the two women's ability to fight their boredom and laziness. She knew that they would tire of this job in a few minutes. It had surprised her at first to see that Sybil and Claudia had absolutely no interest in Robert. Most women were fascinated with newborn babies, wanted to look at them and touch them and hold them, but these two didn't. The only attention they paid to Robert was the attention necessary to keep him and Christine imprisoned at this house. Christine kept walking, looking at Robert's face and cooing to him, and that was something she already knew she could do for hours at a time. She never looked at the two women, never talked to them, but kept herself intensely aware of where each of them was. Christine kept at it for an hour and a half before the two women decided it wasn't necessary to stand while she walked. They sat down, Claudia beside the gap in the hedge, and Sybil near the spot where the grass gave way to the grove of trees. Christine waited, and gradually the two began to let their eyes stray and look elsewhere, at the house, the gardens, and each other. When she saw them step close together so they could talk, Christine slowly made the course of her movements take her closer to the house. She picked a poppy at the edge of the lawn and held it up so Robert could see the bright orange flower. She sat on an Adirondack chair overlooking the pool and concentrated on keeping the sun out of Robert's eyes and off his baby skin. She knew that thinking about him would make her able to outlast Sybil and Claudia. Robert was awake, and it seemed to Christine that he was looking with curiosity at the light and shadows as the wind made the trees sway back and forth near the buildings. The two women were more comfortable now that Christine was away from the forbidden places. The gap in the hedge, which Christine could now see was an open wrought-iron gate, and the pathway around the garage to the cars. As long as the pair were between her and those places, they felt comfortable enough to sit talking. When Robert cried for milk, they looked up for a second, saw Christine lifting her shirt to nurse him, and looked away again. After Robert was fed, Christine began to walk again, holding him upright to burp him with his face resting on a cloth diaper on her shoulder. This time she walked along the side of the house. Robert was happy and full, and after a few minutes he fell asleep. Christine continued walking along in the shade of the house, looking in the windows at the deserted rooms, and then came to the barred window of her own room. She used the diaper from her shoulder to wipe a little milk off Robert's lip, but then dropped the diaper. She knelt down and checked to be sure she was behind the Adirondack chairs and out of sight of the women. Christine's heart began to speed up as she lay her beautiful, perfect son in his blue blanket on the bed of cedar chips under her window, picked up the diaper and the baby doll wrapped in the same kind of blue blanket, cradled it in her arms just the way she had cradled Robert, and walked along the side of the house in the direction of the sliding door. She was confident that Claudia and Sybil would never offer to take Robert in to the nurse or to watch over him while he slept, but she was not so sure they wouldn't move close enough to see what she was carrying. She had to dawdle just enough to let them notice that she was taking the baby into the house. In the reflection in the glass wall, she caught the glance that Sybil gave her, saw her say something to Claudia, and then the two got up off the lawn and began to move toward the house behind her. She resisted the temptation to hurry in order to stay far enough ahead of them. They were predatory creatures, unconsciously cruel like a pair of wide-eyed feral cats, and any tiny sign of fear or nervousness would be like the shriek of a wounded bird. They would be on her in a second. Christine went inside and left the sliding door open, hoping it looked as though she simply didn't care enough to shut it. She forced herself to walk slowly down the hallway with the doll wrapped in the blanket, swaying gently from side to side to rock the lifeless piece of rubber to keep it asleep. As she reached the open door of her bedroom, she turned back and let herself see first Sybil, then Claudia step in through the sliding door, and then move beyond her sight into the great room. She slipped into the bedroom and quickly arranged the doll in Robert's crib. She placed it on its side and pushed a small, firm pillow behind its back to keep it on its side, facing away from the door, then covered it with another receiving blanket. Every second that passed, Christine was listening for the sound of Robert's little voice to rise from outside the window a few feet away. She already knew him so well that she could hear in her imagination the first tentative cooing sound that he would make if he woke up on the ground behind the shrubbery along the house. Then there would be an inquiring noise, a sound that was intended to call her. If he didn't see, hear, or feel her after that, there would be a loud cry. Someone would hear it, and they would know. She felt afraid to delay by even a second, and afraid to go on with this. She wished she had done more to prepare, wished she had tried instead to find the Beals' bedroom in this huge place and sneak into it alone. There might be an actual telephone plugged in, and not just empty jacks as there were in the rest of the house. But Christine dismissed those thoughts. She was already moving, and she had to think about what she needed to do. Christine snatched up the magazine she had been reading the night before. The impression she wanted to make was that she had put Robert to sleep under the eye of the baby nurse, and was now taking a break by herself. She sauntered back down the hall, fixing a tired, bored expression on her face. Where the hallway opened onto the great room, she walked along, aware of Sybil and Claudia. Each of them had arranged herself on one of the big white couches in feline repose. They paid little attention to Christine, but she knew they saw her, and had appraised how she walked and held herself, what she was carrying, how her face looked. If there was a tremor in her hand or a stiffness to her gait that she hadn't suppressed, she knew they had already detected it. She held her mind empty for a few seconds, waiting for one of them to spring up or yell or even shoot her. Nothing happened, so she walked on. Christine wouldn't do anything but step outside through the same door they had just come in. It was the simplest, most direct route to the safe places, the ones where she was allowed to be. She went out and sat in one of the Adirondack chairs where they could see her without moving from their couches, and began to leaf through the makeup advertising at the front of her magazine. All of her senses were raw, as though the skin had been peeled back and the nerves were exposed to the air, throbbing and waiting to be irritated. Robert wasn't making noises yet, and the women were lying still. 2 cars went past on the road beyond the hedge, and Christine felt worried at first that they would pull into the driveway, and then devastated because they might have been the last cars to go by for an hour. She had missed them, and maybe they had been the ones that had been meant to find her and Robert by the roadside and save them. Time was short and diminishing now, a lit fuse. She looked up, shaded her eyes from the sun petulantly, got up and moved to another chair, closer to Robert's place under the barred window, and invisible from the couches inside. She needed one of the 2 women to see her, so she waited. She counted to 20, then counted 50 more, pretending to read her magazine but unable to concentrate on the sentences, which seemed to be lists of disconnected words. She caught a movement in the corner of her eye, so she lazily lifted her gaze toward the grove of trees at the end of the yard like a person lost in thought, then half-turned her head and saw Claudia. She was standing on the inner side of the glass door, craning her neck slightly to look along the side of the house at Christine. Christine sighed and half-turned her body to face away from Claudia, and turned more pages. She counted to 70 again, then glanced back at the door. Claudia was gone. Christine stood quickly, hurried around the Adirondack chairs to the shrubs under her window, and gently lifted Robert. He was still asleep, still peaceful and unharmed. She followed the steps that she had been imagining in fragmentary form since she had been caught and brought here. She walked briskly along the edge of the vast green lawn toward the back. She had always known this would be part of her route, because she could see the grove of trees, the deep, cool shadows from her room. She had known she could make it all the way, or nearly all the way, to the grove before the angle of the path made her visible to the people behind the glass in the great room. But walking it in real life was an ordeal. It was much farther than she had imagined it to be, and the need to walk fast was a terrible temptation, because walking fast might wake Robert. She held him like a shallow bowl of water, keeping him level and never allowing him to tip or feel a bump. When at last she reached the shade of the trees, she was already breathing hard and sweating. She kept going farther from the house for another 100 feet, so the number of tree trunks between her and the house would make her harder to see. Christine turned right when she got to the big brick wall at the back of the property. She could tell that she wasn't as hard to see from the house as she had hoped. If they missed her and began to look around, they would certainly be able to spot her within a minute or 2. But she was far from the house now, and that would help. The grove was wide, at least as far as a football field, and she had to cross it quickly. The piled-up leaves were slippery and noisy, and once her toe hit a raised tree root, and she jolted Robert so hard that he gave a startled reflex. She hummed to him to make him aware she was there, and corrected the way she cradled him to make him more comfortable, and he sank back into sleep. The sweat was pouring from Christine's scalp down her forehead now, and her breaths came in little huffs, as though she had been jogging. She could see the back of the long garage ahead through the trees. She kept moving as quickly as she could, corrected her course to go along the outer wall so close that she sometimes brushed it. And then she was there. She walked to the corner of the garage, slipped silently along the narrow passageway between the back wall of the property and the side wall of the garage toward the open brick pavement in front. She approached the end of the passageway,
and she knew there would be open garages and probably cars parked in the open. She stopped, leaned forward slowly and carefully, and looked. There was Richard's car. Her chest seemed to tighten, and her eyes watered for joy. She knew the car, knew Richard's unbreakable habit of leaving a magnetic case with an extra key in it in the compartment that held the gas cap. She looked out farther, saw that the 6 garage doors were all open, and saw the front ends of cars, but saw no people. She stepped out. Sybil Landreau stepped out of the garage beside her.
"Where do you think you're going?"
She had failed. All of that effort had failed. Christine gave a wan smile.
"For a little walk, that's all. Lying bitch."
She noticed for the first time that Sybil had a gun stuck into the waistband of her jeans. Sybil took a couple of strides toward her, and Christine turned and took 2 steps to get back around the corner of the garage. When Christine looked the way she had come, she could see Claudia standing at the far end of the passageway, walking toward her. Claudia called, "This time you don't get another chance. Take a last look at him." Christine's heart froze. They were going to take Robert away from her. She heard Sybil's footsteps, knelt quickly, set him down, and then leaped toward the sound. She threw her fist into Sybil's face, but somehow the face wasn't there when her fist reached it. She felt Sybil's first blow as a revelation. She had never been hit in that way before, a strike so fast and hard that her head snapped to the side and she felt dizzy. The second blow was a quick punch to her chest. She was down on the hard brick pavement, wondering if the paralysis she felt was permanent. She heard a door slam some distance away. She looked up to see Ruby's overweight, middle-aged body coming from the house, a great deal of arm pumping and bouncing, but steps that were too small to bring her here in time. Christine heard Ruby's voice. "No, don't!" And suddenly she knew. Claudia hadn't meant that Robert was the one going away. Christine saw Sybil Landreau tug the pistol out of her waistband and hold it out toward her with a straight arm. Christine saw the muzzle flash, heard the bang, and felt something like fire spreading over her upper body. Chapter 24. When Carrie came home from the hospital at precisely 6:15, Jane knew that the traffic had moved at its usual pace, with none of the sudden fits of highway repair that occurred in the Buffalo area during the late summer. Jane stood at the side window in the dining room and watched him drive his BMW up the long, sloping driveway, follow it around the corner of the house to the carriage house his great-grandfather had converted to a garage, and stop. He didn't pull in beside her Volvo, as she had expected. Even though Carrie's car wasn't particularly small, when he got out he seemed to be unfolding, his long arms and legs straightening. She could feel the sense of freedom he was feeling to stand at his full height. She had known him for so long now, listened to him and watched him so many times since she had met him in college, that it often seemed to her that she could feel what his nerves felt and see what his eyes saw. She turned from the window, then heard him open the kitchen door and then close it. As Jane walked through the dining room to the kitchen, she saw his eyes focus on her and his smile appear, and she felt it again. She began to see herself in his expression. She touched her hair to sweep it back from her eyes. "Wow," he said. "As I was driving here, I hoped a stunningly beautiful raven-haired woman would just show up. I need a date for dinner tonight." "Raven-haired?" She laughed. "Do you actually think in words like that?"
"I don't think when I talk to you. I just start talking."
He reached out, pulled her to his chest, and kissed her.
"So how about that dinner? I made a reservation at Oliver's."
"I'm perfectly happy to cook. It's all easy stuff that could be ready in 20 minutes. A couple of steaks, fresh asparagus, corn on the cob."
"Keep them for another day. Tonight we're going to celebrate, not do dishes."
"What are we celebrating?"
"I guess we're celebrating a great August day."
"I can support that. But you know I always feel a little sad when it's August. It's sunny and warm, and the leaves are all as thick and green as they can get, and everything has grown all summer.
It's so perfect, but that means it's going to end. Then it's even more crucial. We've got to get this in before the end. Pretty soon fall will descend on us. Fall on us, in fact. Besides, maybe I'm just learning to appreciate you because I missed you so much while you were away this summer, and I want to show it.
That gives me something to celebrate, she said.
But I hadn't been suffering from a lack of appreciation before.
When is the reservation you made? I assume you've given me no time to get ready.
7:30. You have an hour.
She stood on tiptoes and kissed him. Then come on, let's get started. We can share a shower and save water.
He followed her to the staircase. I love saving water. I'll bet.
And as she climbed the stairs, she felt the same sensation she had felt earlier, that she could see herself through his eyes, and what he was seeing made him feel not just a sense of warmth and contentment, but actual joy. At 4 a.m, Jane was asleep, but she was becoming more and more aware that she was cold. She snuggled closer to Carrie's side, trying to get farther under the cover and be in the zone of heat his body radiated.
Janie, you can't lie around like this.
Harry? She sat up. As always in her dreams, Harry wore his moss-green sport coat. When he had picked it out, he'd undoubtedly had no idea that he would wear it forever.
He said, "You're cold, aren't you?"
Yes. She rubbed her bare arms.
The summer is over. Days are shorter already. Things are in motion.
What things?
He shrugged to make the coat sit properly on his narrow, rounded shoulders.
You know.
She's safe, isn't she?
His chest rose and fell in the characteristic sigh she remembered from when he was alive.
What is it?
You're suddenly interested again? You take a little vacation and pretend the whole universe has stopped to wait. You took half the summer off, mostly to lie around in bed with your husband.
That's not fair. I checked on her twice through her doctor. Communicating with a runner makes her weak and homesick, and sometimes it helps her enemies find her.
Oh, then I take it back.
And I've tried to find out more about the people who were after her. I haven't gotten past the false names yet, but I will. She stopped. Harry, what did you come to tell me?
Remind you.
What don't I know?
The cold told you. It's already time. It's begun.
Jane awoke, and she was lying in the bed, the covers thrown off. The air had changed during the night. In the few hours while she was asleep, the smell and taste of it had changed. The hot, humid summer air had been replaced by a dry, still cold. Jane got up and went to the window, pushed aside the gauzy white curtains, and quietly slid down the sash to close it. She went back into the bed, lay close to Carrie, but didn't close her eyes. Today would be the day. She knew why she was having hairy dreams. Christine had seldom been out of her mind since the beginning of the summer, but Jane had resisted the strong temptation to keep calling her. Jane had waited, making plans. She still had over 2 weeks before Christine's due date, and first babies were usually late, but she wanted to be there in plenty of time. Jane got up and dressed in the dark. She drove to Daganoweda, went into the house where she had grown up, and then up the stairs into the bedroom. She knew what she needed to bring, and packing didn't take long. There would be one suitcase that contained the minimum wardrobe and could be thrown away. She was going to carry a different purse this time. This one had 2 main compartments, and between them a space for a handgun. As always, Jane's suitcase contained a lot of black jeans, black pullovers, black running shoes, black flats, a black dress. She had also gradually gathered a large collection of $100 bills. Once she had Christine set up in Austin, she would leave the excess with her to delay the day when Christine had to do anything that would make her visible. Pay by credit card, get a job, put the baby in daycare. Jane had nagging feelings of uncertainty about this trip. Things had not seemed right from the beginning,
But she had not been able to identify what she was missing. The cities and departments Jane had selected were right for Christine. The name Linda Wells, the look, the backstory were all right for her. What hadn't Jane seen? What had she forgotten to do? Jane went down to move the ladder in the basement, disconnected the old disused heating duct, and looked in her hiding place. She picked up the identification packet that Stuart Shattuck had sent her for Christine. He had done a thorough job of collecting the identification she would need. That was one of the things that had moved one generation further while she had been out of the profession. Now the business consisted of creating antecedent documents and using them to apply for real ones of another sort, then using the first real ones to apply for other real ones. For an artist like Stuart, the work was making birth certificates, marriage licenses, fake driver's licenses that a runner would use as identification in applying for a real license in a different state or a foreign country. She looked over the documents in the kit. They were all genuine. Driver's license, passport, birth certificate, social security card, all in the name Mary Watson. Jane smiled when her eyes passed across the name. Stuart always favored names near the end of the alphabet, on the theory that some searchers gave up or got careless by the time they reached the ends of lists. He had gotten her Visa, MasterCard, and American Express cards, then thrown in a health club membership, a library card, an auto club membership. Jane put them all back in the wallet and took it with her. She reached far back in the duct and pulled out a canvas bag. Inside were 2 9mm Beretta M92 handguns, a box of ammunition, and 2 spare magazines. One she would carry in the purse and one in the suitcase. She carefully closed the heating duct, moved the ladder away from it, and went back upstairs. Jane drove back to Amherst to the McKinnon house before Carrie woke. She was making breakfast when she heard the sound of Carrie's feet coming down the stairs. "I'm in here," she called. Carrie walked into the room, saw that Jane was dressed in the black clothes she favored for traveling, saw the suitcase near the back door, and stopped. "Oh." She looked at him apologetically. "I'm afraid it's today." "How long?" "I don't know. I'm going for the birth of the baby, which could happen as soon as next week. But first babies tend to be on the late side." "I've heard," he said. "I'm a doctor." "I thought you just said that to get dates." She could see he wasn't amused. "And after the baby?" "After the birth, I'll wait at least a couple of weeks, letting the 2 of them get stronger so we can travel. I'll move them to their new home, spend a few more weeks helping her get settled, and making sure they're safe." "That sounds like 5 to 6 weeks," he said. "It will be if everything goes really well," she said. "Otherwise it could be longer, maybe much longer." "I'm sorry. She's a tough person, but she's very young, and she's alone." "Will you call and tell me how it's going?" "Of course not. If they've figured out who I am, they'll be listening." "I didn't think so." "Will you tell me where you're headed now?" "I'll go, and when I'm done, I'll come home. You know how this works. Nobody knows anything about places, and it makes everybody safer." "I'm not sure what to say. Drive carefully?" He sat at the table and watched her. The silence grew longer until it was a barrier between them. "I'm wondering how much of the attraction is the girl, and how much is the baby. Can you tell me that at least?" "I'd say half and half," she said. 2 people. She turned toward him, her eyes narrowing. He met her stare. "You're avoiding the question. You haven't done anything like this in years. Why this one?" "Because it was a pregnant girl. Other times you took people away from their troubles, gave them new names, and that was the last they saw of you." "I left when I thought they were safe," she said. "I don't think she's safe yet, and she asked me to come back. If I'm there to help her make the big transition, she'll be more likely to survive them. You're right that I like babies, Carrie.
I love babies. But if you think it's going to make me happy to watch another woman having a new baby and then spend a couple of months teaching her how to take care of it, you're wrong. That's pure pain. She's going to have what I want most, and that's not pleasant. But I'm going to do it. He looked down at the table, and she set his plate of eggs in front of him carefully, as though she were keeping herself from throwing it. He looked down at the plate and pushed it away. I love you. I'm sorry. Me too. He put his arms around her and held her. I know you believe you have to do this. I do have to. When are you leaving? In a minute or two. I just wanted to wait until you were awake so I could say goodbye. And there's no point in having the last thing we remember about today be an argument. He put his arms around her and held her. She gave him a long, lingering kiss. Thanks, Carrie. She stepped back. This is a good time to go. They walked to the back door, and he picked up her suitcase to carry it. If he noticed that it was much heavier than it looked because of the guns and ammunition, he didn't show it. They went down the steps by the back door and walked to the garage. He said, Be careful. Jane took her suitcase from him, kissed him once more, then turned away. During the summer, she had bought a 5-year-old Ford SUV under the name Willa Stall. She'd bought new tires, had the vehicle serviced, and made sure it would get her across the country. She took out the pair of thin goatskin gloves she had in her purse and put them on before she touched the door handle, got in, and looked back at the house, then at Carrie. I love you. Then she started the engine. Carrie stepped away from the vehicle, and she backed out, waved once, and drove off. As she steered along the quiet street under the big trees and turned onto the boulevard in the direction of the throughway entrance, she couldn't force her thoughts away from Carrie. It had occurred to her that if Carrie had not been persistent, she would never have married. By the time she was 22, she had lost nearly everyone she loved. Her father had died in a construction accident on a bridge in Washington when she was 12, and her mother had died of cancer shortly after she graduated from college. Her grandparents were long gone. She had retained relationships with the relatives on the Tonawanda Reservation and a few in other places. She spoke frequently with Jake Reinert, the elderly next-door neighbor in Daganoweda who had been her father's closest friend. But because of the work she did, she had become more and more adept at being elusive and difficult to corner. She was on the road most of the year, came and went quietly, and didn't cultivate any relationships that required her to answer questions. Jane had met Carrie at a party years before when they were students at Cornell. He was from Amherst, which was close enough so they could occasionally share rides home on holidays. She had lost touch with him for years after graduation, when he was in medical school and surgical residency, and then one day he had simply turned up at her front door in Daganoweda. She opened the door, and there he was. He said, Hi, I was just updating my address book. He had come back to live in Amherst, just as she had come back to Daganoweda. He had set up a practice doing surgery at Buffalo General. They became better friends than they'd ever been at college. She asked him to the movies. He took her to dinner. She did not recognize for the first year that he was courting her. He dated other women constantly, complained to her about them, and asked for her advice. He was a tall, handsome, funny young surgeon in a city where such men were as rare as whirling dervishes, so he got no sympathy from Jane Whitefield. Jane had never wanted to fall in love with Carrie McKinnon. She had resolutely remained his friend without encouraging anything more, until the evening when everything changed. She had been away with a client for a month, and came home physically exhausted and emotionally drained. He was at her house waiting for her with roses. She was simply too tired to care about her determination to keep him at a distance. He offered to rub her back, and while he was doing it, the barrier between them dissolved.
Afterward, he had been so concerned about her feelings that she'd had no choice but to admit she liked him more than before. A few months later, he asked her to marry him, and she refused. She explained that she was perfectly willing to keep having sex with him, but she couldn't have the sort of relationship that restricted her movements or required her to answer questions. For the next year, he stayed near her and waited. Eventually, as he had probably known it would, a day came when her reluctance stopped making sense to her. It was pointless. After she had spent a year going out with him most nights when she was in town and then sleeping with him, he asked her for the 100th time why she wouldn't marry him, and she gave in. Today was one of the reasons why she had been reluctant. She had not wanted to feel this way over and over, to experience this sense of loss, the knowledge that she might never see him again. She supposed she resented him a little, too, at the moment. Letting someone get so close to her had been an act of faith that she had known was a risk. Intimacy, letting someone see her weaknesses and doubts, shouldn't have been a license to use them in an argument. He should never have talked about the baby. It had been 5 years since she had taken to the road like this to meet a runner. What she was beginning to wonder was whether she had spent those 5 years trying to make herself into a different woman so she would be a good wife to Carrie, or if she had been using her marriage to him as a disguise to hide herself from her enemies. If it was the first, she was cheating herself, and if it was the second, she was cheating Carrie. Her route was the same one she had driven with Christine 3 months ago, but now the world she moved through was different. The northern latitudes had changed from summer to fall, so the air that rushed by outside the car was cooler, and the sun seemed always to shine at a lower angle, so it was in her eyes most of the day and went down just at dinner time. She drove as much as possible in the dark. At night, a car was just a pair of bright lights in a rear-view mirror. She was harder to see, and when she was seen, it would be harder to tell that she was a woman driving alone. Jane knew the best places to stop late at night as she made her way west. After midnight, the interstate highways outside cities were largely the domain of long-haul truckers, and the roads inside cities were mostly occupied by young men who would be better off doing their drinking at home. Jane stayed with the trucks and kept her speed just a few miles above the limit. She didn't want to take the chance of being pulled over by a cop and having him find 2 M92 Berettas and thousands of dollars in $100 bills. She made one stop to sleep at a motel outside Chicago, and then pushed on to Minneapolis, heading into the city after dawn with the sun at her back. Chapter 25. It was a clear, warm morning in Minneapolis. Jane waited until she judged that most of the people in Christine's apartment complex were up and off to work. She performed a drive around Christine's neighborhood, searching for signs of watchers. There were no men sitting in vehicles parked where they could watch Christine's apartment, no windows in nearby apartments with curtains hung too low so an eye or a lens could peer out above them. Jane drove through a second time and looked in all directions, not trying to detect anything specific, just looking at everything and being open to the possibility that she would see something unusual. There were more cars parked in the complex than there had been in June, because the students had returned from summer break. She found a parking space on the street, half opened the tailgate of her SUV, then changed her mind and closed it again. She would leave the suitcase in the back until she had spoken with Christine. She walked to the front door of Christine's building, carrying only her purse. She pushed the buzzer for number 4, Christine's apartment, and waited. Then pushed it again. It was nearly 9, and she had assumed Christine would be awake. Maybe she had gone out already. Jane walked to the driveway that led to the garage beneath the building. There was an iron gate across the entrance. Beyond it, she could see there were 16 spaces, 2 for each apartment. 7 had cars in them. She looked for the small gray Volkswagen Passat she had bought for Christine, but didn't see it. Jane took out her new phone and pressed Christine's telephone number.
The phone gave its ringing signal a few times, and Christine's voice came on.
This is Linda Wells. Please leave a message at the tone.
The cheerful, girlish voice didn't reassure Jane. She heard the tone and said, "It's me. I said I'd be back, and here I am. Here's my number." She recited it and closed the phone. Jane went back to her car, drove up the street, and stopped at a hotel she had seen on the way into town. She checked in and went to her room. She showered, changed her clothes, went down to the hotel restaurant and had breakfast. Then she called Linda Wells's number again and heard the same message. She went out to her car and drove back to the apartment complex. She walked to the front door again and buzzed Christine's apartment several times, but there was still no answer. She saw a small car coming up the main road of the complex. Its turn signal began to blink as the car approached Christine's building. Jane pivoted and went back down the steps as the car stopped in the driveway. The woman in the car looked young, only a couple of years older than Christine, with wavy red hair. She appeared not to notice Jane as she pressed her remote control, and the iron gate across the entrance swung upward. The woman drove in and turned to the right, and Jane cut across the flower bed and sidestepped into the garage just before the iron gate came down again. Jane stopped beside the nearest car and sat down on the pavement between its grille and the cinder-block wall. She listened as the woman who had driven in turned off her engine. That was reassuring to Jane. If the woman had seen her slip inside, she would have kept the car running and probably driven out again. Jane waited and heard the door slam and echo in the enclosed space, then heard her high heels, pock, 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 go to the door and into the building. When Jane heard the door swing shut, she got up and moved to it. The door was steel, and it was locked. Jane reached into her purse and took out a bookmark made of thin, flexible plastic. She slid it into the crack between the door and the jamb, then moved it down to the metal guard beside the door handle that kept people from slipping credit cards into the space to open the door. She pushed the plastic a few times until it slid the lock's plunger out of the way. She tugged the door open, stepped into the stairway, and climbed up to the corridor. When she was at Christine's apartment, Jane used the plastic bookmark again, went inside, and closed the door. Everything was wrong. The air smelled old, as though no window had been opened for a long time. Jane felt uneasy. She walked into the bedroom. The bed was made. Jane bent down and sniffed the pillowcase. There was a very faint perfumey scent from Christine's hair, but there was also a thin layer of dust. Jane noticed a copy of Vogue by the lamp beside the bed. She stepped closer and glanced at the date. September. It was a month old, because Jane had noticed that the October magazines were already out. Under it was a copy of American Baby. There was no address sticker on the front of either magazine. Christine didn't subscribe, almost certainly because she was only here using the name Linda Wells for a few months. She had undoubtedly bought the magazines at a supermarket or drugstore, where the only issues for sale were the latest. Would she buy them and not get around to reading them for so long? Jane went back through the living room and into the kitchen. She reached out to the refrigerator door. Before it was open an inch, she knew. There was plenty of food. Butter and eggs on the top shelf, squash, broccoli, asparagus, lettuce, tomatoes in the bottom drawer, a steak in its market package. Jane looked at the date on the open milk carton. The milk was about 2 weeks past its sell-by date. She looked at the steak. It was gray. The label's sell-by date was 3 weeks ago. Jane closed the refrigerator, turned around in the kitchen, and studied the apartment in a new way. Now it was a place that Christine had abandoned or been taken from. Jane knelt on the floor and examined the tile from the side, then eyed the carpet in the living room. She didn't see any stains or streaks from a big cleanup. Nothing in the apartment seemed to have been broken, and she couldn't see large footprints on the carpet. Whatever had happened here had been quiet and neat. She walked into the bathroom. The electric toothbrush was still plugged in, charging. The razors, lotions, makeup,
bubble bath, shampoo, and conditioner were all still here. She looked closely at the bathtub. It was clean and dry. As Jane went back into the bedroom, she checked the windows, looking for one that had an open or damaged latch, but she couldn't find one. She went to the closet. The clothes Christine had picked out at the mall were all hanging on their hangers. The apartment looked as though Christine had left it to go out on an errand. Jane entered the second bedroom. The baby things were all still there. She moved to the living room again, found the telephone book in a drawer beneath the phone, and looked up the number of the hospital where Christine had been planning to deliver. As she dialed the number, dozens of possibilities crowded one another in her mind. Christine could have been admitted early because of complications, and been lying in bed to avoid a miscarriage. She could already have had the baby prematurely, or be in labor right now. She could have been subject to paranoid fear, decided the apartment wasn't safe, and checked into a hotel. Christine could have met new friends and been invited to stay with them. She could have fallen down and broken a leg.
University Hospital.
"Hello," said Jane. "I'm calling to find out whether you've admitted my niece, Linda Wells, as a patient. That's Wells. She'd be in maternity, a patient of Dr. Molinari."
"One moment, please. I'll check for you."
Jane waited, holding her breath. The woman's voice had sounded warm and motherly. Maybe that was a good omen.
"No, I don't see her here."
"Is it possible she's been admitted and already discharged? I've just arrived from out of town."
"I'm sorry, but discharge information isn't on my computer. You said Molinari, right? If he's the admitting physician, you should probably check with his office. I have the number right here. Do you have a pen?"
"I have the number, thanks." After a few rings, Jane got Dr. Molinari's answering service. "I'm the aunt of one of Dr. Molinari's patients, Linda Wells, and I need to have the doctor or his office call me as soon as possible about her. I'll be at her phone number." Jane read the number off Christine's telephone. It was 35 minutes before the doctor returned her call. "Doctor, I'm Linda's aunt. I was with her when she first came to you, and we've talked a few times since then." "Of course, I remember you," said the doctor. "I'm in town now to help her during the delivery and the first month or two with the baby. I'm at her apartment, and she's not here, and I'm worried. Is she all right?" "I'm very glad you called," he said. "I haven't seen her for nearly a month. She skipped her last couple of checkups. My office has been calling and sending her reminder cards, but we haven't heard from her. I don't have her file here, but as you know, she could deliver any time now. Having regular checkups is essential to ensure her well-being and the health of her child." "I know," said Jane. "If it's a question of the fees or transportation, we can always work something out." "No, there's nothing like that," said Jane. "I was calling because I thought she might have been admitted to a hospital. She had been talking about visiting another aunt before the baby is born, so she may have done it and forgotten to tell us." "Thanks, Doctor. We'll be in touch. Goodbye." Jane couldn't be sure exactly what had happened, but she knew she had to exhaust a few possibilities. She opened the telephone book again and made the same call to all of the hospitals in the area. There was nobody named Linda Wells in any of them. She called the police and asked if Linda Wells had been arrested or involved in an accident. She asked about the gray Volkswagen Passat and was given 4 numbers to call to see if it had been towed. After 3 hours on the telephone, Jane ran out of numbers. She went outside, drove her SUV to the hotel, picked up her suitcase, and checked out. She went back on the interstate and headed west. When she reached a patch of highway with the traffic thinning as it moved away from the city, she took out her telephone and dialed the number of Sharon Curtis's house in San Diego. She waited while it rang, but no voicemail system or answering machine took over. Jane drove faster. As Jane drove, she remembered conversations, things she had told Christine about being Linda Wells. Christine had nodded and said, "I understand," or "Don't worry, I'd never do that," when she had told her of possible mistakes. Jane had tried to mention everything she could think of that might happen and how to respond to it, but the main lesson had been intended to instill the right attitude. Not being found was mostly accomplished by not wanting to be found. It involved cutting every tie to the past. It required not doing anything risky for a very long time and making a consistent effort to avoid being easily visible. If Christine had been doing those things, then she should have been safe. But Christine wasn't safe. If she had detected danger and had to flee the apartment, she would have called Jane or found another way to let her know. She had been gone for at least 3 weeks, and maybe more, which meant she'd had plenty of time to send a letter. Her car was gone, and she could have driven to Amherst or Dagonawida in 2 days and started over. But she had done nothing. If Christine had planned even 10 minutes in advance to leave voluntarily, there was no reason to leave her toothbrush, her good clothes, or any of the rest of her belongings. She had not run from here either. If enemies had been at her door, she would have had to leave through a window, and she couldn't have relocked it. The apartment was still neat, with nothing out of place, so she had not been dragged out resisting. Suddenly Jane knew exactly what must have happened. The 4 chasers had come to Minneapolis. How they had found Christine was unknowable for now, and made their way to her apartment complex. They had watched the building, and after a time had seen Christine's car emerge from the underground garage and come out the driveway. She had driven somewhere by herself, probably at night. She had not been hiding long enough to pick up the knack some runners had of acquiring friends and allies quickly, so she had been alone. When Christine arrived at her destination, the parking lot of a supermarket or a shopping mall, conditions had been right. In her mind's eye, Jane watched. The 4 saw Christine take a few steps from the gray Passat, then drove in quickly and stopped between her and her car. The 2 men held something over her mouth so she couldn't scream and dragged her into the car with them, while one of the women wrenched her purse away. The driver, probably the other woman, threw the car into gear and drove off. The woman with Christine's purse searched it, found the car keys, and drove the gray Passat off after the others. If it hadn't happened almost exactly that way, Christine would have had time to reach into her purse for the gun. The gray car would still be wherever she had left it, or someone would have had a chance to see and help her. The whole abduction would have taken no more than 10 seconds, and probably closer to 5. Jane wished that she could get on an airplane and not have to drive the vast distance ahead, but putting herself in airports and planes would leave her at the other end unarmed and visible, and this time she couldn't afford either of those things. Jane stayed on the road for several hours at a time, trying to keep moving. She stopped only when she had to, and then only long enough to use the restroom, top off the tank, and buy food she could eat in the car. As she moved west, the distances she could see began to extend ahead for miles, and the driving became a simple question of staying between 2 white lines and preventing her speed from increasing enough on the long straight stretches to attract the attention of the police. In the late afternoon, when the sun sank low enough ahead of her to get in her eyes, she pulled over at a rest stop and slept 2 hours, until the sun was beneath the horizon and she could again drive into the darkness. Chapter 26. Jane drove across the border from Nevada into California at 3 a.m., her headlights making the phosphorescent markers on the black highway gleam. The slopes and curves in the darkness of the high desert made her feel as though she were above the world, swooping and climbing and banking. She kept the car above the speed limit, because the passing of time was making her anxious. As she had driven across the country for the past 3 days, she had felt a growing sense of impatience that was becoming unbearable. Coming into California made it seem that she was at the end of the trip, but she still had a long drive ahead of her. She would reach the heavily populated areas near the coast in the morning rush hour, so she tried to beat the other cars, pushing her speed higher. At 6 a.m., when she smelled the ocean and then saw it at Dana Point, she knew she was nearly finished. If she drove much longer, she would be in danger of falling asleep. She made it as far as Capistrano, saw signs for motels, coasted off the freeway, and checked into the first one that didn't look as though it was part of some criminal enterprise. She brought her small suitcase inside, locked everything she could lock, took her gun out of her purse, checked the load and the safety, and put it under the pillow beside her where she could reach it instantly. As she lay there drifting into sleep, old stories that her grandfather, her Oxot, had told her began to present themselves in her memory. In the stories there were people who lived alone, away from the longhouses and the communal fields. They built small shelters near isolated trails and pretended to offer hospitality to strangers who passed by. Sometimes the host would be a solitary man, sometimes a group of sisters, or just one lone woman who used her beauty to lure men to her house. But always, somewhere in the forest nearby, there would be a pile of victims' bones. In the stories, a traveler would be out in the forest searching for a lost friend or a missing relative. While the lonely host was something much worse than he seemed to be, the searcher was much better, and he would find a way to outwit the man-eater. Eventually, Jane's grandfather always got to the part when the traveler saved himself and killed the evil one, then stood over the pile of victims' bones. Her grandfather would give an abrupt jump and yell, "Get up, quick! The tree is falling on you." The bones would instantly reunite, and the revitalized victims would run in all directions to get out of the way. Jane felt a moment of amusement as she remembered, and then an onrush of sadness. If only that could happen. She would begin her resurrections with her grandfather, partly because he had been forced to stay dead the longest, and partly because he had taught her the trick when she was a child. And then he could teach her other old tricks, so she could bring back her father, with his sharp black eyes that sometimes seemed shiny and wild like a crow's, and her mother, all milky white and fragrant, with sky-blue eyes like Jane's. She and Oxot would bring them back together in one instant. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When she awoke, her muscles felt half paralyzed from long immobility, and it was the middle of the afternoon. She had paid for 2 days in the motel because she had known she would not be out by noon. She got up slowly, but after she'd had a shower and dressed, she felt strong and fresh. The first thing she did was take out her cell phone and call Sharon Curtis's number. She had called at least once a day since leaving Minnesota, but had never reached her. One of the rules she had taught Sharon to follow in situations like this was never to leave a message for a runner, because there was no way to ensure that the right person would be the one who heard it. Apparently the warning had stuck, because Sharon had not left Jane a way to leave a message. Once again there was no answer. It was summer, and Sharon was a teacher, so maybe she had left town for the vacation. She hoped the reason was that Sharon was having something nice happen in her life. This year Sharon must be 31. She had always been pretty, with her blonde hair and thin figure, and by now she probably had a boyfriend. Even if she moved in with somebody, Sharon would be the sort of woman who kept a second, secret place where she could keep a bag packed with a little money and the papers to document the second false identity Jane had bought her years ago. Jane had always told her runners to beware of vacations. Airports, resort hotels, and restaurants were places where people were recognized. But Sharon was a special case. There were only 2 men who wanted to harm her. She had known both of them so well that she could probably predict their movements accurately enough to stay out of their way. But what Jane hoped for most was that Sharon was absent for a different purpose. She hoped that Christine had seen something that worried her in Minnesota and had simply come back to San Diego to seek refuge with her. Sharon would have the sense to take her somewhere and hide her. Jane took the 5 freeway toward Encinitas, pulled off early, and drove to the neighborhood where Sharon lived. She remembered the way to the house, even though she had not been here in 10 years. She took all of the usual precautions to be sure that nobody was watching the house from any of the nearby buildings or parked vehicles. Jane parked 2 houses away and walked to Sharon's front door. She rang the doorbell and almost immediately heard the sound of footsteps inside, then heard the footsteps stop. She stood still on the porch for a few seconds while she was being recognized through the peephole. Then she waited a few more seconds while the streets and buildings nearby were being studied. She had taught Sharon these things. A person's closest friend could come to the door on an innocent visit and be followed by killers. The door opened and Sharon stood there smiling. She reached out and pulled Jane inside, shut the door and locked it, then hugged her tightly.
"I can't believe it's you," she said.
"Hi, Sharon," said Jane. "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, thanks to you. And how have you been?"
"Not so good right now. I'm afraid I've lost track of our mutual friend."
"Lost track?"
Sharon seemed to turn a ghastly pale color.
"Of Christine?"
"I set her up in an apartment in Minneapolis and said I'd be back just before the baby was due. I was there, she wasn't. Sharon, have you heard from her?"
"Oh, God, yes, I did. It was about 2 months ago. She called me on the phone one night."
"What did she say?"
"I don't remember exactly. It wasn't that she was in trouble or thinking she'd been found or anything. I'm afraid now that I might have done the wrong thing."
"What was the wrong thing?"
"I told her that if she wanted to survive, she was going to have to give up things like calling her old friends on the phone. I said that running meant giving up her old self and her old relationships and trying to be somebody new. I warned her that Richard knew about me, so he could have had his hired criminals tap my phone and wait for her to call."
Jane said, "What you told her was true. It may even be what happened."
"But I should have done something different. Maybe I could have gone to visit her, taken her to another city for a few days just to be sure. She's barely 20, and maybe when it finally came down to it, she couldn't cut herself off."
"You did."
"I wasn't pregnant."
"Sharon, this isn't your fault. It wouldn't have helped for you to rush off and join her in Minnesota. That's exactly what the people chasing her would want, to have you lead them to her."
"I know. It's what I told her. But if something has happened to her, I'll feel terrible."
"Has she tried to call you or email you or anything after the one time?"
"I don't know,"
Sharon said.
"After it happened the first time, I checked just about every hour so I could erase any message before someone else played it. Then I realized that wasn't good enough, so I unplugged my answering machine."
"Good. It also explains why I haven't been able to record a message when I called." Sharon seemed to awaken from a kind of daze.
"Oh, I haven't even offered you anything to drink. Please sit down somewhere and I'll bring you something."
"No, let's talk," Jane said. "You were too polite to say it, but I'm sure you're wondering why I took the risk of coming here like this. I came because I thought you might have had contact with her, but I was also afraid that something might have happened to you. I think it's time now to make sure nothing does."
"What do you mean?"
"I want you to go away. I want you to go far from here, someplace pleasant and safe. I want you to stay away until school starts. I'll pay for your trip. Your house will have to be closed. There can't be some friend who comes to pick up your mail or water your plants."
"Well, I guess I can do that,"
said Sharon.
"Yes, of course I can. I will."
"Good. I'll help you pack and turn things off and lock up. Then I'll drive you to the airport and make sure you get on a plane."
"Where am I going?"
"How about the Northwest? You can stay in Seattle or Portland and use it as a base to explore the area."
"Sounds all right,"
Sharon said. She went to a closet and pulled out a suitcase, then stopped.
"It's bad, isn't it?"
Jane shrugged. "I don't know. She could be somewhere else, perfectly safe."
"But you don't want me to be here while you find out?"
"No, I don't." They stopped speaking and began the work of getting the house ready for an extended period with Sharon away. Jane went into the kitchen and began taking perishable food out of the refrigerator and putting it into a plastic garbage bag. It took Sharon only a few minutes to pack the things she needed and place her suitcase by the front door. By then, Jane had taken the garbage out to her SUV and was going from room to room making sure all of the windows were locked. Jane said, "I see some of the lights are on timers. Is there anything else we need to do here? No pets?"
No. I just have to cancel the newspaper and fill out a card to put a hold on the mail before we leave.
All right. I'll see if I can get you a plane reservation. The mood had turned somber. Jane used her cell phone to get the flight to Seattle, while Sharon called the San Diego Union Tribune to cancel the paper. While Sharon filled out the card for the postal service, Jane asked questions. "Is there anyone you know of who might be putting Christine up?"
No. She had friends here, but Richard would have known about all of them, and she knew, at least after I told her, that even calling them might put them in danger. If there is anybody like that, it would have to be somebody outside San Diego, and it would have to be somebody that none of us knew about.
"Like me."
Like you," said Sharon.
She paused, then said,
"I'd better take one last look around."
Sharon went into her room, and Jane could hear her for a few minutes, opening and closing drawers, moving hangers in the closet. After a time, she came out to find Jane looking in the telephone book.
"What are you looking for?"
"The Beale Company," Jane said. "I found it. I didn't find Richard Beale's address, though, and I didn't bring it with me."
"I have it."
She went to her kitchen counter and opened a small address book. After she copied an address, she handed it to Jane. "Thank you." She looked at it for a moment, then said, "This was where Christine lived with him, right?"
"Yes, but I never went over there. When we talked during that time, it was usually on the phone, or we'd meet at a restaurant. I thought it was sort of my responsibility as her old teacher not to act as though her situation was okay with me, or to get chummy with him."
"But he knew where you lived, right?"
"I'm sure he probably did."
She smiled.
"But I'm leaving, so it doesn't matter."
"Before you go, I'd like to borrow a spare key."
"Sure, but why?"
"If someone comes here to find you, I don't want their trip to be wasted." Chapter 27. Jane stood outside the wall of windows in front of the San Diego airport with the people smoking a last cigarette before their flights. She wore a wide sun hat and big sunglasses and held a lighted cigarette in her hand. Now and then she took some smoke into her mouth and blew it out. She watched Sharon until she was beyond the security barrier and walking down the concourse to board her plane. Then Jane turned her attention to the ticketing area long enough to be sure that none of the 4 people she had seen chasing Christine showed up at the last minute to board Sharon's flight. A minute after flight time, Jane threw away her cigarette and went inside to look at the television monitor to verify that Sharon's plane had taken off. Then she went to the parking lot and drove back to Sharon's house. She was almost positive now that her intuition about how Christine had been abducted from Minneapolis was correct. The 4 people Richard Beale had hired had stalked her there. Probably they had put her in an enclosed vehicle of some kind, Jane imagined a windowless van, and driven across half the country to bring Christine to Richard Beale. But that must have been 3 weeks ago, and finding Christine, and maybe the baby too by now, was not going to be simple. The next step for Jane was to find out where Beale was now. In the late afternoon, Jane drove to the offices of the Beale Company in La Jolla and studied the building from the street. It was a 4-story rectangle with windows that had been tinted to an almost opaque black, so the building looked like a shiny black box. The place held a special attraction for Jane. If Beale had anything he wanted to keep secret, she was more likely to be able to find a way to get at it in his office than at his house. She was particularly interested in a list of the pieces of property that the company owned. If Beale was holding Christine, it would have to be in a place he could control absolutely. Most businesses had some sort of video surveillance system. There would also be at least a half-hearted security service at night, an armed patrol that drove by looking for broken windows and unexpected lights. But most office buildings were cleaned at night by some kind of janitorial service, so it would be important that Jane be ready before then. A little before 6, Jane drove her SUV north to the area near Sharon's house in Encinitas. Earlier she had seen some stores that she knew would have the items she needed and would be open in the evening. She began at a giant Sears store. She went to the men's clothing section and picked up a pair of navy blue pants and a matching shirt, a baseball cap that was only a half-shade darker blue than the clothes, and a dark blue bandana. Then she went to the hardware section. There among the power tools she found packages of disposable dust masks that fit over a person's nose and mouth to keep dust from entering the lungs, and in the paint department a package of very thin rubber gloves. She waited at Sharon's house until it was night, changed into her Sears clothes, and then drove back to La Jolla. She parked down the street from the Beale Company building and settled in to watch. At 1 a.m. she saw a white van pull into the parking lot beside the building. It was old, with some dents in the rear bumper, the sort that came from backing into posts in parking lots. The blue logo on the side of the van was a big outline of a hand, and the word said, "Helping Hand Janitorial." 2 young Hispanic men climbed down from the van, went around to the back, and opened the doors. They pulled 2 boards out of the back and leaned them on the bumper to make a ramp, then steered a big industrial vacuum cleaner down, then a big floor buffer, and locked the van. She watched them go to the front door, unlock it, and go inside. Now that it was dark out, she could look through the dark glass and see the janitors working in lighted offices. When they went into a room, they would turn on the light, and that single square on the side of the black building would become transparent. First, one of the men went from room to room emptying waste baskets into a large plastic trash can on wheels. After he had done that, he would take a rag and a bottle of glass cleaner to the desks and the windows. Coming along behind him, the second man ran the vacuum cleaner on the carpets and turned off the light. The 2 worked quickly, and Jane could follow their progress easily from outside. When the first man went outside to wheel the trash can to the dumpster, he stuck a doorstop in the front door to keep it ajar so he could get back in. While he was out of sight, Jane got out of her SUV wearing her work uniform, baseball cap, and dust mask. She went to the front door and slipped inside. Surveillance cameras were almost always mounted high, so she kept her head low as she hurried down the hall. The 2 janitors had finished with the now darkened interiors of the offices, so she hurried to one on the first floor, went inside, and crawled under the desk to wait. She heard the elevator doors open and close a couple of times in the quiet building as the men moved from one floor to another. Some time later she heard them return with the electric buffer and polish the lobby. When Jane heard the sounds of the men moving their equipment outside, she waited a few more minutes, then got up and cautiously walked down the hall. Their van was gone, and she was alone in the dimly lit building. She could explore freely. After looking at the signs on a few doors, she found one off the main lobby that said, "Richard Beale, President." She looked the other way and saw the glass wall of the atrium, and in front of it the receptionist's desk where she had seen Christine in the photographs on the internet. She opened the door to Beale's office and stopped. There were no windows. The office was the right size, a bit bigger than the others, and it had the right sort of furniture, large leather couches, a long polished conference table, and a big glass-topped desk with very little on it except a computer screen and a keyboard and a telephone. But it seemed terribly odd to her that the office of the owner of a prosperous company would have no windows. She set the thought aside for the moment because there were things she had to do. She pushed a chair to the spot directly below the dome that covered the surveillance camera, used the blade of her pocket-knife to pry the dark plastic dome off, then stopped again in surprise. The video cable for the camera had been disconnected. It had been unscrewed. Jane replaced the dome, got down, and moved along the walls, looking carefully at every shelf or fixture to be sure there wasn't a buttonhole camera hidden somewhere. She found nothing. Apparently Richard Beale had disabled the security camera himself. Now she had a better idea of what had made him pick the darkest, most closed-in office in his own company. He probably made deals in here with people like the ones he sent after Christine. And Christine had said he was very careful that he not be the one to sign certain papers or have his name on certain deals. It wouldn't make much sense to videotape himself doing things that were illegal. She began a methodical search of the room. She went through the files in the cabinet, plucking out the papers that seemed useful. The computer and the printer were turned on, and the printer had a copier function, so she copied the lists of buildings currently for sale or rent, the property tax files showing property the company had paid taxes on. Jane was particularly interested in addresses where land was registered in a name other than Beale Company. She worked quickly, scanning one paper while another was copied, leaving files opened so she could return each sheet to its place. She found the articles of incorporation of the Beale Company and its subsequent filings with the Department of Corporations. The corporate papers were over 40 years old, and the owners and officers were listed as Andrew and Ruby Beale. Richard Beale had signed for the past few years as the president of the company, but he was not listed as an owner, or even a stockholder. There were only 2 shares of stock, one owned by Ruby Beale and the other by Andrew Beale. There was a personnel file for Richard Beale, so she checked to verify that his address was the one Sharon had given her. His salary was as negotiated, and his payroll record showed he made about $200,000 a year. He lived in a house in Del Mar owned by the company and drove a company car, a black Porsche. There were no personnel files for Steve Deming, Ronnie Seibert, Pete Tilton, Claudia Marshall, Sybil Landreau, or Carl McGinnis. When Jane had copied the record she wanted, she readjusted her dust mask and hat so she would not be identifiable on the surveillance cameras in the lobby, turned off the lights, and hurried out to the SUV. Jane drove back to Sharon's house after 2 a.m. and made a careful search of the grounds and the surrounding streets before she went in. She had chosen to stay at Sharon's because she was hoping to surprise one or more of Richard Beale's thugs as they watched Sharon's house, but so far she had seen no sign of them. She arranged blankets over some pillows to make Sharon's bed look occupied, then took a spare quilt and lay on the floor in the hallway leading from the kitchen to the living room with her 2 guns beside her, where she could reach them in the dark. From there she judged she would be able to hear if someone broke in looking for Sharon. Jane drowsed, then awoke suddenly and looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. It was almost 3 a.m. She had just fallen into a pleasant dream about Carrie, then felt a panicky sensation, a fear that she was losing him. She stood, went out the back door of Sharon's house, and got into her SUV. She drove to the plaza where the big Sears store was and parked beside the pay telephone she had seen in the afternoon. She dialed the number of the house in Amherst, New York, and put in enough coins for 3 minutes. "Hello?" "Hi. I knew it was 6 there and you'd be getting ready for work. I couldn't relax until I talked to you." "That's nice. I think it's nice, anyway. Unless you were dreaming about lawyers, were you?" "No lawyers. And it is nice. Your ears should be burning. And don't be alarmed if lots of other places are burning, too." "You don't happen to be anywhere near here, do you? I could meet you somewhere, pick up a bottle of champagne and an orchestra on the way." "I'm not near, but I wish I were. I just felt kind of desperate to say something." "What is it?" "That I'm sorry if things seemed a little hollow when I left home. I love you completely, and I will until I die. And probably when my heart stops, there will still be a few seconds before I lose consciousness.
and I'll try to remember as many of the days I had with you as I can before my mind goes dark.
Jane, are you in danger now?
No, not at all. I'm just taking care of some things here. I called because I was afraid you were feeling as though I didn't love you enough. Or maybe I was feeling that I hadn't said it enough, or said it right, or acted the way I wanted to.
I'm glad you called, but I wasn't doubting you. I've been worried about you since long before the hospital benefit. But it was a normal family sort of worry. I knew you'd been having a hard time about the baby and everything, but I haven't found a way to be of much help.
Jane smiled. I'm not your patient, Carrie. You can't approach it that way. Just keep trying the other way. Something still might happen.
It's a deal.
And if nothing happens, I want you to know it doesn't change anything between us. You're it, the one I want. I have to finish what I'm doing right now, but after that, everything will be the same.
I would like it if you weren't out there taking risks.
Don't worry, I'll be home soon. We'll talk then.
That sounds terminal. Are you getting ready to hang up?
Yes. I want to say I love you before I go, but I've just said it so many times you'll think I'm an idiot.
Then let me be the idiot, he said. I love you. Call again if you can, but I'll understand if you can't. Just come home safe.
I will. She hung up, then got into her SUV and drove back to Sharon's house. She went in through the back door, settled into her spot in the corridor between the kitchen and the living room, and slept. In the morning she drove past the Beale Company office in La Jolla again and verified that there was a black Porsche parked in the space marked "Reserved for Richard Beale." Then she drove on. Richard Beale's address was a house on the beach in Del Mar. Jane had been to Del Mar a couple of times, about 8 years ago. The beach at Del Mar was one of the prettiest inhabited places in the country. It had broad, white sand beaches that rose only slightly as they stretched up from the surf, and then tall groves of tropical trees that formed a curtain between the beach and the coast highway. The incredible blue Pacific was so enormous that having a few rich people living along its edge wasn't enough of a blight to be noticeable. The beaches were almost empty on a weekday morning, and most of the houses were low, sprawling structures that didn't irritate the eye. She drove by the racetrack and then along the coast highway looking at street markers and mailboxes until she found the right number. From the road she could see only a tall wooden gate, a hedge, and a closed garage door. She kept going along the road until she reached a mall built on several terraces set into a bluff across the road from the ocean. There were restaurants, a few upscale shops, and a bookstore. Jane parked her SUV on a side street above the mall where she could drive it out quickly, then went to a restaurant and had a simple breakfast while she watched the highway and the stores. It was not out of the question that she might see the 2 men and 2 women who had been searching for Christine. If Christine was being held at Richard Beale's house, then Beale would need to have someone to keep her there. Jane went into a shop and bought a tank top, a pair of running shorts, and some sneakers. She changed into them in the dressing room, then put her clothes in the SUV and went jogging. The beach access was a 40-foot gap in the trees, where the asphalt of the road gave way to sand. Jane trotted across the wide, soft expanse of beach to the hard, wet margin where the long, slow swells hissed in. It was easier to run on the wet sand, and running along the surf gave her a chance to look at the area as she approached Richard Beale's property. The only person she passed was a platinum blonde woman about 50 years old, throwing a tennis ball into the surf for her German short-hair to retrieve. When Jane found Beale's house, she could see no signs of life on the ocean side of it, and there were no lights and no movement visible beyond the big picture windows. She could see no other windows open. Jane looked up and down the beach, but she saw no faces at any windows in nearby houses.
The woman and her dog were moving off down the beach in the other direction, so Jane decided to take the chance. She jogged up on the soft sand until her angle hid her from the houses on either side, and stopped at the ocean-front entrance to the house. She could see the roof was bare, with no transmitter that would send a wireless signal to an alarm company, and when she peered in the windows she could still see no sign of anyone inside. She stepped around to the street side of the house, where there was a large yard with a swimming pool that had boulders and a waterfall. Attached to the house was a 2-car garage. She tried the side door of the garage, found it unlocked, and stepped inside. The back wall had hooks on it to hold various tools. Jane selected a pair of long-handled hedge trimmers. She went back out, cut the telephone line where it came off the roof to the metal junction box on the side of the house, then returned to the garage and opened the main power switch at the circuit breaker box. Jane made no attempt to hide the damage she made in her entry. She had decided that it would be best for her to let Richard Beale worry about who had been here to visit him. She used a cordless electric drill that had been plugged into a charger on the workbench to drill out the woodwork beside the doorknob, and picked up a crowbar. She knew that alarm systems usually had batteries that would give them enough power to work if the electricity was cut, so she was prepared for some noise. She pushed the door open and stepped into the house. The frantic electronic beeping came from the speaker of the keyboard on the wall unit beside the front door, so she followed the sound and used her crowbar to pry the unit off the wall, disconnected the wires in the back, and restored the silence. She knew the system would be automatically dialing its internal modem to register the break-in, but the phone line was cut, so the call would never connect. Jane stepped farther into the house. As she moved from room to room, she formed a sense of the place. It was designed and furnished for parties. There was a bar, lots of stylish, uncomfortable furniture, and paintings with bold, stark lines in colors matched to the color scheme of each room. Splashes of bright reds and yellows near the main entrance, calming down to sky blue and white near the beach side. There was nothing homelike here. She stepped from room to room, searching for anything that would indicate that Christine had been living here, but there was nothing of Christine's. All the clothes in the closet were male. There were no toiletries of the sort that only women used. Jane looked farther into the house for hidden spaces. There was no locked door anywhere, and she paced a couple of interior rooms to be sure there wasn't any space between them that could be wide enough for a secret room. She opened a closed door on the upper hall and found herself in a bright white room full of new baby furniture, baby clothes, toys, and equipment, but no sign that any of it had ever been used. Most of it was still in its original packaging. The crib mattress was still in a thick plastic wrapper. Jane began another, more melancholy examination of the house. She searched for discoloration that might be an indication of the removal of blood from any of the floors, carpets, or furniture. She compulsively sighted along the walls and took down 5 paintings, trying to find a spot where blood might have hit a wall and trickled down behind a frame, or a speckle spot covering a hole where a bullet had entered the plaster. Then she stopped and simply looked. The thought she had been evading was in the front of her mind now, that Christine was dead. It was more than a remote possibility. It was likely. Richard Beale was apparently the sort of man who would hunt his ex-girlfriend down and force her back to him. There had always been the chance that what he wanted was not to reconcile, but to be sure she retained nothing that could threaten his future. The baby, certainly, and also her knowledge of the particulars of his business, her memory of things he had done that would get him into trouble if they were revealed. If he wanted her dead, he wouldn't necessarily have killed her in some distant city. The police there would try to identify her body and start trying to find out where she had lived and who she had worked for. But if he got Christine all the way back here, where he could take his time and control everything, he would be able to make her vanish. He had the whole Pacific Ocean at his back door. Jane walked out the kitchen door to the garage, and then out the side door to the yard and back down to the beach. She reached the hard, wet sand at the edge and began to jog. There were 2 young women in bathing suits 100 yards down the beach. They had spread blankets on the sand, and now they chatted while their 2 toddlers were busy digging with plastic shovels. As Jane passed, they diverted little of their attention from their children to notice her. It occurred to Jane that in a year or so, a young mother and child on the beach could be Christine and her baby, if they were alive. For 15 years Jane had been telling her runners, "I'm not interested in helping you get revenge. If that's what you want, then go get it. But if you want to run, I'll teach you." But this time was going to be different. If Richard Beale had hunted Christine down, brought her and her baby back here, and killed them, Jane would make sure he died too. Chapter 28. As Jane drove along the coast highway and up over the hill to the freeway, she reminded herself that she had still found nothing that would prove Beale had caught Christine. It was still possible that something else had happened. Christine had spoken with Sharon on the telephone. Maybe she had called another friend, someone her own age. Christine might very well have gone to visit the friend and still be there. The fact that Christine's car was missing didn't necessarily mean the 4 kidnappers had taken it away from her. She could just as easily have driven it somewhere and still be using it. Jane dialed the phone number of Christine's apartment in Minneapolis again and let it ring until the voicemail came on. Then she hung up, called Express Jet, and booked a flight to Santa Barbara, then called a car rental agency. In 4 hours she was on the plane in a chestnut-colored wig, feeling glad that she wouldn't have to wear it for a long flight. When she reached Santa Barbara, she picked up a white Chrysler 300 at the rental agency and drove it northward on Highway 101. She checked into a hotel in Lompoc before she called the prison. She requested permission for Delia Monahan to visit Robert Monahan again on Saturday. When she called back to find out whether the visit had been approved, the official she was transferred to said she could come again at the same time as before. She left for the prison an hour earlier than she had last time, stopped at various spots along the route, and studied every vehicle she saw, looking for any sign that Beale's crew was watching the road. When she reached the parking lot, she drove up and down the aisles, looking for the dark-haired woman who had followed her on the last trip. Then Jane drove another circuit, looking for anyone at all who was waiting in a car, anything on a dashboard that could be a camera, or any other sign that the lot was under surveillance. She parked and made her way to the prison entrance to begin the long process of getting admitted to the visiting room. The wait was not as long this time, possibly because she had shown up earlier than her appointment, or possibly because she had been here before and not caused any uneasiness among the guards. When the officer called Delia Monahan, she stood and followed him to the visiting room. She could see the anxious look on Robert Monahan's face and realized what it was. He was sitting on his side of the long counter expecting to hear that his new grandchild had been born. He stood up and held out his arms. Jane gave him a brief hug to reassure the visiting room officer that she was Delia, and that she had nothing in her hands that she was trying to slip to Monahan. They sat down, and she said, "How have you been?" "Not so hot, but it hasn't got anything to do with my daughter." "Tell me about Chris and the baby." Jane sighed. "You've got to stay calm and pretend that what I'm going to say isn't shocking. Can you?" Monahan nodded. "I went to stay with Christine a few days ago, and when I got to the apartment where I had left her, she wasn't there. Her car was gone and there was no signs of a struggle, but she'd been gone for a long time." "How long?" "The only one who had expected to see her was her doctor, and she hasn't been in for her checkups in a month. I think she may have been gone about 3 weeks. You said her car was gone."
Could she have just driven it somewhere? Jane placed her hand on his forearm and looked into his eyes.
Believe me, I want that to be what happened. I just don't think it is.
Why not? How can you know?
Last time I came to see you, a woman followed me away from the prison and up the road. I managed to lose her on the way through Lompoc, but each of us got a good close look at the other. I'm pretty sure she's one of the 6 people that Richard Beale hired to find Christine. There was no other reason for anyone to know who I was or that I was coming here. And there's certainly no other reason for anyone to follow me, except to find Christine.
Robert Monahan frowned. Well, I don't understand what you're saying.
The woman wasn't here this morning when I got here, and neither were any of the others. 3 months ago she was here, but today there's nobody here waiting for Christine or me to show up.
Isn't that a good thing?
The only reason I can think of that they aren't here now is that they've already found her.
Maybe you're wrong. Maybe they just decided they've done all they could do here and they're looking somewhere else. They've been here and talked to me, and maybe that persuaded them that coming here was a lost cause.
Who talked to you?
Richard Beale's father. His name is Andy.
When?
Not too long after you were here. He made a special request to the warden's office to be allowed in. They asked me if I would be willing to see him, and I figured, why not?
What did he tell you?
A lot. That Richard missed her and wanted to marry her. He said Richard had a ring with a 3-carat diamond and all that. He wanted me to tell Christine I thought she should go back.
You haven't had any chance to tell her that, have you?
No.
He said.
I made it pretty clear that if she's hiding, I didn't expect that she would be visiting me here any time soon. Maybe that was all it was. Maybe they waited for a month or so to be sure I was telling the truth and went away and stayed away.
I hope you're right, said Jane. I hope they decided the whole enterprise was futile or too dangerous for them. After all, this place is filled with law enforcement people, and the city cops are probably ready for trouble, too. Maybe they thought that even if they saw her, they wouldn't be able to kidnap her here.
Robert Monahan leaned forward to study her. Do you think my daughter is dead?
I hope she isn't, said Jane. I think the people Richard Beale hired were supposed to bring her back to San Diego. I think that Beale wanted her, and the baby, if it was born by then, brought to him. I don't know anything about him beyond that. I know that Christine got lonely at one point. She made at least one phone call to a woman she knew in San Diego after I told her to stop communicating with anyone from the past. It's possible that the people Beale hired to find her were monitoring some of Christine's old friends and picked something up. Or she left a message and they broke in and replayed it, or got the passwords and were routinely calling in to hear the messages. That's the kind of thing that professional chasers do. Cops and private detectives, too, if they think they can get away with it.
You're telling me that you think she made some little mistake like that? Some slip-up, and it killed her?
He knew there was no way for her to answer, so he looked down and put his head in his hands.
Jesus.
Jane said, Tell me about Andy Beale.
He's about 60. He's big, and he looks as though he did some physical work in his time. Kind of tough-looking, but well-dressed. When he talks, he watches you for a reaction, and I get the impression that he's prepared to say whatever will give him the best one. He told me the things he knew would make me likely to want to please him, that he and his son had Chris's best interests at heart, and that all Richard wanted was a chance to be a loving husband to her. But if he thought it would be more useful to say Richard was a kangaroo, he would have said that instead.
What did you tell him about Christine?
Nothing he didn't know already. That she didn't want to go back with Richard, and that she wasn't likely to come here either. You hadn't told me anything else.
Right. She sat still for a moment, trying to decide how to say the next part. It's possible that when I leave here, I'm going to find the four of them waiting outside to follow me to Christine. If so, I'll be very happy, and I'll take them on quite a trip. But I honestly don't have much hope that's what's going to happen." "I understand," he said. "When I find out why Christine wasn't where I expected, and what happened after that, I'll try to get word to you." She stood. "Be careful," he said. "Don't worry. I'll try very hard not to put her in danger. Or you," he said. "If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know where to start looking. All I've got is the address and number of your P.O. box in my memory." She gave Robert Monahan a hug, then caught the visiting room officer's eye and followed him to the door. When Jane was outside the building, she walked slowly, scanning the lot. It was a hot, late summer morning, and the sunlight glinted from every shiny surface of every car, and the distant parts of the lot melted into mirage lakes wavering in the glare. There was not a head in any car window to pay attention to her. As she approached her rental car, she was already sure that nobody was waiting. Wherever Christine was, Richard Beale was no longer curious about her. Chapter 29. Andy Beale's 20-acre estate in Rancho Santa Fe was in the tax rolls, but not in the lists of holdings that were being offered for sale, rental, or lease. It stood out in the tax payments list not only because it was especially big and expensive, but because no notation indicated what it was. At first, Jane thought it must be a parcel that was being subdivided. She had seen lots of these tracts in California, groups of little mansions, 40 or 50 homes that looked like miniature Tuscan villas. Every street was a cul-de-sac, and the houses were all built from the same 3 or 4 sets of plans, so there was an illusion of variation. But then she happened to see an internal memo about a bid on a building site. It directed that a copy be sent to Andrew Beale at the Rancho Santa Fe address. It looked to her as though it must be company property, held ostensibly as an investment, but really an expensive residence for the company's owner. She looked at road maps to determine exactly where the house was, and then after lunch she drove out to see it. The landscapes of California were oddly familiar, like places in dreams. Every film, every television series, every commercial was filmed in some part of Southern California. People from the East like Jane came for the first time and stepped into places that had already been established in their memories. Rancho Santa Fe looked like landscapes in old movies. The road from the freeway began on a 2-lane new black asphalt trail that ran among stunted live oaks and native brush. She had already learned that California roads like this always led to places where rich people lived: Malibu, Montecito, Hope Ranch, Rancho Santa Fe. It took millions to have a big house anywhere in Southern California, but to keep broad margins of land untouched around the whole community required people with great fortunes who were determined to maintain their exclusivity and quiet. She began to see large rectangles of grassy land with the high white wooden rail fences that were the sure sign of horses, and then the horses themselves, smooth chestnut and brown bodies far off in grassy paddocks. It was hard to see any of the houses. In most cases, only the mouths of the long driveways that led to them were visible, really no more than a gap in the trees with an iron gate across it, or a place where a long, unchanging wall suddenly fell back a few feet. When Jane came upon the central square of the community, it was a mild surprise. There was a rustic post office, a brick structure that might be another public building, a couple of restaurants of the sort that were too good to post their names or even concede that they were restaurants. They simply looked like elegant residences built with broad entrances and tables in their gardens. Jane followed her map away from the square and up a long road with tall hedges on the left side and more oak trees and dry grass on the right. When she reached the house, it seemed to be nothing but a mailbox, 2 gaps in the tall hedge, one the size of a door and the other wide enough for a car, and as she passed the bigger opening, a glimpse of brick pavement, a 6-car garage, and the high dark shadow of a house looming to the left of it. All she could tell about the building was that the main part was 3 stories tall, and there were 2 one-story wings. Then she was past it, and the hedge was opaque. Down the road the hedge ended, and there was a long expanse of wall that seemed to belong to the next estate, which looked even bigger. There were other driveways farther along, and long stretches between them. About 2 miles farther on, she turned around and drove back. This time she came at a slow, steady pace, looking for practical features, places where a car could be driven off the road and left without attracting any attention, barriers that might prevent a person from walking from property to property. She kept her window open and listened for the barking of dogs, the distant sounds of mowers or tractors that might give her an idea of the sizes of the estates. She had memorized the way here from the freeway, but she kept checking her mirror so she would see what each landmark would look like if she came this way again. That was one of the tricks her father had taught her when she was very little. They would wander in the big state parks to the southeast of Daganoweda, and he would let her lead the way back. He taught her that finding her way out of the woods was more important than finding her way in. He said that some people got lost because they never turned around to see what things were going to look like the next time they saw them. When Jane returned to the freeway, she kept going until she was back in Encinitas, in Sharon Curtis's neighborhood. She went to a sporting goods store and bought a racing bicycle with very narrow tires, a black helmet, and a tire pump. At a hardware store she bought a can of black spray paint. She put her bicycle, still in the carton, into the back of her SUV, drove it to Sharon's house, and carried it into the garage. She took it out of its carton and completed the assembly and adjustments so it fit her perfectly. Then she took it to the backyard, set it on its carton, and spray painted all of its shiny parts a dull black. When the paint dried, she sprayed Teflon lubricant on all the moving parts, rode the bicycle around the block once, and loaded it into the back of the SUV. Jane went into Sharon's house, made a sandwich and ate it, set the alarm clock for midnight, and slept until it woke her. She dressed in black jeans, a black pullover, a black nylon windbreaker, and gloves. She drove back toward Rancho Santa Fe. At this hour the traffic was fast and sparse, so she got on the freeway and didn't have to touch her brakes again until the exit for Solana Beach. She drove until she found her way to the North Coast Repertory Theater on Loma Santa Fe Drive, parked her vehicle behind it, and rode off on her bicycle. She got off the main road quickly, rode in darkness up County Road S8 for 3 miles, turned onto Paseo Delicias, then La Gracia, and then La Fleca. There were no street lamps on her route, and the roads were nearly empty. Now and then Jane would hear a car coming along the road far behind her, and she would pull off the road into the entrance of a driveway or behind the end of a fence, dismount, and stay low and motionless. The car's lights would appear, and then the car disappeared around a curve or over a hill. The people in the cars were all on their way home now, probably from restaurants or shows or parties. Somewhere ahead, where she couldn't see them, they probably turned off into one or another of the nearly hidden driveways and closed their gates. The trip was just over 4 miles. Jane rode at an average speed of around 20 miles an hour, working her way up the gears when she had a downgrade to pick up more speed. She couldn't read street signs well in the dark, but she had memorized the curves of the roads and the distinctive landmarks. Then she was there, beside the 2 openings in the tall hedge. She rode to the end of the hedge where the next estate began, lifted her bicycle over the low wall, and leaned it against the inner side so she could reach over and get it again, then swung her legs over the wall, took off her helmet, and left it with the bicycle. She walked away from the road into the trees. Jane had no doubt that there would be surveillance cameras somewhere inside the Beale property trained on the 2 gates set into the hedge, but the Beales wouldn't have anything like that aimed into the neighbor's yard. She moved patiently, stopping beside tree trunks to look and listen, then moving to the next spot she had chosen before she stopped again. The sun would not be up until a bit after 5, and if she was on the road by 4:30, she would be virtually invisible. She had 4 hours. When she was at least 100 feet from the road, she altered her course to the left, toward the Beale estate. She kept the move gradual, still stepping from one piece of cover to the next. She couldn't see anything on the Beale property. It seemed to be simply a great blackness, a place where seeing ended. She moved toward it. There was another wall, this one at least 10 feet high. She touched its rough surface. It seemed to be cinder block covered over with stucco, so the surface would be even and featureless. When she stood beneath it and looked up, she could make out a slight irregularity near the top, as though there were bricks up there laid at an angle. She walked along the wall for 20 paces, looking for a way over, or even a handhold. It was not beyond imagining that there might be a gate. Neighbors didn't have to be strangers. Sometimes they built gates. At 40 paces she gave up the idea of a gate. She looked the other way. She was now far enough from the road so she could see the front of the neighbor's house. Could there be a ladder somewhere? Even a long board would do, or a rope. She could have brought a rope. Why hadn't she realized this might happen? As she walked on, Jane noticed one tree on her side of the wall seemed much thicker and nearer to the wall than some of the others. There was a thick limb that extended almost to the top of the wall. She quickly climbed the tree to the place where the limb branched away from the trunk. She crawled out on it, listening and feeling for some warning that the limb wasn't strong enough to hold her. She could see over the wall into the Beale estate now. It occurred to her that she could simply sit here on the safe side of the wall and watch and listen. She could see the shape of the house from here. It looked huge. In the center part of the house, the side wall facing Jane seemed to be all glass. There were sliding doors at ground level and big panes starting on the frame above them, and then a framework above that, so the room was 3 stories high. There were small, dim, bluish lights low on the walls of the gigantic room, like the safety lights in movie theaters. At the 2nd floor level, a walkway lit by the same bluish light stretched across the room. On either end of the room, the high part of the house extended 30 or 40 feet, then dropped so the 2 wings were single-story extensions. Her eye followed the wings, and she saw something that excited her. On the right wing, the back of the house really, there were 4 windows with bars on them. She crawled out farther, clinging to the limb, and swung her feet to the top of the wall, eased herself forward for balance, and let go. She had no idea whether she would find anything on the far side of the wall that would get her back up here if she went in, but she knew she had to go. Caution was insanity now. Jane turned around and lowered herself until she was hanging from the top of the wall by both hands, then dropped. Her feet hit a layer of pine needles, and she rolled to break her fall. She lay on the ground and looked around her for a way out. If this was where Beale was keeping Christine, then she would have to get her out too. By now she would either have had the baby or be about as pregnant as a woman could be. Neither condition seemed good for wall climbing. Jane was in a small pine woods. She could see that on the ground, resting on the deep layer of pine needles, was a tree about 15 feet long that had fallen some time ago. The boughs that stuck out from the trunk at intervals of a foot or so had only a few dry, brittle needles clinging to them. She used her pocket knife to carve off the boughs on one side of the trunk, then lifted the lighter end of it and propped it on the rim of the wall. The remaining boughs made the trunk roll to keep the bare side up. The protruding stubs from the boughs were like rungs of a ladder. Jane began to advance through the woods toward the house. She stepped almost to the edge of the trees and studied the buildings. To her left was the long black wall of the 6-car garage. Directly ahead was the main house, and close to it on the right was a pool house. Adjusting her course, she put the pool house directly in front of her to shield her from the main house. She crossed the lawn to the pool house and looked in through the arched doorway. She saw a counter with a kitchen sink, a wooden table and chairs, a bathroom with 2 showers, presumably for washing the chlorine off after swimming, and another archway leading to the pool. She moved past the arch, skirted the iron fence around the pool, and made her way up to the first of the barred windows. Over each window was an iron grate like a flat cage, a single piece bolted to the house. She knew that was an arrangement that had been popular in the 40s and 50s, but it had become rare, maybe against building codes, in recent years because it prevented an occupant from getting out in a fire. She stepped back and stared at the house. A lot of modernist architecture was far older than it looked. This place could easily have been built in the 30s, and the bars could simply be relics. But to Jane the bars looked like a sign of malicious intent. The old word "hotgunt" came to her. It meant more than simple evil. Witches, people who secretly had the power to cause disease and death, were hotgunt. It was potence, but it was also corruption, an unnatural degeneration from within. She moved to the farthest window. In all the rooms in the wing the lights were off, so she had to peer in and strain her eyes to make out shapes. This one held an empty double bed, a dresser, a closet. The entrance to the bathroom was on her left. The small high window in there had bars across it too. She moved to the next window. The room was nearly the same, unoccupied but furnished. Jane kept moving along the side of the house until she reached the big room at the center. She stood perfectly still outside the glass wall and stared into the room. First there was a moving shadow, and then a figure appeared on the walkway above the room. There was a woman in a bathrobe and slippers moving sleepily from one set of rooms toward the other. She stopped and turned her head, as though she had to force herself to look down. Chapter 30. Ruby Beale saw the woman behind the glass. She gave an involuntary shudder jump as all the muscles in her body tightened. It seemed to squeeze the scream out of her, so loud and high-pitched that she frightened herself, and her body dropped her into a crouch on the walkway. She involuntarily tried to curl up and be smaller as she stared down at the figure beyond the glass wall. The woman was outside the glass, standing there without moving, her hands at her sides. She was all in black, and her hair was black, and Ruby couldn't make out her face with the moonlight behind her. She stood there staring at Ruby. There were sounds of heavy, hurried footsteps on both ends of the hallway, and on her hands and knees Ruby could feel the vibrations from the running men through the floor, and it scared her even more. Lights came on. It felt as though the walkway would be shaken loose. She looked back in the direction of her bedroom and saw Andy running toward her in his pajamas, with a gun in his hand. From the other direction came Pete Tilton and Claudia Marshall, and both of them were carrying guns too. The sight of so many guns did nothing to calm Ruby. Everyone was running, and all the guns seemed to be held in front of them and pointed downward, which was where she was. They all converged and stood over her, yelling at once. Andy was gasping, "Are you all right? What's the matter?" and other variations on the same theme, while the others were shouting, "What is it? What did you see?" Ruby looked over the edge of the walkway at the glass again. The woman in black pivoted. Her silhouette was the same from the back, only the face was gone, and she walked into the dark in the garden. "There!" Ruby shrieked, and managed to point her finger. But the woman had dissolved into the night shadows. Ruby said, "It's a woman, tall, thin, long black hair, dressed in black. She's out there." "Sybil?" said Claudia Marshall. "What?" It was Sybil Landro, who had come out of another room on the top floor. Claudia turned to see her standing behind her. "It just sounded like you."
"I was asleep."
Ruby was agitated. "It wasn't her. I would have said Sybil, not a woman." Jane was running. She knew they would come out after her, and that what she had to outrun was the light. The only sounds in the darkness were the balls of her feet pounding the lawn, and her lungs taking in deep breaths as she sprinted. As she approached the place where the grass melted into the stand of pine trees at the end of the property, she heard the sliding of one of the glass doors at the side of the building where she had been standing. She knew they had done the right thing. They had gotten someone outside in the dark who would now get into firing position, but she knew that the tactic would give her an extra 5 or 6 seconds at a full sprint. She ran hard, counting the seconds. She dashed past the first few pine trees and threw herself down. The bright floodlights came on, an explosion of eye-searing glare, but she could see that 2 of them were outside holding pistols in two-handed stance, turning their bodies as they scanned the backyard for a target. After a few seconds, one waved to the other, and they turned away from each other to move along the 2 wings of the house and then continue around toward the front. Jane knew that this was either her chance to get up and run for the wall, or their way of inducing her to try. She guessed it was a fake, and lay still. A second later they both spun and aimed their weapons down the lawn toward her. She could see beyond the glare of the floodlights mounted along the eaves of the house that there were 2 people half hidden beside the sliding doors, staring out at the gardens, trying to act as spotters. Jane stayed low and moved toward the left, away from the long, featureless wall of the garage. She was almost sure that was where they would go to wait for her, thinking she must have come by car and needed to make it over the gate in the hedge to the street. She found her pine tree lying at the foot of the wall, propped it up so she could climb it to the top, then pushed it back down so it would fall sideways. Then she dropped to the other side. She hurried to the road, lifted her bicycle over the low wall to the street, put on her helmet, mounted, and pedaled hard. She built up considerable speed before she passed the opening in the hedge where the gate was. The only sounds were the whisper of wind in her ears and a slight hiss of her tires on the pavement. She kept going hard, building her speed as she went. By the time she had traveled 200 yards, she judged she must be going at least 40 miles an hour. Jane knew she probably couldn't go faster than that on this road until the first downgrade, but she was sure it hardly mattered. The people who were hunting for her had not seen her leave or heard a car engine, so they would assume she was still there. Jane heard a new sound. It was the throaty, burbling sound of a motorcycle engine starting. She had underestimated the hunters. She couldn't outrun a motorcycle, but her bicycle still gave her advantages. It was silent. She could pull off and hide while the motorcycle went past, or find a path that was off the road and try to avoid roads entirely. In a couple of seconds the engine sound rose to a whine, and then a roar as the motorcycle came after her. She could hear it gaining easily on her, and saw the pavement ahead of her begin to glow from its distant headlight. Jane saw a street sign ahead, and she pedaled harder for it, then veered to the right and took the turn around the corner as fast as she dared and drifted almost to the left side of the road. She came upon a grove of stunted oaks, so she steered off the road into it, avoiding the trunks and raised roots until she could coast while she swung her leg over the seat and began to run with the bicycle. When she stopped her momentum 50 feet from the road, she dropped her bicycle in some high weeds and lay beside it. She heard the motorcycle roar into the intersection and looked in that direction, not raising her head, but staring through the weeds. There was the bright single headlight, the yellow motorcycle. Its helmeted rider was hunched forward over the handlebars, his legs bent so he held the motorcycle in a knock-kneed crouch. He had lost her, or maybe never caught sight of her, and just come this way because he knew she would be going in the direction of the freeway and the coast, not inland. His single headlight turned in Jane's direction, and she ducked her head deep in the weeds, but he surged forward toward her hiding place only about 30 feet before he swung around, heading back into the intersection. He turned his motorcycle to the right so his light shone on the stretch of road he had been on before he had turned, then rode a few feet up to the left, but didn't seem to see anything that way either. He came back along the road toward Jane. This time he seemed to have decided she couldn't have gone down either of the other stretches of road. He came along slowly, and as he approached, Jane saw the trees above her hiding place begin to glow brighter with his headlight. The engine throttled back, so it was almost at idle again. Suddenly it grew much louder, and the motorcycle came off the road, over the shoulder and into the grove, heading directly for Jane. She crawled behind a tree and stood, taking off her jacket. She pressed her body to the trunk of the tree, listening to the engine of the motorcycle and watching the beam of the headlight bouncing up and down on the leaves and upper branches of the oak trees around her. She listened closely and watched the trees brighten more and more, and then stepped away from the trunk to face him. The man on the motorcycle was 30 feet away, moving toward her. As soon as he saw her, he sped up, as though he intended to run her down. As he came toward her, Jane took 2 steps in one direction and then the other, as though she were transfixed, unable to decide what to do. The motorcycle roared toward her, but she stepped aside at the last second and flung her jacket over his head and across his face. The motorcycle seemed to jerk as he tried to brake, then tried to turn it and lay it down. The motorcycle went 10 feet past Jane into the trunk of an oak tree. The man was thrown over it, half turned in the air, and hit the tree beyond it. The motorcycle was still running, lying on the ground in front of the tree with its light on, and the rear wheel still spinning and the engine roaring. Jane knelt there for a second and turned it off, then approached the injured man cautiously. He was conscious, and Jane saw him try to move his right arm toward his jacket pocket, realize from the pain and immobility that it was broken, then try to reach across his body with his left. She saw the gun before he could get a grip on it, kicked his ribs, and snatched it out of his pocket. She held it to his head. "You have one chance, and it's right now. What's your name?" "Pete Tilton." That was one of the names Christine had told her, so she accepted it. "Is Christine in that house?" "No." "Is she all right?" "I'm not. I'm hurt really bad. Just call an ambulance and go. Nobody'll come after you for this if you'll help." He tried to raise his head as though he wanted to sit up, but couldn't. "Is Christine dead?" He moved convulsively, trying to catch Jane's legs in a side kick and bring her down where he might be able to wrest the gun away with his left hand. Jane stepped backward and fired. "What was that?" asked Ruby Beale. "Probably nothing, a backfire," Andy Beale said. "I haven't heard a backfire in 20 years. On the couch in the great room, Andy Beale had his arm around Ruby. He said, "Sometimes when people are under a lot of stress, it gets into their dreams. They can wake up enough to walk around and still be dreaming." Ruby took 2 deep breaths and blew them out through her nose. "It wasn't a dream, Andy. I saw her. And if you had just looked right away when I pointed, you would have seen her for yourself." He spoke very gently. "You saw me order Pete and Steve and the girls to go out there to look around, and so far nobody has found any sign of her. They're all still at it, but as the time goes by, the chance gets slimmer. You know, sometimes, and I'm not saying this is one of those times, we see things with our heads instead of our eyes." She turned her whole body to face him. "Just what are you getting at?" "There's no such thing as a ghost, Ruby." "So, you did see her?" "No, I didn't." "What do you think is crazier, to see something and admit it, or see it and tell yourself you couldn't have, so you didn't?" Andy Beale thought for a moment, then shrugged. "When you're at that level, who cares? Take your pick." She stood up and went to the elevator. "Sometimes you're a real jackass, you know." She punched the button, and the doors closed. Andy Beale heard it going up to the 3rd level, where the master suite was. He knew that it was probably his job to follow her up there and make a convincing apology for being insensitive. That was just another way of saying he was a jackass, and it only applied after the fact, when she wasn't mad anymore. He knew what was required of him, but tonight he couldn't bring himself to do it just yet. Chapter 31. Jane was back in Sharon's house taking a shower by 1:30 a.m. She knew it was a good idea to wash thoroughly after discharging a firearm into a person, but that was all she allowed herself to think for the moment. It was not until she had finished the shower and was soaking in Sharon's tub that she allowed herself to turn her attention to what she had done to the man on the motorcycle. The first conclusion she reached was that she didn't especially regret killing him. She had needed to do the same thing to other people several times in the past. Right after college, when she had started making the hunted disappear, it had not occurred to her that she would ever kill anyone. She was only going to help people who were in danger run away. It had been a simple, logical proposition for her. Saving a life could never be wrong. But after she had helped a number of victims begin new lives, she began to realize that sometime one of the enemies would find his way to her. On the day it happened, she had not made a slow, reasoned decision to kill. Instead, she had acted instinctively in a second, and then recognized that this, too, had been part of her original decision. The moment she invented the profession of preventing murderers from getting to their victims, she had already made it inevitable that one of them would try to kill her. Her only choice would be to die or kill him. The first time, and every time after that, she had chosen to kill. Tonight Jane's feelings were complicated. She was tired, but she was also acutely aware that time was passing. From the day when she had arrived in Minneapolis and found Christine's apartment abandoned, she had been racing to find her. She had to keep trying every way she could and to press every advantage. Tonight she had a slight advantage, and if she used it in time, it might cause some anxiety and confusion. Jane dressed and went out into the night. She took with her the telephone number from Richard Beale's personnel file and drove to Kearny Mesa. She stopped at a brightly lighted supermarket on Balboa. The payphone was on the wall outside under the front window. She put in a few coins and dialed. "Yeah? Richard Beale?" There was a brief, breathless silence, then, "That's right. Who's this?" "I'm not surprised you're awake. I suppose your parents called you." "Who is this?" "You know who it is, and you know I'm not going to tell you a name, so stop asking." Jane kept her eyes moving from the street to the supermarket parking lot. "The man who came after me tonight, Pete Tilton, right, is dead. I want you to know I can do the same to the 3 you have left, to anyone else you hire, and to you. Tell me what happened to Christine." "I don't know anybody named Christine." "Tonight I told your friend he had one chance to answer, but he decided not to take it. This is your chance. Be sure you take it." "You can't call people up and threaten them." "Is Christine alive?" "I don't know her." "Good night, Richard. I'll see you very soon." The telephone went dead. Richard Beale stood with the receiver in his hand until it began to make clicking noises, and he remembered to press end. Had she been trying to trick him into saying something incriminating on a telephone and record it? What was she doing? Deming had said the woman who had helped Christine was crazy. Crazy people weren't interested in going to court. A person who drove toward another car on a dark highway, perfectly willing to crash into it, was not anybody Richard Beale knew how to interpret. He was used to people who wanted something comprehensible, like collecting next week's paycheck. Deming was just going to have to kill her. He should have already. It was part of the package. Deming's only purpose was to solve problems. Whatever the hell that woman was talking about with Pete Tilton, it didn't sound good. She certainly wasn't a problem Richard could tolerate. Richard picked up his car keys from his dresser, looked at himself in the full-length mirror and ran his hand through his hair, then stepped to the doorway and reached for the light switch. But he thought better of it. If he came back an hour from now, he didn't want to walk into the bedroom and find that crazy bitch waiting for him in the dark. He went downstairs to the kitchen and stopped at the new security door into the garage. He turned on the garage light, peered through the peephole, and made sure the garage was safe before he entered. Richard got into his black Porsche, locked the doors, started the engine, and shifted to reverse before he pressed the garage door opener. As the door rolled upward, he was already turned around in his seat, checking to be sure she wasn't in the driveway waiting for him. As soon as the door was up far enough for the Porsche's roof to clear it, he backed out quickly, pressed the button to close the garage, and drove off. He had already told his mother he was on his way to the house in Rancho Santa Fe, or he might very well have changed his mind about going out there right now. The disturbance there and the phone call could easily be some sort of scheme to lure him out alone in the middle of the night. There was absolutely no doubt now that the woman was the one who had broken into his house. It wasn't just some coincidence that a burglar had chosen to hit the place today. A simple thief was an impersonal threat, and had more reason to fear Richard than Richard had to fear him. But a mad woman was a different thing entirely. Facing a woman who didn't care if she got killed was like facing somebody who was already dead. It made the hair on the back of Richard's neck stand up. He turned off the freeway at Solana Beach and headed inland. The Porsche was made for this kind of drive, a winding road that was deserted at this time of night, where there were few lights or stop signs. Within minutes he was gliding up the road that led to his parents' house, and then he saw flashing lights far ahead, yellow and blue, but also some red ones, that made the grayish leaves of the oak trees look as though they were on fire. Richard slowed down in increments, downshifting until he was crawling along. Now he could make out cop cars and an ambulance, and people walking around on foot with flashlights. They were grouped around the last intersection before his parents' house, only about a half-mile from it. More uniformed men and women were walking around in a stand of oak trees. The car's headlights and the movable floodlights were trained to throw a steady glow of white light into the grove. The back doors of the ambulance were open, but the paramedics didn't seem to be in a rush. Richard coasted past with his foot disengaging the clutch, partly to keep from drawing too much attention to himself. He saw Pete Tilton's bright yellow motorcycle lying in the brush under the trees, and not far from it he could see what looked like a sheet over a lump about the size of a man's body. It had to be Pete. Richard lifted his foot to release the clutch and gave the car a little gas, then shifted to second. Farther on he could see lights glowing through the hedge. He hoped the cops didn't wonder why everyone at the Beale house was up at this hour, but he supposed whatever had happened to Pete had been noisy. He picked up the other remote control while he was still many yards away, and held his thumb on the buttons so that when he turned in he didn't have to wait for the gate to open. He parked in the middle of the paved area, got out of his car, trotted to the front door of the house, and touched the knob, but the door was locked. He took out his keys again and opened it, then froze. Across the foyer, Steve Deming and Sybil Landreau were leaning into the entrance to the great room, each showing only an eye, an arm, and a gun. As soon as they saw Richard, they lowered their weapons, and Deming hurried to Richard and locked the deadbolt.
"Sorry for that," he said. "It sounded like your Porsche, but we had to be sure who was driving it." "It's okay," Richard said. "I just drove by a bunch of cops looking over Pete's motorcycle in the woods down by the corner. It looked like a body beside it. What happened?"
Sybil Landreau said,
"We don't—"
At that moment, Claudia Marshall stepped out of the great room.
"Oh, my God," she wailed.
"Pete, too?" She dissolved into sobs. Sybil glared at Richard as though he were to blame, put her arm around Claudia, and ushered her up the stairway.
What's going on? Where are my parents? Deming said, A while ago your mother got up and saw that woman who hid Christine. Saw her? Here? She was outside the glass doors along the side wall of the house. Deming pointed. At first we figured your mother had been dreaming. She said she saw this woman all in black who kinda dissolved into the darkness. Of course we went to check it out and see if anybody was out there. We couldn't find anything, but Pete figured it was possible that she'd been here and gotten away on foot. He figured if he went out on his motorcycle, he might be able to catch her before she got to her car. I guess he did, Richard said. She says she shot him. She says? I just talked to her. I was throwing on some clothes to come here, and the phone rang. She called to tell me she'd shot him. Why? She said she asked him where Christine was, and he didn't tell her. Shit. She asked me, too.
Deming looked at him closely, as though he were wondering whether Richard understood what he had just said.
Did she say she was going to kill you, too? Not in those words, but I guess so. And all of you.
There. See? Claudia Marshall was up on the first landing of the staircase. We've got ourselves stuck in the brain of a psycho. You think she's going to try to find Christine for a while and then give up and go away?
Deming shrugged. You're probably right. Maybe we could arrange to make a trade. What?
Richard was confused.
Claudia, what do you think? You're about the right height. We could get you the right wig, and we've already got Christine's clothes. This woman was probably with her when she bought them, and she'll recognize them as Christine's. Richard said, You think you can pass off Claudia as Christine? Not forever, just long enough to get Claudia close to her. Then Claudia puts her out of our misery.
I'm in, said Claudia.
We don't even have a plan, said Deming. Don't sign on to be the bait until we at least have a plan.
We'll think of something, Claudia said. I really want to be the one who pops her. I'd like to be close enough when I do it to see the surprise on her face.
Richard!
The three all turned their heads to see Andy Beale standing beneath the arch into the great room. He was dressed now, wearing a pair of blue jeans that were stiff and dark-colored, as though they had just come off the rack, a green flannel shirt, and walking shoes. To Richard, his father looked the way he used to look when they went to the mountain lakes for a week or two during the summers. It was a happy memory, because the lakes in the Sierras had all been too small to be choppy, and his parents had paid attention to him intermittently.
I'll be right there, Richard called. He turned to Deming. What are you going to do now? We can't do much until the cops get Pete's body out of the woods and finish looking for evidence. I don't think that woman will be back before then. That means tomorrow night, I think.
Andy Beale called,
Take your time, Richard.
Richard hurried into the great room after him. Andy Beale sat down beside his wife on a couch along the wall beside the massive stone fireplace. All that stone and mortar shielded the couch from any shot fired from outside. Richard had to take the only seat left, a large leather armchair that he hoped made him hard to see from a distance. He was alarmed at the way his mother looked. The usual healthy plumpness of her face seemed to have been deflated. She was pale, and her eyes were red, as though she had been crying.
You okay, Mom?
Andy Beale said,
It's not our favorite way to spend a night, but we plan to live through it. You okay, Mom?
Richard repeated. I suppose so, she said. It was a bit of a shock to look down and see her looking up at me in the middle of the night. She glanced at her husband. Some people didn't think I really saw her. But your friend, Mr. Tilton, found her real enough.
Yeah, Richard said. I talked to her afterward. She called me up.
She did? Richard's mother seemed more interested in him than she had been in years.
She wants Christine. She said that she asked Pete where she was, and he wouldn't tell her.
Oh, my God, said Ruby Beale.
She keeps shooting people until somebody tells? We don't know that, said Andy. She wants Christine. She isn't after the baby. She doesn't even know we have him. Well, Richard said, Steve says she won't be back tonight. She'll be scared of all the cops down the street. I guess I'll probably sleep here. Andy said, Tonight, anyway. What do you mean? I think this will be our last night here, your mother and me. Tomorrow morning I'll be in the office to take a look at the list of places the company has on the market and pick out a house. That makes sense, Richard conceded. Glad you think so. You'll be in charge of getting us packed up tomorrow and moved the next day. I want the trucks to arrive at 8 in the morning the day after tomorrow. When it happens, I'll need to have what's left of your little gang following the trucks from a distance to be sure that woman doesn't show up and go right along with us. Good idea, Richard said. They might even get a chance to spot her and take care of her right then. Maybe, Andy Beale said, but that's not why I'm doing it. This is chess. I'm moving your mother and little Robert out of any exposure to danger. That woman has found this house, so we'll castle. This square isn't any good to us anymore. I'd advise you to find a new place, too. I can move in with you until this is over. No, you can't. What do you mean? Richard was shocked. It'll make us all safer if we stick together and protect each other.
Andy Beale sighed. It was late, and he looked old and tired.
There are several reasons. One is that you've got to be out moving around accomplishing things, and that might attract her attention. I want this house emptied, cleaned, painted, and prepped for sale as soon as possible, and that means getting the crews lined up. I want the business running smoothly, and I want it protected. Get some real security on the office and other key places, not just a few unarmed night watchmen. That's enough for now.
Richard was listening carefully. When his father stopped talking, he realized that he had been sitting there with his mouth open. He looked at his mother and saw that her eyes were wet. She looked away from him. He said, You said this is chess. You're offering to sacrifice a piece, aren't you?
I never said that, said his father. But that's what you're doing. You're putting me in the open, where this psychotic woman will concentrate on me and leave you alone.
Andy Beale seemed to be weighing the idea, as though he hadn't thought of it before. Then he raised his head and met Richard's eyes.
Well, I suppose that's one way to look at it. An adult male usually takes whatever risks there are as a matter of course, and keeps his wife and babies and elderly parents safe. That's always been the way human societies have done things. But I suppose you probably have a new way. Suddenly you're old and weak to be protected. 10 seconds ago you were ordering me around like a general. Right. And I will again. The other thing about this plan, Richard, is that it places responsibility for solving the problem on the person who caused the problem. That's you. All of this nonsense that we're trying to live through right now is because you were idiot enough to hire an underage girl and screw her until she got pregnant, but not man enough to keep her, even though she had no place to go and no money but what you were paying her. It seems to me that at the age of 38 you can hardly expect your mother and father to get you out of this and risk the life of our grandson to protect you. He paused. Now, is any of that unfair? You know it is. Richard caught himself and tried to control the volume of his voice. It leaves out the real reason why any of this happened. It's that you two wanted a grandchild. It had to be this one, and no other. I could have had a half-dozen other children if you could just have waited a couple of years, but no, it had to be Christine's baby. This time Ruby spoke, her hand clutching Andy's arm to keep him quiet. We did wait a year or two. Then we waited another year or two. We've been waiting for a grandchild since you were 22 years old.
16 years. Robert is the only chance we ever expect to have, and we're running out of time. It had to happen while we've got enough left in us to raise him, too."
Richard's shock had been growing, and now he realized he had forgotten to blink his eyes. He blinked them 5 times, and it made them water. "You're not behaving like he's my son. It's him instead of me. You're making him my replacement, aren't you?" Andy said, "Isn't that what's supposed to happen? A man works in a business, has a child, and when the child grows up, the man steps aside and retires. It's natural, like the seasons or something. When you were old enough, I made you president of my company, and to the extent that I dared, I stepped aside. When Robert is ready, it's going to be his turn. Now we're going to bed. Be sure somebody with a gun keeps his eyes open so we live until morning." He stood, and Ruby got up from the couch, too. They walked to the elevator, and Ruby pressed the button. The doors opened. The two stepped inside, and the doors closed. Neither of them said anything more to Richard. Richard walked to the couch and sat there for a few minutes, as though if he could see what they had been able to see, maybe he would understand. But he was too restless. He got up and walked to the stairs. Deming sat on the staircase that led up to the walkway between the 2 wings of the house. The architect had apparently decided that the walkway, with its plexiglass sides and its hidden supports and the glass wall, created enough of an illusion of openness. The staircase where Deming sat was hemmed in by chest-high walls with railings on them. "What are you doing here?" Richard asked. "Somebody's got to be awake, and the girls were tired. If that woman is crazy enough to break in tonight, the place she'll want to go is upstairs where everybody's sleeping. There are only 2 ways in, and I can control them both from here." He waited. "How about you? Going to bed?" "Not yet." "I wanted to talk to you. Something new? Weren't you talking about a way to go out and get this woman, and not just sit here and hope you can shoot her in my parents' house? That's a last resort. It's better to know where someone's going to be than to know where she is. You know she's going to come here." "You bet. This is where she thinks we're keeping everything she wants. She's winning, isn't she?" "What?" Deming laughed. "Hardly." "Come on," Richard said. "She's got us under siege. You're afraid to go outside. That's why you won't go look for her." Deming took a deep breath, then let it out. "When we started, there were 6 of us to do the looking. We're down to 3, 2 of them women at that. Just be patient. Be patient so she can come and take her shot. Sometimes you have to win in a way you didn't choose. It feels just as good. Look, I know you're under pressure. I was sitting here while your parents were talking. I heard. Be ready." Richard said, "I may have no other choice. If we can't solve this problem, they really will cut me out of everything. I'll be out in the cold. I can't let that happen. Andy, and then Ruby, right?" "Right. Him, then her, and then the baby." Chapter 32. Jane watched the trucks arrive at the Beale house in Rancho Santa Fe. There was no moving van, and there were no long trailers. These were 4 white, squared-off trucks with roll-down cargo doors and hydraulic lifts on the back, the kind used for delivering furniture or appliances. At 6 a.m., Jane had parked her SUV far up the road beyond the Beale house and walked back inside the property lines and away from the road, then climbed another oak tree near the back fence so she could see the house clearly. The trucks arrived much earlier than she had expected. They were small enough to pass through the front gate and park in a row in front of the big garage, then back up to the house for loading. Jane watched the doors and windows until she was sure that none of the people she had seen at the house on her first trip were here. Then she turned her attention to the things that were being carried from the house. Jane could tell from the start that this was not like any other moving day she had seen. It was more like the striking of the set of a play. Each truck held 6 men. They jumped down and went to work with the kind of relentless efficiency that meant there were no watchful customers around to see them. There was little rapping or concern for breakage. They quickly hauled a lot of furniture out to the first truck, loaded it tightly, and closed its rear door. Then 2 men drove it away. The other 4 stayed, joining their comrades in packing cardboard cartons inside the house and moving them out to the next truck, where 2 men stood on the truck bed to stack them from floor to ceiling from the cab to the rear door. The 2 rolled down the door and locked it, then drove the truck off while the second group of 4 stayed to keep packing and loading. The men worked with the fevered concentration of thieves. They loaded 1 truck at a time, then sent it off and backed the next one to the door. Finally, she saw one of the items she had been waiting for, a large white wooden crib. The men didn't dismantle it or even remove the mattress. 2 of them simply carried it out and set it on the truck bed, then went back for more. Jane saw a changing table, a stroller, a big toy box, another box that seemed to hold brightly colored decorations, possibly a mobile. Jane climbed down from the limb where she had been sitting and walked to the SUV, then drove toward the freeway. She passed the Beale house and saw the next truck was filling up rapidly because of the excess of laborers, so she drove ahead and waited in a mall parking lot near the freeway entrance. About 10 minutes later, one of the white trucks passed her parking lot and rolled up the ramp onto the freeway. Jane waited for 30 seconds, then went after it. She drove hard until she could see the truck, then dropped far back and merely watched for it to take an exit. She followed the truck until it entered the front gate of a real estate development called Florentine Ranch. She could see from outside the tall fence that it was full of large new homes, all of them vaguely Mediterranean with tile roofs and white stucco sides. Each of them was placed on a lot so small that the sides of the houses shaded each other in the morning sun. She parked her car down the road a distance, where there was a second gate that had no gatehouse. She waited until a resident of the community coasted to the exit, opened the gate with a remote control, and drove out. As soon as the car passed, she stepped inside. It took her only a few minutes to find the right house. The first truck to arrive was leaving now, and the second was pulling up to the front to unload. As she walked along, she studied the place. Its primary function as protection consisted of being different from the house in Rancho Santa Fe. It was the sort of place that only someone who had never broken into a house would think was safe. She walked back to the gate where she had entered, found the button mounted on the wall for pedestrians to open the gate, pressed it, and walked out. As she drove back to Sharon's house, she thought about the ways into the Beales' new home. There were 2 skylights on the roof that she could probably open, at least 3 windows on the sides of the house that she could unlock with a length of wire looped at the end, a set of French doors with very small panes of glass. She could tape one, break it without making much noise, reach in and turn the knob. There were certainly other ways she would discover if she came closer. Jane went to a payphone on a large plaza a few miles away from the development and called Richard Beale's cell phone. When he answered, she said, "Hello, Richard. It's me again. I've been to see your parents' new house." "New house? What new house?" 2952 Mona Lisa Terrace. It's a little cramped and kind of boxy, not like the last one. I liked all that glass." "I'll bet," he said. "This one will be a little harder for you, won't it?" "Everything is good for me. The big one was better for looking, but this one is better for visiting. Nobody will see me until I'm inside." "What do you want?" "You know," said Jane. "I want Christine." "You said that before. Why are you calling now?" "I sensed that I wasn't really giving you your chance before." I called before you had time to find out that Derek J. Smith really was dead. Did you know that was Pete Tilton's real name all along? Derek J. Smith? It was in the paper. I don't know what you're talking about. Enough, said Jane. I'm going to say it this time as clearly as I can. You and your employees kidnapped Christine. Until I have her, I'll keep doing whatever it takes to get her and her baby. I want to make sure you understand what I just said. Whatever it takes. There are no limits, and I will never give up. When I leave, either she'll be with me, or every one of you will be dead. Richard Beale's throat was so dry he couldn't swallow. His chest felt empty, as though it had been opened and everything had been scooped out of it. He didn't want to speak because he knew she would detect fear in his voice. Do you have anything to tell me, Richard? Last chance. Wait! He held his breath. It took him a few seconds to get over the shock of what he had just done. He hadn't intended to say it, but he couldn't bear to let her hang up. He couldn't tell from her voice whether she really could kill him, but after listening to her, he knew absolutely that she intended to try. I'm waiting, but not much longer. We can do this, he said. We can solve it, make a deal. She said, There's nothing in the world that you can offer me except Christine and her baby. In exchange, I'll give you absolutely nothing. Does that sound like a deal? Yes. Then I'm listening, she said. I want my life. That's all I'm asking for. You take Christine and the baby, and you leave me alone. Let me go on like it never happened. Tell me where she is, and when I have her, I'm gone. Tonight. I'll bring her to the house my parents just moved out of in Rancho Santa Fe. Let's say midnight. You call this number, and I'll release her. Why midnight? Why not right now in daylight? She's not here. She's in a resort hotel in Mexico, and it'll take hours to have somebody go down, pick her up, and bring her back. What about her baby? The baby will be with her, he said. All right, she said. If I see anyone there besides you, Christine, and the baby, it's off. If I see a weapon, I open fire. How do I know I can trust you? You wanted a deal. This is the deal. Still want it? Yes. Jane hung up. He was lying, of course. She drove back to Florentine Ranch, the gated community where she had seen the trucks unloading. After about an hour, she saw the first of the trucks returning to the new house where they had just brought the furniture. Richard must be moving his parents again, to a third house. That confirmed what she had suspected from the start. Richard was not assuming that Jane, Christine, and the baby would be leaving San Diego tonight. He was preparing for the possibility that Jane would still be nearby, alive and angry. Jane waited for the rest of the trucks to arrive and begin loading up again, then followed the first truck as it left the gated enclave. It drove north all the way to San Juan Capistrano and up a long road to a new street that led to the summit of a hill. Jane waited for a few minutes, then drove up after them. She found the white truck being unloaded into a 2-story stucco house. She memorized the address, then turned her SUV around and drove the way she had come. All the way back to the freeway she studied the route, because she knew that the next time she came here, it would be in the dark. Chapter 33. As Richard Beale spoke to his father on the telephone, he paced from one end of his living room to the other. You don't have to stay in San Juan Capistrano for long. I just need to have you and Mom and Robert out of here and safe until I'm sure this is over. You don't want that crazy woman climbing in your window some night, do you? Andy Beale said, We're going to do what you ask this time, Richard. One more time we'll do things your way. But this had better solve the problem for good. You sound as though this is a big deal.
I've already had them move your belongings out there. I don't know what difference it makes whether you're in Capistrano or San Diego."
He could hear his father's breaths coming out of his nose in snorts.
"I worked a lifetime so nobody in this family would ever have to worry about money. Now I get to have some peace and do what I want for a few years before I die. I spent a lot of money on my boat, and I like taking it out on the ocean. It isn't saving the damn world or curing the clap, but I like it. If I'm in Capistrano, getting to the harbor and back takes 2 extra hours. Just put up with it for a few days, and then this will be over. Do something besides going out in the boat. How can you even be sure she found the other house? She told me the address, and what she said made it clear she had been there to look it over. I thought your little gang was going to watch the move to be sure that couldn't happen. It's just one of those things. Steve was up all night, and the girls were up until at least 4, and the movers got started early. By the time Steve and the girls were there, the first 3 trucks had already loaded and left. This time it'll be safe. How the fuck do you know?" She was on the phone with me, and the second I hung up, I called the moving people to go back out and move everything up to the Capistrano house. That way she won't know where you're staying. Andy Beale sounded suspicious. "And you immediately thought of San Juan Capistrano, did you?" "It was the first place that came into your mind." "You're not just moving me way up there so I can't keep an eye on what you're doing in the office, are you?" "Jesus, Dad. Of course not."
It was one of several reasons why Richard had chosen the Capistrano house and directed the moving trucks there without clearing it with his parents first. He had been busy for much of the past month moving money to his own accounts and changing the ownership of certain pieces of property to Richard Beale Enterprises. He had covered the transfers in the books by making them trades of land he held, most of it in the desert, for land the Beale Company held along the ocean. He had done nothing illicit with the Capistrano property, so his father wouldn't get any mail from the county addressed to Richard Beale. But he genuinely didn't want his father to be able to come into the office on a whim and start noticing things. His father said, "Just make sure there's nothing going on there that I'm not going to like." "There isn't. You act as though I just drive by there once in a while to pick up a paycheck. I'm in there all day, every day, Saturdays included, and a lot of Sundays. Everything that happens there is on my desk in 5 minutes. Now look, I'm sorry, but I've got to go. There's a lot to do by tonight." He pressed the button on his cell phone to disconnect. Steve Deming looked at him with suppressed irritation. "Are you ready to pay attention to this now?" "I'm sorry," said Richard. "I've got to be sure I have the 2 of them where they're supposed to be doing what they're supposed to do." "I suppose you do. But you launched this operation before we even got a chance to set anything up, let alone practice. And this has to be perfect, or it isn't going to work. You've got to be prepared for the possibility that it won't. How the hell do I prepare for that? We've got a couple of things. You can't have a weapon on you, so weapons will already be on the premises for you. I put 2 in the house and 2 outside. They're loaded and the safeties are off. If you need one, you pick it up and pull the trigger. You can do that, right?" "Of course I can." "Where are they?" "One is under the hose reel." "Hose reel?" "You know, the thing attached to the house that you crank to reel in the hose. It's in the garden at the back of the house. You reach into the middle of the hose, grab it, and you're ready to fire. I hope you're not expecting me to be the one who shoots her." Deming said, "I'm not expecting you to be the one who shoots her. I just want you to have a couple of options, ways to stay alive, if something goes wrong." "Where did you hide the other guns?" "One is in the pool house in the cabinet under the sink. If you have to run for cover, the pool house is a good place, and the gun will be there for you. Another is in the house inside the coat closet by the front door. It's taped to the wall above the door. You reach up, pull it down, and fire. The last one is in the guest bathroom off the great room, taped behind the toilet tank." Richard cupped his hands over his nose and mouth and took a few deep breaths into them. "Is something wrong?" Deming asked. "Are you dizzy or something?" "A little bit," Richard said. "I'll be okay in a minute." He would have liked to breathe into a paper bag and stave off an anxiety attack, but his hands seemed to be helping. He sat down on the white overstuffed chair beside him, then let his hands fall to his lap. Deming said, "Don't freak out about this, Richard. We're going to handle every possibility. You and Claudia will be close to her, but Sybil and I will have you two covered from a distance. If trouble happens, you'll head in one direction and Claudia will head in the other. The woman will be standing by herself and one of us will kill her. What's wrong now? The whole thing is just so unreal," said Richard. "I keep thinking, how the hell did I get from where I started all the way to this point? I'm a real estate executive. All of this is like a bad dream. Forget that kind of thinking because it'll paralyze you. You're not going to have to do much, but you'll have to do something. I can't get you out of meeting her because that was what you offered. If you don't show up, she'll know it's an ambush. It wasn't as though I wanted to offer her that. I had to do something right then, right at that moment. And I remembered this was what you and Claudia had been planning. She was on the phone, getting ready to hang up, and I knew I had one chance."
Sybil Landro's tall, skinny shape appeared in the hallway.
"She's all set,"
Deming said.
"Let's see."
Sybil held out her right hand, and a woman stepped out of the guest room. She was pretty and small-featured. Her eyes had been made up with shadow and eyeliner to make them seem bigger, and her tinted contact lenses made her irises blue. Her hair was shoulder-length and chestnut-colored, and it had a tendency to fall over one eye when she cocked her head. Her lipstick had been brushed on to imitate Christine's full lips. She walked with small steps, and she wore a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie.
"Oh, my God," said Deming. "You look exactly like Christine. Exactly."
"Think so?" said Claudia.
"Absolutely. You're right on the money. Don't you think so, Richard?" Deming's forced smile begged for the right answer. "Perfect," Richard said. He smiled, too. "I mean, you were perfect before as yourself, Claudia, but this is something."
Sybil and Claudia went back into the guest room and closed the door.
"She doesn't look like Christine," Richard said. "She's short, but she's not the same body type as Christine. What are we doing? Why say she does if she doesn't? She's 10 years older, and Christine gained 35 pounds in the pregnancy, at least. She'll be wearing padding, and that'll make her look fat," said Deming. "The wig is a perfect match for Christine's hair. She's the same height as Christine, and with the makeup she's fine. You've got to remember it'll be midnight, and there'll only be a sliver of moonlight tonight. Once she's out of the house, it'll be like walking around in the bottom of a well. If the woman gets close enough to see the difference, Claudia will be close enough to shoot her. Jesus, Steve, I don't know about this. I don't think we should make her think she'll fool anybody. It could make her take chances."
Deming put his arm around Richard's shoulder.
"We don't have a choice. You're the one who talked to this woman, and we're locked into giving her a Christine. Claudia's our only possible Christine. All we have to do is make her feel confident and back her up."
Sybil Landro reappeared and stood a few feet off, waiting. When Deming saw her, he nodded.
"Now we've got some more things to do before dark. We'll see you later."
He and Sybil went outside, and in a moment Richard heard Deming's car accelerating onto the coast road. Richard sat on one of the living-room couches, leaning back with his face toward the ceiling and his eyes closed. He didn't want to succumb to the fear, the shortness of breath, the throbbing in his head that made him feel sick. He knew that he needed to rest now before the long night. He heard something quiet, a swish, a rustle, and smelled perfume a half-second before he felt the lips against his. He opened his eyes just as Claudia's face pulled back a few inches.
Her hair was blonde again, and her eyes were brown. "A sweet kiss, but a little short," she said. "Are you making a fool of me?" he asked.
"No, you'll have to do that yourself."
She lowered her head again and kissed him deeply, lingering there and letting her tongue tickle his lips and then slip into his mouth. They kissed for a minute or two. He put his arms around her and noticed that she had changed her clothes too. She was wearing a light sundress held up by two thin straps. He moved his hand along her spine and verified that there was nothing under the dress. She tugged it back down and sat up, then looked out the large black windows at the ocean and squinted. "It's so bright. Come to the bedroom." He got up and followed Claudia into the hallway. When she turned toward the guest bedroom where she had changed, he gently placed his hands on her hips and steered her into the master suite. He turned around to close the door and lock it. When he turned back, she was kneeling on the bed, pulling the dress off over her head. She met his eyes.
"Sex calms the nerves."
"I knew I could get you to help me out, Richard. You're such a whore." Chapter 34. Jane stood in Sharon's kitchen and fought the impulse to call Carrie. After a few seconds, she defeated the urge. If she told him she was calling because she might not be alive in a few hours, what would that accomplish? If she wasn't up to dying without tormenting him, then she had become a different person in 5 years. The only way to increase her chances of survival was to concentrate on what she had to do. She went into the bedroom and laid out her black clothes and her running shoes, then went back to the kitchen table, checked the pair of Beretta M92 pistols, and loaded the two 14-round magazines. She took a shower, scrubbed in the bathtub, and then showered again to be sure she had washed off any trace of makeup, shampoo, or deodorant. She was going to be moving in the dark tonight, and she wasn't going to let a scent betray her. Dressed in her black clothes, she returned to the kitchen for the small backpack and packed the kit she had devised for the evening. She had a spool of 50-pound test monofilament fishing line, her razor-sharp folding knife, and the small plastic container of grease paint. She had bought a cell phone under the name Helen DeLong, and that was the one she placed in her kit. She had bought a battery-operated baby monitor and receiver, and 2 thick chains with heavy padlocks. Jane took her kit, her guns, and her bicycle to the garage and loaded them into the SUV. She knew she needed a safer place to hide her vehicle this time, so she drove to a hotel on the road to Rancho Santa Fe, rented a room, and parked in the parking structure where her SUV would not be visible. Then she put on her pack, took her bicycle out, and rode it to the estate bordering the Beale house, where she had climbed the wall on her earlier visit. She walked her bicycle into the oak woods off the road, left it in a dry creek bed, and covered it with leaves and fallen branches, then walked toward the Beale estate. She came on to the estate by climbing the tree and using the overhanging limb she had used earlier. Before moving on, she found her half-stripped sapling and made sure it was in place in case she needed a ladder to reach the top of the wall again. Once she had moved through the pine woods at the back of the Beale land, she crawled to the edge of the lawn to study the buildings. There was no sign that anyone was waiting. It was only 3 in the afternoon, 9 hours early, but Jane wasn't sure yet that she was alone. She needed to reach the house without being seen. After she had waited an hour without hearing a sound from the house or seeing anyone pass a window, she decided it was time to move. She stepped quietly along the back of the big garage, skirting the open lawn, and then walked to the back of the pool house. She didn't want to go any farther and leave the pool house behind her without first being sure no one had chosen it as the place to wait in ambush. She stepped to the doorway and peered inside, then slipped in and opened cabinets and drawers. She stared through each of the windows to determine what parts of the house and yard could be seen from there. She was almost ready to leave when she opened the cabinet under the sink in the bar and found a gun. It was a .45 Glock, loaded, with a round in the chamber and the safety off. She took out the magazine, cleared the round, buried the magazine in the flower bed beside the pool house, and then returned the gun to its hiding place. When she reached the side of the house, she stepped along it until she found the electric meter and circuit breakers. She could see the wheel in the meter turning very slowly, as though the only things still drawing current were the electric displays on the built-in appliances. She opened her pack, took out her roll of monofilament fishing line, tied it to the master power switch beside the circuit box, and then ran it around a bar in the iron fence surrounding the pool, and finally along the side of the main house to the garden. She tested the line once by tugging it to turn off the power to the house, then went back to the box and closed the switch again. The next step was to find a good way into the house. She approached the sliding door to the main room. Through the glass she examined the latch that locked it to the doorframe. She jiggled the door on its track. It was an expensive, well-fitted door. It wouldn't move from side to side. She tried grasping the handle and lifting the door straight up, and found that she could lift it nearly an inch. The wheels that held it on its track could be raised or lowered by adjustment screws recessed on the inner side of the door, and it was clear to her that nobody had adjusted them for years, so they had gotten very loose. What she needed now was something she could use as a pry bar. There was nothing in the garden, but she remembered seeing a barbecue set in one of the drawers below the counter in the pool house. She went back and selected a big butcher knife. She returned to the sliding door, knelt, and lifted it again, pushed the knife into the space beneath it, and moved it until she found the spring-loaded wheel under the door. She used the blade to hold the wheel up and pushed the door off its track. Then she slipped the blade into the space she'd created between the door and frame, and lifted the latch. She lifted the door to set the wheel back onto its track, put the knife into her pack, and stepped inside. She explored the interior of the house. The moving crew had taken everything that could be moved. The bare floors and walls made her footsteps echo as she went from room to room. On the ground floor there was a row of bedroom suites with bathrooms between them, and then at the end of the long hallway she came to one room that had a damaged wall. The plaster had been dug away in 2 places under the window, as though someone had tried to burrow through the wall. Jane went to the window and looked out, then realized what it was. The holes in the wall were almost exactly in the places where the bars over the window were anchored. Somebody had been trying to remove the bars from the inside. Jane looked more closely and saw scratches on the plaster that looked like knife marks. These weren't part of some remodeling project. There were no drill holes or chiseled spots. Someone had tried to dig out of here with a knife. Christine. It was obvious that Richard Beale had no intention of setting Christine free. The damaged plaster reminded Jane of the possibility that Christine was already dead. She might even be buried somewhere on this estate. She had been missing from her apartment in Minneapolis for about a month, and the plot of land around this house was huge. A girl like Christine, still weak from giving birth, would have been easy enough to kill, and then she could have been buried deep in one of the flower beds where the soil was soft and moist and free of stones and roots. They could have buried her and then transplanted a few flats of poppies and petunias over her. These were rich people. They could have had a crew plant a full-grown tree, or even cover Christine's body with a new section of driveway. If Christine was dead, Jane knew, she would probably never find the body. San Diego had the Pacific Ocean to the west, and hundreds of miles of lonely deserts and mountains to the east. But she had seen the movers carrying a crib and boxes of toys. They wouldn't do that unless the baby was alive. The second time through the house, Jane counted steps and judged angles, looking out windows to determine what could be seen and what couldn't from each of them. She studied the great room without its furniture, trying to detect hiding places. First, she checked the inside of the fireplace, but found no guns. Then she checked the guest bathroom just off the big room and found the second pistol. She unloaded it and taped it where she'd found it. She went into the garage, noticed a rope and a light stepladder, carried them out to 2 sections of the wall around the property that she had never visited, and hid them. She suspected that she might have to go over the wall again, and she wanted as many ways up and out as possible. Jane turned on the battery-operated baby monitor, climbed the shelves to the top of one of the built-in bookcases in the big room, and placed it there. She took advantage of the waning daylight to study every part of the place. All the time while she worked, she was listening for the sound of someone else arriving. There was sparse traffic on the road beyond the high hedges. Each time she heard a car approach, she listened for the noise of the front gate opening. But there were only the calls of the birds in the surrounding groves of trees, and an occasional flutter of leaves from a sudden, warm gust off the desert. Jane unlocked several windows and 2 service doors on the wings of the house, so she would be able to come in and out at will. When everything was done, Jane went upstairs into the master bedroom, where she could see the grounds through windows on 3 sides. As she studied the estate, she picked out the places where Steve Deming might set up a sniper's nest to kill her, and calculated the angles from the house to the places where she could find the ladder and rope she'd left near the wall. She saw the hiding places she would have to check for enemies, and the false hiding places where a person would be more vulnerable rather than less, the low hedges near the house that would obscure a person but would make noise and reveal movement. She waited, looked, and listened while the sun went down and the house gradually sunk into darkness. When it was 11 o'clock, she stood and put on her backpack, and looked out the windows again before she left the master bedroom. She went down the stairs at the center of the building and then walked from room to room in the dark, testing her memory of the distances and spaces. Then she went out to the garage and made her way across the broad brick pavement to the garden planted beside the front gate to hide the machinery that opened it. She sat down behind a tree near the gate. At 11:30, the front gate began to glide to the left on its track. A black Cadillac Escalade drove in and stopped on the brick pavement in front of the garage, where it was closest to the front door of the house. It was where Jane had expected the vehicle to park, shielded from the line of fire on 3 sides, the house, the garage, and the front hedge. Jane watched from her hiding place by the gate as car doors opened, lights went on, and people emerged. The driver was a man whom she had seen in New York. He had to be Deming. He was tall, had light hair, and an athletic body that had thickened a bit in middle age. He wore a short-sleeved polo shirt with a sport coat over it, presumably to hide a gun. He went to the front door, unlocked and opened it, and stood guard there while the second man joined him. The second man was also tall. His hair was dark, and he had a handsome face, smooth and a bit boyish. He had to be Richard Beale. She could imagine Christine being attracted to him. He stood on the porch just in the doorway while Deming went inside, presumably to make sure Jane wasn't in there waiting. Beale looked increasingly uneasy as he waited for Deming to return. When he did, Beale stepped in. Jane remained motionless and looked hard, waiting for the next 2, who were sitting in the back seat. The left rear door opened, and there was the one with black hair she had seen outside Lompoc Prison. The woman got out, held the door, and waited for the other woman to get out, then grasped her arm and hurried her into the house. For the few moments while the second woman was visible, Jane strained to see her clearly. Her height seemed to match Christine's. She looked about 30 pounds heavier than Christine had been when Jane had seen her, and that would be about right. The hair seemed to be the same style as Christine's. Was that exactly what it would look like 4 months later? The dress was one that Jane and Christine had picked out at the Mall of America in Minnesota. There wasn't enough time. In the few steps between the car and the house, Jane couldn't tell if it was Christine or it wasn't. Jane waited until she saw a light go on in the big central room, then stepped to the front gate across the driveway, took out the padlock and chain she had brought, wrapped it around the gate and its post, and locked it shut. Then she kept going to the pedestrian gate nearby and locked that one too. She moved around the garage toward the backyard, where she could see through the big glass wall into the lighted room. The four people looked lost in the emptiness of the big room. They drifted around in it like fish swimming the perimeter of a bare aquarium. Jane could see no weapons on any of them, but she assumed they were armed. She moved into position in the garden a dozen yards from the back of the house, turned on the baby monitor she had kept, and watched the people in the house react. They must have heard the click.
What's that?
Do you hear that too?
It sounds like static.
Where's it coming from, the ceiling?
Jane said, "It's me. I'm here. We're going to do this quickly. Christine?" A man's voice jumped in right away to preempt anything the woman would say.
What do you want us to do?
Jane guessed that they had rehearsed this in advance, trying to make sure that Jane didn't hear the impostor's voice. Let Christine walk out the glass door at the back of the house and onto the lawn. The rest of you, stand in the center of the room and keep your hands above your heads. She recognized Beale's voice from her telephone call.
What do we do?
There was a whisper.
She can hear.
The woman who was supposed to be Christine walked to the sliding door.
Wait!
It was Deming's voice. The woman didn't stop. She opened the sliding door and stepped into the darkness. She began to walk out into the yard away from the house. She stepped past the rock garden where Jane crouched and onto the lawn. Jane switched the monitor off, and the woman turned around and took a step toward her. "Stop there." The woman moved her head from side to side, and Jane could tell the woman was trying to see her better. Jane crouched in the shadows a few yards from her. The light from the glass wall of the house was behind Jane and illuminated the woman's features. Jane said, "You're Claudia Marshall, aren't you?"
No, it's me, Christine. Don't you recognize me?
It was awful to hear her mimic Christine's voice. Jane could tell that the woman had heard Christine talk recently, probably a number of times. Jane said, "I want you to tell me what happened. Is Christine alive?"
Sure I am.
The woman stepped closer again, but she was drifting to Jane's left. Jane could see she was attempting to step out of the light and make Jane easier to see. Jane said, "Stop." Then everything around Jane seemed to be in motion. The woman wearing Christine's clothes lifted the dress and pulled out a pistol. She managed to raise it toward Jane before Jane shot her. The woman fell backward onto the grass, a red spot in the center of her chest. Jane dived to her left, away from the glass wall, just as shots from inside shattered the pane behind her. Jane rolled once, turning her body to face the house, and fired 6 shots through the glass at the figures in the big, empty room. She saw Deming go down, but she wasn't sure whether he had been hit or simply dropped to deny her a target. Sybil Landro swatted the switch by the front door to turn off the lights and disappeared in the blackness. Jane had spent the afternoon making decisions about what she was going to do, and she executed the moves that she had planned. She crawled a few feet toward the side of the house, picked up the fishing line, and jerked it so the power to the house was cut. Then she ran along the house to the first of the windows she had left unlatched. She turned on the battery-operated receiver for the baby monitor again. The voices were stage whispers.
Don't worry. We'll find her and then you get to the hospital.
I'm shot through the thigh, Sybil. If I lie here, I'm going to bleed to death.
Come on, Steve. Tie it off with your belt while we take care of this.
At least help me move out of the center of the floor so if she comes back, I'll have a chance.
You're not thinking clearly. You're right where you want to be. She'll think you're dead and you'll shoot her.
Listen, Sybil, I really need to go. Quiet, both of you.
This time it was Richard Beale's voice. Jane could hear him walking, each step like a hammer blow on the hardwood. There was a click, then another, and the click, click, click as he tried to turn on the outdoor floodlights. Shit! She cut the power! Jane switched off the monitor and left it beside the house while she pushed the window open. She used both hands to raise herself to the windowsill, then slithered inside onto the floor and closed the window. She could tell from the dimensions of the room that this was a bedroom. She remained where she was with her gun aimed at the door and waited. When she hadn't heard anything for a few minutes, she rose and stepped to the door. She crouched low and looked down the hallway toward the central room. She could make out the shape of Steve Deming on the floor. She saw no movement, but that meant nothing, because lying still was not only the strategy Sybil Landro had urged him to follow, but it was also probably the best way to slow the bleeding from his thigh. She waited, but still heard no movement in the hallway from Richard Beale or Sybil Landro. She left the bedroom and moved along the wall toward the central room. She heard a click from somewhere behind her, turned toward it, and dropped to the floor. The muzzle flash blinded her for a half-second, and the report was incredibly loud in the bare hallway, but the shot went over her head and pounded into the wall. Jane fired a round at the flash, and then 2 others below it, but she didn't think she hit anything. The hallway was deserted. Sybil Landro had fired and then ducked into the last room off the hall, the one with the bars on the window. Jane made a quick decision. She pushed off the wall and sprinted up the hall toward the room. She dashed along the corridor as fast as she could, switching pistols as she ran. As she approached the final door, she extended her right arm ahead of her with her finger on the trigger. She saw a faint sliver of moonlight appear on the floor of the dark hall, then widen. She stopped and went flat against the wall as the face of Sybil Landro appeared. Jane fired, but the face was pulled back. The door slammed, and Jane heard the lockbolt slide into its receptacle. Jane moved across the corridor to the other wall, took 10 more steps quietly, and stopped just past the wooden door. The doorknob was on the right, the hinges on the left. Jane knew where Sybil Landro would be standing at this instant. She would have her back to the wall, close to the hinge side of the door, waiting for Jane to kick it in. Jane aimed her pistol 2 feet to the left of the door and about 4 feet up from the floor, and fired 3 rapid shots into the wall. Then she moved a few feet to the end of the hall. There was no return fire, no sound of movement from inside the room. Jane waited for a minute, then 2 minutes. She took 3 steps, brought her right leg up, and gave the door a hard stomp kick just below the doorknob. The wood at the doorknob splintered, and the door flew open. Jane saw Sybil Landro sitting beneath the window and fired. Sybil Landro dropped her weapon and toppled to the side, inhaling with a raspy whistle and exhaling with a bubbling sound, as though her lungs were filling with blood. Only then did Jane realize the woman had already been wounded by her shots through the wall. Jane stepped close and picked up the gun Sybil had dropped, then knelt over her. "Where's Christine?" Sybil smiled, her eyes burning with a sudden intensity.
"Dead."
"The baby?"
"Dead."
"Who killed her?"
"You did, bitch."
Jane stood and moved to the door, stepped out, and then closed the door behind her to keep the hallway dark. She still had one more person to hunt. She moved to the bedroom where she had entered the house, went back to the window, and looked out. Richard Beale was still somewhere within the house and grounds, unhurt. The place where he could hide and control the most space that Jane might cross was out in the backyard, but she couldn't see him. Jane stayed where she was for a few minutes, staring out the window into the dark and carefully identifying each unmoving shape, but she saw no sign of him. She quietly stepped out into the hall again. Jane silently approached the central room but didn't go in. She knew that Deming had been lying there waiting for her to come within range of his gun. She came to the end of the hall and looked across the big room at him. He was still lying in the center of the empty hardwood floor with his gun in his right hand, but now the pool of blood beside his leg had grown. His left hand was holding the end of a belt tightened around his leg above the wound. Staying back in the shadows, Jane leaned into the room to try to spot Richard Beale. She heard the sound of a car engine starting outside. Jane hurried back the way she had come, climbed out the window quickly, and dashed across the back lawn and around the far edge of the garage. She saw the big black Escalade, then made out Richard Beale in the front seat. She ran along the garage behind the vehicle toward the blind spot on the passenger side. When she reached the back of the vehicle, he suddenly threw the Escalade into reverse and backed it toward her. She dived to the side as the Escalade slammed against the garage door, bumping it inward and breaking the vehicle's left taillight. Jane stayed low and moved forward on the vehicle's right side, but Richard lowered the side windows and fired several wild pistol shots in her direction. Jane could tell some of his shots hit the inside of the car, the frame. Others splintered the front door of the house and broke a window somewhere behind Jane, but none of them were low enough to hit her. Richard Beale shifted into drive. He was clearly not interested in chasing her down right now. He simply wanted to leave this place. He jerked the vehicle forward toward the front gate. Jane could tell he was pressing the remote control and waiting for the gate to open for him. The backup battery allowed the motor to engage, move the gate an inch or two until the padlock stopped it, and then begin to retract. Richard would press the button again, and it would move, stop, and reverse over and over. Richard stopped the vehicle in front of the gate, jumped down from the driver's seat, and ran to the iron barrier. He stood there, half hidden by the bulk of the black Escalade, tugged on the padlock, aimed his gun at it, and fired a round, tugged it again, then ran to the smaller pedestrian gate and found it padlocked too. Beale climbed back into his SUV, put it into reverse so he could swing it around, then backed it into the gate. The iron gate gave a musical sound as the chains snapped and the gate's wheels jumped off their track, but it didn't open. Jane moved toward the vehicle in the dark. Richard got out, stepped on the front bumper, walked over the hood to the roof of the SUV, and prepared to jump over the gate to the street. Jane moved into position in the bushes a few yards from his vehicle, where she had hidden earlier. "Where is she, Richard?" He turned toward her voice, trying to make out her shape in the darkness. "Sybil shot her. It was an accident. She was trying to get away." "Where's the baby?" "It died when she did. This was all for nothing." He turned toward the gate again. "Richard, don't!" He jumped from the roof of the SUV toward the pavement on the outside of the gate, and Jane fired 2 rounds. As he dropped, the muscles in his legs turned limp and unresisting. When he landed, he collapsed and lay still beyond the gate. Jane stepped to the small pedestrian gate, unlocked the padlock and took off the chain, slipped out to the street and knelt beside Richard. She felt his carotid artery, but could detect no pulse. She saw that the side of his head was wet, looked more closely, and realized that one of her shots had passed through his temple. She moved to his feet, bent and grasped his ankles, dragged him inside the gate, and left him hidden from the street by the tall hedge. She looked back at the huge, dark house and began to move to the area near the glass door at the back of the house. Claudia Marshall was lying on her back as she had last seen her. Her eyes were fixed, gazing sightless up at the sky, and her mouth had fallen open. Jane stepped to the glass door and looked into the big room. Steve Deming was in exactly the same position as he had been in before. She quietly slid the door open and stepped into the hallway. She made her way down the hall to the room where she had left Sybil Landro. She pushed the door open and stood back, but there was no sound or movement. Sybil was still lying on her side near the wall. Jane stepped in and touched the woman's throat, trying to find a pulse, but she was dead too. Jane closed the door again and went up the hallway. As Jane was walking across the living room toward the sliding door, she heard a sound. She whirled and aimed her gun at the man on the floor. You're alive. Help me, said Steve Deming. His voice was strained and weak, but she could hear him. Toss your gun so you can't reach it. He flipped his wrist, and the gun slid a dozen feet on the bare floor. Help me. You need to help me first. Get an ambulance. There are no phones in the house. She understood. He had brought no phone because if he had made or received a call, it would prove where he was while Jane was being killed. Tell me about Christine. I could tell you where she is. Her body? No. That day when she tried to get away, this house was already set up like a damned hospital. The Beals had brought a doctor from Mexico to deliver the baby, and a nurse to take care of it. They were still here a week later. And Ruby Beal is a nurse, too, retired. After Sybil shot Christine, they were all over her in 5 seconds. She's alive.
Chapter 35. It was already nearly 10 in the morning. The sun was bright and hot enough to burn off the protective haze from the ocean. The drive to the Mexican border seemed longer than Jane had imagined it. To her, San Diego had always seemed to be right on the border, but the wealthy parts where she had been spending much of her time had their faces turned to the north. Mexico was present only in the Indian faces of the people who worked in the restaurants and stood at the bus stops. Now, as she drove south on Interstate 5 and then through National City, Chula Vista, and Palm City, she began to see signs advertising attractions in Mexico and brokers who sold Mexican auto insurance to tourists. She pulled off at Palm Avenue and bought a policy. She knew she would never file a claim, but if she was in an accident, she didn't want to be detained while the Mexican police sorted things out. A few minutes after that, she reached San Ysidro. Jane took her place in one of the 7 lanes of cars waiting to cross the border. She read all of the signs and watched the movement of the cars on both sides of her, trying to be patient and calm because patience and calm were the things that customs agents on every border looked for. Jane had no experience at the southern border, but like most people in western New York, she had crossed the Canadian border frequently. This morning she was dressed in clothes that would make her identical to the hordes of female American tourists crowding the border. She wore a pair of expensive blue jeans, a long-sleeved white blouse, running shoes that showed she was expecting to be doing some walking, big sunglasses, and a baseball cap. She had her Alexandra Crowell identification in a worn wallet at the top of her purse, ready to show the customs officers. The cars ahead didn't seem to be moving at all, but one at a time the ones at the row of customs kiosks changed. The people inching forward to the kiosks didn't seem worried, but they probably weren't carrying guns and ammunition and 10 different sets of bogus identification. When she was given the wave to pull forward, she took her turn with the Mexican officers. One of them came to her window. Jane kept her face relaxed and blank, but looked at him attentively. He glanced at her for less than a second before he waved her into Tijuana and turned his eyes toward the next car. Jane moved ahead. It had taken over 2 hours to get through the jam and into Mexico. She wanted to get out of the vicinity of the border, where the traffic was thick, but the traffic came with her and stayed with her, mostly in front of her, down Avenida Revolucion. Mexico was crowded. The sidewalks were moving streams of people. There were hundreds of small stores and stalls and people selling everything: trinkets, textiles, leather, food. People who were obviously Americans elbowed one another to get closer to displays of brightly painted wooden objects. There were nightclubs, bars, and hotels, and in front of many of them, stalls that seemed to represent all of the great profusion of objects that existed and could be sold by one person to another. As she made it onto Boulevard Agua Caliente, the traffic thinned, and she dared to lift her eyes from the road to look around her more often. But as the sense of crowding eased, she was shocked by the sight of the endless hills on both sides, covered with the small cottages and shacks of poor people, most of them probably squatters,
since it was hard to imagine pieces of land being cut into such small parcels. They went as far as she could see and beyond. By the time she was away from the border, many of the cars had pulled away onto Route 10 along the ocean toward Rosarito and Ensenada, and she felt a bit less hemmed in. But being on this side of the border worried Jane. Everything was unfamiliar and took extra seconds to interpret. She had seen not only policemen in the area close to the border, but also small contingents of armed soldiers at various corners, watching the passing cars. She wasn't sure what to expect of them. The crowds of people everywhere, half of them Americans, made her feel a bit less worried about standing out. Her long black hair might make an eye passing over a crowd include her with the Mexicans, but she didn't speak Spanish, so the impression was only of value if she kept moving and didn't talk. She knew she was going to have a difficult time finding the building she was searching for, a hard time getting in and a hard time getting out. As she moved along Boulevard Agua Caliente, she began to see some of the things Steve Deming had told her to look for. There were whole blocks of pharmacies. People who were obviously Americans, most of them elderly, came in and out carrying large shopping bags. There was even a charter bus parked on a side street with its motor running. Now she moved into the part of the district that she had been watching for. There were medical and dental offices in every space of each block. There were signs offering lap band surgery, tummy tucks, breast and buttock implants, collagen treatments, Botox injections, facelifts, liposuction. The larger buildings were all called clinicas. Most signs were in a sort of English that had an otherworldly quality, with words that were cognates, not translations. There were buildings devoted to medical care that were called spas. And beside a business offering a jumble of unrelated but major kinds of surgery would be an office offering painless dentistry and teeth whitening. Jane found the address in the center of this wilderness of medical and cosmetic marketplaces. The 4-story stucco structure looked like an apartment building jammed between a pharmacy and another medical center, but it had balconies that opened onto a view of another stucco wall 2 feet away. She drove past and then around the area for a few minutes before she found a parking space in a lot beside a large market. She went inside and used American dollars to buy a few snacks and some cans of Coca-Cola. She put them into her SUV and began to walk. She thought about her conversation with Steve Deming. The address he had given her seemed to match his description of the building and the district, but she still wasn't positive that he had given up hope of killing her. She had knelt beside him in the dark house. "Why should I believe you?" he said. "Because I don't have anything to gain by lying now. I want to live." She heard the siren in the distance. The ambulance. "One last thing." "I know. If you find out I lied, or that I warned anyone that you were coming, you'll kill me." "I hope you believe that." "I do." Jane walked along the street behind Agua Caliente, listening and looking, trying to get a sense of everything that was happening around her. She went past dental offices, other places specializing in salud familiar. Every place advertised that its doctor was board-certified, and everything cost less than half the U.S. price. It took her a few minutes to walk to the Clínica Médica de la Mujer. She walked past and made a quick assessment. It had a staircase off the small lobby, and an elevator. There was a pretty young woman in a lavender skirt, matching high heels, and a white lab coat, sitting at a graceful writing desk at the back wall. Near her sat a man in a set of hospital scrubs, but he was behind a solid counter that looked like a security station. Jane never slowed down and didn't attract any attention to herself. She kept going from one building to the next, shopping at stalls and watching the changes in the traffic and the movement of pedestrians. She had coffee in a nearby restaurant where she could watch the building through the front window but remain an undifferentiated part of the crowd. When she finished, she walked to where she had left her car and drove off. She spent the hours until dark exploring the city in the SUV. She took the road to Otay Mesa, where there was another border crossing, and studied the traffic there. When she judged it was late enough, she drove back to the Clínica Médica de la Mujer. At midnight, Jane climbed up the ladder at the back of the darkened pharmacy to the roof. It rose above the second floor of the Clínica Médica de la Mujer. She stepped close to the first balcony on the second floor of the Clínica, jumped the few feet between them, and climbed over the railing onto the balcony. She looked in the sliding glass door, and she could see there was a woman asleep in the bed. She tried the door and found that it was open a crack. Someone had been enjoying the cooler night air. Jane pushed the window open and stepped inside. She saw a tray on a movable table near the bed, picked it up carefully so it wouldn't wake the sleeping woman, and took it with her as she stepped out into the hall. If people saw her, their own minds would supply the explanation. The hall was empty. Deming had told her that Christine was on the 4th floor of the building. She set the tray on the floor and stepped into the staircase near the end. She climbed to the 4th floor, walked down the hall, and looked in each of the rooms. There were no patients in any of them. When she got to the end of the hall away from the balconies, she saw a room with a solid door with a small double-glazed metal-webbed window. It looked like a room for some kind of physical therapy or diagnostic equipment. But what caught her eye was that a key hung on a nail beside the door. Jane moved close and looked in the window. There was a bed and a patient asleep in it. She took the key and used it to unlock the door, then put it back on the nail so it wouldn't be missed, and slipped inside. She moved past the bed, and she could tell from the shape of the lump under the covers that it was a woman. She opened the blinds to let a little moonlight into the room. It was Christine. Deming had told the truth. Christine was sleeping soundly, lying on her back, but Jane could see her chest rising and falling in a too slow rhythm. Jane noticed that there was a medical chart on a clipboard hanging beside the door. She wasn't sure what it said, but there seemed to be a list of drugs and doses. The only one she recognized was diazepam. Valium. They must be giving it to her to help her sleep. Jane went to the bed and touched Christine's shoulder. She didn't move. Jane shook her gently, then patted her face, but she didn't react. Finally, Jane lifted her to a sitting position and whispered in her ear, "Christine, Christine, you've got to wake up. You've got to be alert now and talk to me. Wake up." There was no change. Christine was still limp and unconscious. Jane eased Christine down on the bed. Jane pulled back the covers, then untied the hospital gown at the back of the neck and looked under it. A fresh, clean-looking bandage stretched across Christine's upper chest from her left shoulder to under the right arm. Jane covered her again. Maybe the other medications were for pain. Bullet wounds were painful and took a long time to heal. Jane searched the room and then the rest of the floor, looking for equipment that might help her get Christine out. There was no wheelchair, but maybe that was a good sign. If Christine couldn't walk, this was going to be difficult. There didn't seem to be a walker or crutches either. Then she returned to Christine's room and tried again to wake her. Jane was acutely aware that time was passing. The clock on the wall said 2:14. She heard the elevator arrive on the 4th floor, a quiet sliding sound as the doors rolled open. She couldn't hear footsteps, but she was sure the staff must wear rubber-soled shoes. She went into the small bathroom, opened the shower curtain, stepped into the bathtub, and listened. She was right next to the corridor wall, so she heard a scrape as the newcomer lifted the key off the nail. Jane heard a louder sound as the key slid into the lock and rattled a bit when the door proved to be unlocked. Jane stayed still. The person opened the door, stepped in, and let it close. Jane heard squeaky footsteps on the polished floor as the person stepped to Christina's bed. The person moved the rheostat on the wall up so the lights began to glow dimly. It was a woman's voice.
"Christina,"
she said loudly.
"Christina, are you asleep?"
She waited a few seconds. There was a rustling sound. and then the woman set something on the table by the door and then went out again. Jane listened while the woman locked the door. When Jane heard the elevator move again, she came out of the bathroom and looked at what the nurse had left on the table. It was a small tray with a pitcher of water, a plastic cup, and a small cup containing 4 colored pills. Since Christine hadn't been able to take her medicine, maybe the nurse would return soon. Jane searched the area around the bed for a telephone or intercom, then for a button to summon the nurse. If there had ever been anything like that, it had been removed. Jane went to the window to see what was visible on this side of the building.
What are you doing?
Jane spun and looked down. Christine's eyes were open, gleaming with reflected light from the window. Jane stepped closer. "I'm glad to see you're alive. They told me at first you were dead." Christine seemed to be trying to sit up, but she was too groggy. She raised her head.
Jane?
Jane touched Christine's arm. "I'm here. I told you I'd do whatever it took. Talk to me. Try to wake up." She blinked, tried to raise herself. Jane lifted her to a sitting position.
Sybil shot me.
She started to say something else, but she couldn't keep from crying. "Your baby was born, wasn't it?" Jane said. "Is it here?"
He's still in San Diego with Richard's family. They took him away.
She sobbed.
His name is Robert. He's beautiful.
"Okay, we have to get you out of here. Can you walk?"
Yes. Not at first, but now I can. They've been keeping me pretty doped up with painkillers and things, but there's nothing wrong with my legs. I just feel so tired all the time.
Drugs are a good way to keep you from running to the police, but they can't be expecting to keep you in this place forever.
It's a clinica mujer, a woman's clinic. The doctor who delivered Robert and saved me is a surgeon. He owns this place. Sybil and Claudia told me he's got big connections. There's a red light district, all whorehouses and strip clubs. That's where the head nurse said I'm going.
She sounds like a real delight.
She is. But I know it's real. The nurse who takes care of me told me the doctor does a lot of work for the prostitutes. They have to get checked for STDs once a month, and there are a lot of breast and butt implants, tummy tucks, abortions.
Don't even think about that. Try to wake up.
She said that after he's done some surgery to hide the bullet scars and maybe some breast implants, I was going to one of the houses. She said if I was good, I'd get to stay there.
If you were good?
She said there were places that I wouldn't like as much, and they're a lot farther from the border and harder to find. And there aren't any rules.
We've got to get you out of here. You said you could walk. Do you think you could run if you had to?
Some. Not fast.
Are the drugs wearing off now?
When the nurse came in, I was already faking a little bit. I've been trying to get off the painkillers and sleeping pills, cutting down whenever I can. About half the time I palm them and flush them later.
Great. Have you checked the possible ways out of the building?
They've wheeled me down to the examining rooms a few times, and I've looked. There's always a guard downstairs in the lobby. He has a gun, and there's another guy who kind of wanders. The windows in here don't open, but they seem to everywhere else. I think the only way out of this room is when the nurse comes with my pills.
When will that be?
I didn't take them yet, so she'll keep coming until I do.
All right. I've got a car, a blue Ford SUV, parked just around the block from here. The trick is to get from here to that. I saw the guard downstairs. You said there was a second guard somewhere. Do you know where his post is?
I don't think he has one. He seems to go on rounds like a night watchman. I've seen him look in to be sure I was here, or come in to lift something for the nurses. He has a uniform like a cop and a gun in a holster. The other guy is always at the desk, even late at night. I don't know how often they change shifts or anything like that.
Are there other women here who are being held?
Not that I know of. Since I've been here, I've been the only one on this floor. But there are 3 or 4 other rooms, and they all have locks on the doors.
They both heard the elevator arrive again and the doors open. Jane said, "I've got to be out of sight. Your job is to not swallow any medicine." She stepped into the bathroom and behind the shower curtain. They both heard the key in the lock. Christine pretended to be asleep. The door opened. The same nurse came in. The nurse turned and looked behind her, but nobody was there. The nurse seemed to have a jumpy late-night sensation that there was movement somewhere beyond the corner of her eye. She shook her head and stepped to Christine's bed. "Christina," she said, "wake up." She shook Christine gently, got no response, and then clutched Christine's left shoulder near the bullet wound. Christine jumped and opened her eyes.
Ow! Are you trying to hurt me?
"I'm trying to wake you. Take your medicine."
She went to the table, poured water into the plastic cup, and held it out to Christine. Then she held out the cup of pills.
"All right,"
said Christine.
"You can go. I can take these by now without you."
"No, you can't. I won't let you. I have to be sure you get everything you're supposed to."
She folded her arms and stared at Christine. Christine took the pills in her hand, brought her hand to her mouth, and gulped water. Then she held the cup out to the nurse. The nurse seemed to reach for the cup, but then changed the direction of her movement and snatched Christine's other hand, twisted it hard, and held it. Christine said,
"Ow! What are you doing? Are you crazy?"
The nurse pried Christine's fingers open and revealed the pills. She gave a smirk.
"I don't seem to be crazy."
"I don't need all those pills anymore. I'm not in that much pain."
The nurse smiled.
"Good. I'll tell the doctor that you're just about ready for your bed in the whorehouse."
"You're disgusting."
The nurse slapped her once, then turned away from her, a small smile forming on her lips, until she saw a woman standing behind her. She jerked, then took a step backward.
"You don't belong here. Get out."
"Nobody belongs here," said Jane. "Christine, it's got to be now." Christine got out of the bed and stood unsteadily a few feet off. Jane refilled Christine's cup from the water pitcher and said to the nurse, "Now, take the pills." Jane opened her jacket to show her the hand grips of the gun protruding from her belt. The nurse put the pills into her mouth, lifted the cup, then hesitated. Jane glared at her, and she swallowed. Jane grasped both her wrists and made her open her hands. "Now I need your uniform. Take it off and lie on the bed." The nurse said,
"What if I scream?"
"You'll only live to do it once. No second breath." The nurse looked into Jane's eyes, then stepped out of the light blue scrub she was wearing and lay on the bed. Jane opened a drawer of the bedside stand and took out some adhesive tape. She raised the sides of the bed and taped the nurse's wrists to the 2 sides. Then she took out some cotton pads from the drawer and stuffed them into the nurse's mouth and taped it. Jane helped Christine put on the scrubs and then pulled off the nurse's sneakers and gave them to Christine. Jane watched Christine sit in the chair, then put them on and stand up, and it made her worry. She seemed weak and tottering on her feet. "This might not be easy," Jane said. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to do the best you can."
"Just get me out of here."
The nurse was not able to speak, but she was watching them intently. Jane took the gun out of her pocket and held it up where she could see it. "Don't make noise for 1 hour." The nurse nodded and turned her face away. Jane stepped to the rheostat and turned off the light, covered the nurse with the sheet, and took Christine to the door. She looked out the small window into the corridor to be sure it was clear, then pulled Christine out, closed the door, and locked it. She thought about hanging the key on the nail so things would look exactly as they had. Instead, she broke the key off in the lock, then took the house key from the ring for her SUV, put it on the ring for the room key, and hung it on the nail. She led Christine along the hall. Then she heard the elevator move again. Someone must have pushed the button on a lower floor, and now the elevator was going down to them. Jane pulled Christine into the stairwell and closed the door. She helped her down the stairs to the 3rd floor, but she heard the sound of the elevator doors again. Someone had arrived on the 3rd floor. Jane opened the door just a crack so she could see the elevator. The doors opened and another nurse came out, this one younger. The rooms were all arranged around the outer walls, with a nursing station in the center of the floor. The nurse walked down the corridor to the nursing station and sat down behind the counter with another young nurse who seemed to be doing some kind of paperwork. Jane closed the door the rest of the way and leaned close to Christine. She whispered, "There's a patient's room on this floor that's right next to the roof of the pharmacy next door. That's the way out. But now there are nurses. They weren't here before." Christine whispered,
"It was after 2:30 when we left my room. I don't know why they'd show up now. Maybe they kept somebody in the recovery room for a long time, then moved her here. What do we do now?"
"Go back up." Jane took her back up the stairs to the 4th floor, then went into an unoccupied room and looked out the window. "See, we're right above the room I wanted."
"What do you mean?"
"We don't have much choice. We've got to climb out this window and lower ourselves down."
"How?"
"Go to the next room and bring the sheets from the bed." Christine went out and Jane stripped the sheets from the 2 beds in the room. When she finished, Christine came back with another set. 6 sheets. We can roll them instead of tying the corners." Jane rolled each of the sheets and then tied them together. She looked up and saw Christine frowning. "What's the matter?"
"I'm not going to be good at climbing."
"That's the beauty of it. We're going down, not up. I'll tie you in and lower you."
"But what if—"
"No what ifs. Either way you'll get down. All we're doing is slowing the trip." Jane folded the last sheet and wrapped it around Christine's body so the pressure was spread evenly. "Here's what you do. You go out the window and turn around to face me. Put your feet out and walk your way down. When you get to the 3rd floor, push hard off the wall with your feet. When you swing out, I'll give you slack, and you'll land on the roof of the pharmacy. Got the theory?"
"Yes."
"Then make it work."
"Jane, before I go, I want to say—"
"From here on, no sound." She tied the loose end of the rope of sheets to the bed frame, tugged it tight, pushed the bed to the wall, and opened the window above it. She helped Christine climb from the bed to the window-sill, and then turned to go out on her belly. Christine still had her feet against the wall, and she was looking up expectantly, so Jane let her down at a steady rate, the muscles in her back and legs straining. When Christine seemed to be barely above the level of the pharmacy roof, Jane waved. Christine bent her knees and pushed off from the wall. When Jane could see she had swung out above the pharmacy roof, she let out most of the remaining sheet quickly, and Christine landed on her feet. She waved, then stepped out of the sling Jane had tied. Jane climbed to the window-sill. As she turned to rappel down, she saw a man's face appear in the little window on the door to the hallway. Someone must have seen Christine descend past the 3rd-floor window and called security. Jane let the sheet slide through her hands, going downward as quickly as she could. She felt someone tugging on the upper end. He was untying her. She was still 10 feet above the roof of the pharmacy, but she pushed off the wall to swing outward. As soon as she felt her momentum slow, she let go. A half-second later, the rope of bed sheets came free at the 4th-floor window. As Jane dropped to the pharmacy roof, the long white rope snaked down like a streamer and fell to the ground between the 2 buildings. Jane picked herself up. "Go!"
"Where?"
"Over here." She pulled her to the edge of the roof. "See, that's the ladder. Grasp the 2 sides with both hands, then lower your feet to the 1st rung. Get down as fast as you can." Jane looked up at the window, but the man was gone. She looked at Christine and saw she was making her way down tentatively, right foot down a rung, then the left foot to the same rung, then right foot down again. Jane could see she was having a hard time keeping her left hand from letting go. Jane heard running feet coming along the street side of the pharmacy, then rounding the corner. Jane looked around her on the roof. All she could see near her was a small pile of 5-foot 2x4s that had been stored up here for some future improvement. She lifted one and stepped to the edge of the roof. She saw the guard running toward the back of the pharmacy, where Christine was on the ladder. Jane held the piece of lumber like a spear and threw it straight down at him. The end of the 2x4 grazed the back of the man's head, hit his right shoulder blade, and knocked him to the ground, where he lay still. Jane went down the ladder as quickly as she could, then grasped Christine's hand and ran the other way around, between the two buildings toward the next street. When they emerged, they could see Jane's SUV parked on the street, but there were 3 men in their 20s leaning against it, smoking cigarettes and talking. Jane said, "They may be harmless. Just stay out of sight for a minute while I find out." Jane walked toward her vehicle with her keys in her hand. She pressed the button on the key fob, and the driver's side door clicked to unlock. The men heard it and looked up to see Jane approaching. 2 of them seemed to understand and stepped away from the car to the other side of the sidewalk. But the third, who had thick dark hair and a handsome face with big dark eyes, stayed where he was, leaning against the car, and grinned to reveal unnaturally white teeth. Jane didn't smile back. "Por favor," she said, and pointed to the door. He stopped leaning, opened the driver's door as though he were helping her in. Jane took a step toward it, but he quickly spun around and sat in the driver's seat. His 2 companions laughed. Jane reached into her jacket and produced the Beretta M92 pistol. She held it at waist level, so the man in the car was the only one who could see it. He was still smiling, but this time his mouth and his eyes didn't seem to belong in the same face. The smile was frozen. He said in English, "Just a joke. Get out of my car." The man carefully got out of the driver's seat and stepped back across the sidewalk to join his 2 friends. He muttered something to them in Spanish, and they all backed away a few steps. Jane used those seconds to get into the vehicle, lock the doors, and start the engine. When she saw Christine emerge from the passageway ahead, she pulled forward and stopped in the street long enough to let her climb in. As Jane pulled away, the uniformed security guard from the clinic arrived on foot, having run along the street instead of between buildings. His face was a mask of rage. He pulled his pistol out of its holster and appeared to take aim at Jane's back window, but then he seemed to recall that this was a very busy street even at this hour, with plenty of tall buildings to stop the bullet if he missed, pedestrians for witnesses, and probably policemen and soldiers listening for gunfire. Before Jane lost sight of the guard, a new white pickup truck arrived, and he climbed into it. Jane made a quick turn and then another, then drove down Boulevard Agua Caliente toward the bullfight ring, the racetrack, and the golf course, and away from the medical zone.
"You're going away from the border,"
Christine said.
"San Isidro is back that way."
"They're going to try to catch us," Jane said. "Most people cross at San Isidro, don't they?"
"Yeah, it's the busiest border crossing in the world."
"Then it's where they'll think we're going. I'm going to try to cross at Otay Mesa."
"Okay, but I'm not sure if it's open at this hour."
"I drove almost to the crossing today while I was waiting for it to get dark. There are signs in English on the way. It closes for trucks at 10 o'clock, but the passenger lanes are open 24 hours. Christine was gripping the dashboard with both hands, staring ahead. Jane could see she was shivering. "Believe me," said Jane. "I saw the signs."
"I'm just so scared,"
said Christine.
"They're going to follow us."
"I'm sure they'll try. Do you remember what I taught you about firing a gun?"
"I think I do."
Jane took the Beretta out of her belt and held it so Christine could take it. "This one is different. See the little switch near your thumb?"
"This one?"
"Yes, it's the safety catch. If you slide it this way, the gun will be ready to fire. If you don't, it won't. It has 14 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. You just keep pulling the trigger over and over until nothing happens. The brass casings eject to the right, and they come out hot." Christine looked over her shoulder at the road.
"I don't see the security guard."
"It's a precaution. When you're running, you take every precaution before you think it might be necessary. We prepare for every threat we can imagine, remember? By the time there's a reason to prepare, it's too late. If they come up behind us, they'll try to run us off the road, or they'll try to shoot me because I'm the driver.
What do I do about that?
If they pull up behind us, we'll do the same thing they're doing. I drive, you fire at them. You aim for the driver. But what you want to do is keep firing at the windshield. Any hit will make them lose their enthusiasm. Christine sat in the passenger seat, resting the gun on her thigh and looking down at it. Jane looked at her for a second. If you have any doubt that you can do it, let me know now. Christine shook her head.
No, no doubt.
Jane drove on. As they swung north again toward the Otay Mesa crossing, Jane saw the sign she remembered from the afternoon that said Garita de Otay, and then the English one she had been looking for. It said the crossing was open 24 hours. As Jane slowed to be sure the arrow was pointing in the direction she was going, she heard a sudden roar of an engine. She began to turn her head to see, but the movement was cut short. There was a ferocious jolt, a deafening noise, a giant hammer blow of steel on steel. The airbag exploded into her face, punching her backward into the headrest. An instant later there was the sound of glass and bits of metal bouncing on the pavement. The car spun sideways, and as it rocked to a stop, Jane pulled her knife out of her pocket and punctured the airbag to get it out of her way. She stabbed Christine's airbag too, and as it deflated, she looked around her. Her SUV had been hit broadside by a white pickup truck, but Christine was still upright. "Are you hurt?"
I don't think so.
Jane put her foot on the brake, shifted into neutral and then reverse, then stepped on the gas pedal and began to pull back. She could see that in the pickup truck that had hit her were two men wearing the same kind of security guard uniforms as the one at the hospital. The man in the driver's seat interpreted Jane's maneuver and pulled forward to ram the side door of her vehicle, trying to stay with it and push it over. Jane reached for the pistol in her jacket pocket, but Christine's gun hand came up more quickly and fired 4 rounds into the truck's windshield. They could still hear the truck's engine as Jane's SUV roared backward to escape it, the front of the pickup scraping along the side of her vehicle as she cleared it. Then the unguided truck kept going, drifting ahead across the road and into an empty lot.
Oh, my God,
Christine whispered. Jane threw the transmission into drive and headed south, away from the border. When she reached a junction with Route 10, she took it. The road looked, at least late at night, like a California freeway. After a minute or two, Christine said,
"Could you see if that guy was dead?"
"The driver? Not sure," said Jane. "I hope so. He's not behind us, and that's all I care about right now."
I just feel weird. I didn't think about it, I just did it.
She looked at Jane in the light of the dashboard.
You would have shot at them, right?
"That's what I was going to do, but you were faster. Once I saw you still had the gun, I knew that what I ought to be doing was driving." Jane let the silence go for a time, then said, "You sure you didn't get hurt in the crash?"
The airbag shook me up, but the seatbelt went across my good shoulder, not the broken clavicle. I guess I was lucky the gun didn't fly into my face.
"You've been to Mexico a lot?"
I grew up 35 miles from here.
"Have any ideas about how we can get across the border?"
We could drive east, out of Baja, and try to get across the border somewhere else.
"East where?"
I don't know. Calexico, maybe Nogales, then cross into Arizona. Or even keep going and cross into Texas.
"We can't drive this car that distance. It's got too much damage. I haven't seen the outside of it yet, but I think it would attract attention at a border crossing." She looked at Christine. Beyond Christine was the black, endless Pacific. The moon hung above it, casting a silvery reflection on its surface.
What are you looking at?
"I'm thinking." Jane moved her eyes back to the road.
Good, because we're going to hit Ensenada in a little while, and that's as far as we're supposed to go without stopping for a tourist card.
"I know," Jane said. "Let me ask you something else. There are a lot of cruise ships that stop in Ensenada, right?"
Sure.
said Christine.
All the time.
The ships are huge, right?
Yeah, thousands of rooms.
They can't all be full, can they? Christine's eyes widened as she shook her head. An hour later, Jane pulled the SUV to a stop in the parking lot of a large supermercado near the harbor. She took her small suitcase with her clothes and the packet containing the false identification that Stewart had sent her and the cash she had brought. She took a rag from the back of the SUV and wiped the steering wheel, door handles, windows, trunk, and hood for fingerprints. Then she unscrewed the license plates and took them with her. Jane and Christine walked to the beach. Jane kept watch while Christine slept on the sand for a couple of hours, until the air around them seemed to be lightening. Then the two women changed into clean jeans and blouses from Jane's suitcase and threw Christine's stolen scrubs into a trash can. Jane disassembled both of her pistols, removing the magazine, the slide, barrel, recoil spring, glide rod, slide catch, frame. They walked to the harbor before dawn. As Jane went, she found places to put the pieces of the two weapons. The springs in a trash can, one slide in a storm sewer. The guide rods, slide catches, sears, and triggers went into a row of dumpsters. She saved the most identifiable parts, the frames and magazines, until they reached the docks, then dropped them in deep water. When it was fully light, they made their way to the zone of resort hotels and went into what looked like the best one to order breakfast. When they had spent the early morning in a leisurely meal, Jane went to the concierge desk. She found a man there who seemed to be in charge and said, "Good morning. Do you speak English?" "Yes, ma'am." The man said, "I need to find a travel agent. Can you help me?" "Certainly," he said. He reached under his counter and produced a glossy brochure, opened it to reveal a map of Ensenada. He used his pen to circle a rectangle that represented the hotel, then circled a spot 1 block south and 4 blocks east. He said, "We recommend Tours Riviera to our guests." He scribbled the name Tours Riviera. "Some of us have used their services ourselves." Jane said, "I should mention that I don't speak Spanish." "That isn't a problem, señorita. Most of their customers are American." "Thank you very much," Jane said. She handed him a $20 bill, mainly because of her relief that he had not demanded to know if she was a guest of the hotel. He pocketed the money. "Thank you, señorita." Jane and Christine left for the travel agency at 10 and found the office open. The young woman who took charge of them at the door said her name was Estrella. Jane said, "The reason we've come is that we'd like to change our travel plans. This is a last-minute idea, so tell me if it's not possible."
"Certainly."
"There are cruise ships stopping in Ensenada all the time, aren't there?"
"Oh, yes, especially at this time of year. There are Baja cruises, 3-day, 4-day, and 5-day cruises that start in San Diego, Los Angeles, or Long Beach that stop at Carolina Island, Ensenada, Cabo San Lucas, and go back. There are 15-day cruises to Hawaii that stop here. Let me see what's in port now."
She typed something into her computer and read off the screen.
"The Carnival Paradise, Royal Caribbean Monarch of the Seas, Diamond Princess, Holland American Zaandam."
"Are there ever any empty cabins when they reach Ensenada?"
"I would say there always are."
"Would it be possible for you to book us a cabin on one of them to go to one of the California ports?"
"I think so, but it might be an expensive way to get home. They usually sail from here around 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening and arrive in their American port at around 6 the next morning, so you won't see much."
"That's just fine," said Jane. She looked as remorseful as she felt. "It's a last-minute plan. We came down here by car with 2 men we didn't know as well as we thought we did. We're going home early."
Estrella looked at them sympathetically. "Say no more. Do you have your passports?"
"Yes." Jane reached into the side pocket of her suitcase and produced the one she had received from Stuart Shattuck. Estrella lifted her telephone, spoke rapidly in Spanish, and in a few minutes the arrangements were made.
"The price is prorated," she said. "It's a 3-day cruise, and you will owe 1/3.
"We'll take it," said Jane. She looked at her watch. "I wonder if it would be okay for us to go aboard the ship right away and get settled. I think we'd like to explore the ship a little before we sail."
"I think that sounds like a good idea,"
said Christine. "Yes," Jane said. "I feel as though we've done everything here that we want to." Chapter 36. Ruby Beale was not a fearful or superstitious woman, but she had a bad feeling tonight, and it wasn't new. She had been feeling it more or less since she had looked down from the walkway in the great room of the big house and seen the woman staring in the window at her. There was a feeling that the curse had not yet worked all the way through her family and exhausted itself. A minute after she had seen the woman, Ruby had begun to resent the people around her, and the feeling had grown. She had seen something that other people had not seen, and they had not had the sense to realize what it was. Ruby had known. Anybody with any sense would have known. The black-haired woman in the all-black clothes could not have been easier to interpret if she had been a skeleton wearing a hooded robe. The woman had been staring inside, choosing her way in. Ruby had sensed that she already knew 100 ways in, as water would have, or air. It wasn't a question of Ruby being lucky and seeing her in time to stop her. It was more like being the one who saw something big and irresistible and destructive while it was still forming, like wind and waves beginning to churn far out at sea. Later that night she had thought to herself, well, this would be the kind of thing that would happen, wouldn't it? Anybody in the world understood that if you did bad, cruel things to people, then sometime the hatred you caused would take a form and come after you. Anybody would know except her stupid son Richard, who could feel nothing of the rhythms and balances of the world. Revenge was just a restoration of the natural balance. That was why people called it getting even. They had heard her warn them about that woman, but none of them had believed it or even understood. In their hearts they thought Ruby was just an eccentric, spoiled, rich woman, old before her time and scared witless by a 5-second exposure to their world, the real world where people used guns to take things. They hadn't known her well enough to have the index to her mind. Even her husband Andy and her son Richard, who both had good reason to know her, had not taken her seriously. They hadn't seemed to remember that as a nurse she had seen more death than Steve Deming, Sybil Landreau, Claudia Marshall, and Pete Tilton combined. She had seen it arrive in ambulances and bloom in beds in intensive care and on operating tables. Some nights she had left the hospital and felt it plucking at her sleeve, trying to get her to turn around and stare into its face until she couldn't look away again. Death was what she had seen looking in the window that night. Richard, poor, stupid Richard, had been the first one to actually say she was delusional. His hirelings had been lost from the beginning. They were people who had stopped making decisions. They just heard what the people who were paying them wanted and thought about ways to oblige. That wasn't thinking. And over the years Richard had become worse than they were. He thought only about what he wanted, and listened only to people who told him reassuring lies. And now the disaster had come. Since that night she'd had to guard against her own feelings about Andy, too. Ruby's alliance with Andrew Beale had been reasonable. They had lasted a long time, become prosperous and powerful, and she had not found her side of the bargain too hard or his too easy. She knew that she had to be smart now and focus on the details, count her blessings, as her mother used to put it. She couldn't let herself start thinking too hard about the larger picture. She couldn't look at herself as a person who had come into the contract wanting one specific thing and being denied it. She had wanted to be the matriarch, the honored wife, mother and grandmother of a large and thriving family. She'd had other things, but not that. Now Ruby was long past childbearing, and her only child had wasted his life and been shot to death. It wasn't really his life to gamble. Not entirely his, anyway. Ruby was left with Andy, somehow robbed of their strength by time and all out of chances. When Andy was only one of many people in Ruby's life and she was distracted by lots of jobs and activities, she had been able to overlook, or at least not dwell on, his faults and failings. But now he was it. His faults soured big portions of her day. If he was what was left, the prize she got for all of her efforts on earth, why wasn't he better? At one time she had thought the baby would be her prize, but he was not. Baby Robert was just a chance for a prize. He was a small, soft, unformed thing that might be coaxed to grow into a man, and that was hard. She would have to devote all of her remaining time and energy to the business of making Robert grow into something Richard never was. Ruby sat in the unfamiliar living room of the unfamiliar house on the hill overlooking Capistrano. She hated it. The house was not well made like the one in Rancho Santa Fe. They had come here because it was supposed to be safe. But who said it was safe? Richard said it, because Deming had said it, and of course Claudia and Sybil had nodded their empty heads. They were all dead now. That's how much the lot of them knew about what was safe. Ruby had not forgotten that her husband Andy had acquiesced. He'd had the deepest contempt for Richard's judgment, but he had gone and agreed to the move anyway. She listened to the baby monitor for a few seconds. There still seemed to be no sound coming from the baby's room. That was good. He was growing fast, and was sometimes able to hold enough milk to keep him asleep until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. She had let the baby nurse go home tonight, and she wasn't eager to heat up a bottle and trudge in there to feed him right now. She felt like going to bed. Ruby wondered what was keeping Andy. He was supposedly going over some of the paperwork from the family business. She wouldn't be entirely surprised if it turned out that Richard had neglected his job while he had been trying to salvage his personal life. She stood up and walked down the hall to the dismal little square room where Andy had moved a desk and a lamp and a couch. She came to the doorway and looked in. On the desk were about 10 open files, some pens and pencils, and a calculator. Andy was lying face up on the big leather couch with his hands at his sides. Gravity tightened his skin against the facial bones, and that gave his nose and cheeks that fragile bird-like appearance that dead men had at their wakes. She felt a moment of pain for him. He was an old man. He had worked so hard for 40 years, and then let go. There was something particularly cruel about having begun to relax the muscles and the mind from all of that labor and stress, and then be dragged back into it again. No matter how much of a disappointment Richard had been, it was impossible for either of them to forget he was their son, and hard for them to take up the work he should have been doing.
"I know you're there," said Andy. "I'm just resting my eyes."
"You should rest. You don't have to punch a time clock. Does everything still seem to be a mess?"
He shook his head without opening his eyes, then sat up and looked at her.
"The accounting wasn't actually the mess I thought it was."
"That's good."
"No, it's not. What I thought was carelessness was obfuscation. The little shit was stealing money."
"From us?"
"From his company. Whoever that is. Us, his child, even himself, I suppose. He formed a few corporations, Richard Beale this and Richard Beale that, and paid them."
Ruby stared down at the rug.
"I'm sorry to hear that."
She meant it exactly that way. It was something she would have been better off never knowing.
"Well, I guess it doesn't matter now that the girl is gone."
"Why would she matter?"
She was irritated at him for telling her that her son had robbed his own family, and now she was irritated at him for bringing up unpleasant, irrelevant memories. He said,
"You're forgetting about that marriage.
That was a fake."
The only thing fake about it was that the bride didn't actually say 'I do.' The witnesses signed the papers, and they were filed to protect Richard's rights to the child."
But that doesn't give her anything.
In the state of California, she's his heir unless she says otherwise. Right now, half of whatever was in his name is already hers. When the death certificate is filed, the other half is too.
But he stole it.
Some of it. Proving our dead son, the president of our company, was embezzling weakens the company, and weakens us. Nobody would lend money for projects. Nobody wants to buy assets that might already have liens on them, and nobody's going to sign a contract with a company that doesn't even know if it's bankrupt.
What are we going to do?
Nothing for now. Later we'll have the boy, Robert, declared the sole heir of Richard and Christine. I'll have to go over it with the lawyers.
Ruby looked at the rug again.
Let them take care of it. We've got enough without it to raise Robert, haven't we?
Beale nodded. Into the silence came a low beeping noise. He turned to look at the lights on the keypad on the wall.
What's that noise?
The alarm system on this house sounds different. That's a perimeter breach. The motion detectors outside picked up movement. It's probably just a skunk or a raccoon.
What if it's her?
Her?
That woman!
Ruby was angry.
The one at the other house, the one who killed our son, for Christ's sake.
Not very likely.
It wasn't likely the first time.
Andy reached into the top desk drawer, took out a pistol, and inserted a full magazine into the handle.
I'll go check.
Don't,
she said.
I'm sure it's her. We've been here for 3 nights, and there weren't raccoons before. Just come with me, and we'll stay with Robert. Lock ourselves in.
Andy Beale kept the gun in his hand and followed her. He considered turning off the light in the office, but then he decided that if there was an intruder, darkness wasn't to his advantage. As Ruby Beale walked quickly toward Robert's room, things began to occur to her. She hadn't heard the baby monitor for a long time. Usually there was some rustling or deep breathing or something, but she hadn't been hearing any of that. Ruby swung the door open and looked into the dimly lighted room. The baby monitor was unplugged. The window was open. Robert's crib was empty. Jane Whitefield swung the black Cadillac into the last turn on the dark road and accelerated up the ramp onto the eastbound freeway. She glanced in the rear-view mirror for a few seconds to be sure no headlights were following her, then passed a tractor-trailer truck and glided into the line of vehicles in the center lane, all traveling at high speed. Her car was already just one more set of taillights moving away into the night. She glanced in the rear-view mirror again. From the shadowy silhouettes, she could see Christine was bent over, staring at Robert, his little body strapped in his new car seat. He already seemed to be asleep again, lulled back into slumber by the car's vibration and the quiet hum of tires on the road. As they passed an exit ramp, they came under a light. Jane sped up and got out of the glow, to be sure that Christine couldn't see her tears. Chapter 37. When Jane awoke, it was already 10:30 in the morning. She and Carrie had stayed awake far into the night talking, and then made love while the fall wind blew leaves from the sycamore against the bedroom window. She sat up and looked for Carrie, then put on her robe and went downstairs to search for him. He had said he had no surgery scheduled. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw his note on the table. Morning rounds are at 9. I'll be home by 1 or 2. Love you, C. Jane tied the sash of her robe, went out to the garage, and took 4 large plastic storage boxes from the top of the stack she kept there. She carried them upstairs to the master suite, showered, and dressed. Then she walked the few yards down the hall to the room she had allowed herself to think of as the baby's room. She opened the upper 2 dresser drawers and took out the stacks of neatly folded baby outfits, the receiving blankets, the soft hooded towels and washcloths, the tiny socks. From another drawer she took out the mobile she had bought to hang over the crib, the pictures she had selected for the walls, the sets of crib bumpers. Then she added the stuffed animals that had been so perfect when she had seen them in the stores that she had prudently brought them home, for fear she would never find them again when the time came. Everything she had been saving for the baby went into the first 3 plastic storage boxes, and then Jane put on the lids and sealed them with duct tape. The last item she carefully lifted from a hook on the wall. It was ga'osaha, a cradle board. Jane had never made up her mind whether she would actually use it. It was a beautiful object, about 2 feet long and a foot wide, with the footboard and the protective bent wood bow above the place for the baby's head, both carved in a diamond pattern. The fabric that was supposed to lace the baby in was black, with bright beaded vines studded with white, red, yellow, and blue flowers. She had no idea how old it was. Her grandmother had told her once that her mother had put her in it and hung her to rock in the wind while she tended her garden on the Tonawanda Reservation. Jane wrapped the ga'osaha in white tissue paper, set it carefully in its own plastic box, then sealed the box. It belonged in a museum anyway, she thought. Probably that was where it would end up. She stacked the 4 boxes, carried them to the door at the far end of the hall, and climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. She switched on the light and took the boxes around the covered rack of winter clothes on hangers, and between 4 trunks full of antique china that some ancestor of Carrie's had not been able to sell in his long-vanished general store. She set her 4 plastic storage boxes on the old leather couch with horsehair stuffing that had been stored in the attic since Carrie's grandfather died. She took a last look, then went back down the stairs. Jane went to the kitchen, poured some coffee into a silver thermos cup, screwed the top on, picked up her purse from the counter, and went out the door. She got into her white Volvo, backed out of the garage, and drove toward Daganoweda. On the Youngman Expressway it took only about 15 minutes to get to the small town beside the river, and another 5 to reach the stretch of old, narrow houses where she had grown up. As usual, Jane parked her car in the garage and rolled down the garage door to keep from being noticed. She went to the kitchen door because it gave her a chance to walk around to the back of the house and check for broken windows or jimmied locks. She went into the kitchen and stood still for a minute, listening to the sounds of the house and smelling its familiar smells. Then she opened 4 windows and descended the stairs to the basement to return her remaining sets of identification cards to their hiding place. She returned to the ground floor and did some dusting, then rolled the vacuum cleaner from the front closet and vacuumed the floor. It occurred to her that on one of her next trips here she would have to wash the windows. The exact day didn't matter. There was no rush. She carried the vacuum cleaner up the stairs to the second-floor landing and rolled it a few feet toward the far end of the hall before the telephone rang. It made her jump, but then she realized that Carrie must have finished his rounds early and guessed where she must be. She stepped into her old room, hurried to the nightstand beside the bed, and lifted the receiver. "Hello? Is this the number where I can reach Jane Whitefield?" It was a man's voice, and she had never heard it before. "Who's calling?" "My name is Michael Schneider." The man waited through a moment of Jane's silence, then seemed to panic. "Please don't hang up. This is urgent. I really need to talk to her, and in an hour it might be too late for me. I know this is the number because I've carried it in my memory for a long time in case I ever needed it, and now I do." 2 more seconds passed while Jane took in a deep breath and then let it out. "This is Jane Whitefield." This concludes Runner. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.